Hello again and welcome to another Mordian Glory live stream. It's an ugly stream, a bug stream, a stream hostile to human life as we know it. And as Mad Larkin has said, I am practically on time. The Skinwalker is in command today. There we are. How are we all doing, my little chickadees? It's time for the Tuesday MG live stream, and I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it tonight, boys. I'm feeling it. I'm excited. I don't know why. No particular reason. I haven't got any major beef or any salt or anything like that. I'm just vibing. I'm just vibing tonight. So, guys, tonight, we're just chilling. We're just chilling. You know, talking about anything and everything. You want to talk about Warhammer 40k? I got you. I'm up for it. I'm ready for it. I'm amazing. What I meant to say, man, all of these Send Me to the Black Ship moments really go into my head, aren't they? What I meant to say is, if you want to talk about Warhammer 40k tonight, I'm ready. I'm up for it. It's amazing. And then I said, I'm amazing. Shit. Head just exploding. Let's start again. If you want to talk about Warhammer 40k, I'm ready for it. Amazing. If you want to talk about Konflikt 47, I got you. I'm ready for it. You want to talk about Warhammer the Old World? Yes. Fucking love Warhammer the Old World. Plug it into my veins. You want to talk about bolt action, Battletech? We can talk about heresy. We can't talk about heresy, but I feel like that's going to lead us down a salty beef path. But hey, you know, hey, it'll happen. It'll happen. So yeah, we can talk about anything and everything today, boys. And we're just going to have a good one. It's going to be fun. And we can talk about casual play, competitive play, army lists, hobbying, all that good shit. So there we are. So that's the intro. That's the intro. Nick, when you putting out more Konflikt faction reviews, you put out two 2 weeks ago, and it's been dry since. It's so more are coming, but I'm doing the faction reviews once I've played with a faction a few times. So the next, I've done the Axis, and I've done the Soviets. The next one will probably be the Americans, because I've played a lot of games with the Americans now, so I've got a good feeling for them. And then after that, it'll be the Japanese, and then the British will be last, because the Brits are the ones that I've not had even an opportunity to play yet. So I like to try and do the faction reviews after I've actually got some experience, which obviously can lead to them taking a while to come out. But I feel like it means that they're not just based off like theory hammer, they're based off like actual experience. And they're not going to be perfect, because things will always be changing and everything, but at least it's got a little bit of credibility behind it. Because I did a lot when Old World came out, I did a lot of like theory crafting stuff that ended up being really wrong, and then which wasn't the end of the world, but I basically went back and redid the stuff once I knew what the fuck I was talking about. Yeah. So that's why I say a bit longer. But I will say this, Nick, don't worry, because this Wednesday, it might not be a faction focus, but Konflikt 47 battle report confirmed for tomorrow. There we are. So Konflikt 47 battle report on Wednesday, Konflikt 47 broadcast on Thursday. So double Konflikt today. Double Konflikt this week. There you are. All right. But so yeah, we're not. I'm getting ahead of myself. We haven't like done our traditions. Traditions are important. Traditions are what separate us from the renegades, the heretics, the traitors. Traditions are what make us the Emperor's true finest. His Imperial Guard. Stand up and be counted. It's time for roll call, baby. Get those 07s flowing down in the chat. Let's see who is in the stream tonight. Who is ready to rock out with their bayonet out? We have got, Lignin Man, we've got Briggs, we've got Raygun 9000, Airborne 342, Toast, Sabian Wilson, Jared Mann, The Sixth World, Riverside Miniatures, Michael Bohr, Christine Camp, we've got Mad Larkin, Robert Aiken, Drex Martel, Mankiewicz to Bronzy, Cobra, fucking hell, I've got an itchy leg. Oh, minute. It's not part of the roll call. We've got a free man. We've got John Hildenbrand. We've got Zello. We've got Emping, Tosby Station, Mark Cole, Turtle Rhombus, Russell W, Lower Decks 40k, Damn Legion, Sindarius, Stephen Pendergraph for the Emperor, for the God Emperor to be clear, John Jeter, the Warp Forge, Nicholas Ross Now, Commander HL, Cyrillic Dude, we've got Whispering Monk, our spiritual liege, we've got Keon Lee Whitehouse, Oswald the Boy, we got Stella Mott, Comber Leone, we've got Jack Handsome, and we've lost my place, maybe. Mostly Harmless Chicken Detonator, Vulcan, Squidfish, Trenchrat Shovel, Augustine, Andy Paints Poorly, Trenchrat Shovel, Thomas Weston, Cosmic Drew, Ix, Sindarius. Stop it, Spriggs, god damn it. Every time you do it, it fucks it up. We've got Commander HHL, John Shepherd, Stella Mott, Brass and Bantams, and Cool German Dude. And there we go. All right, Spriggs, you can go nuts now. I've done everybody. Clanish Cat, Simple Logic. There we go. There we are. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much to all of you beautiful, crazy bastards for joining today's stream. Thank you for your support. Bob M, hey, there we are. Thank you for being here. Whilst I've got your attention, and just while Spriggs is just completely dominating the chat, which reminds me, Spriggs, Spriggs, I actually have to say thank you because I forgot to put the on-screen chat on, so there we are. But while Spriggs is just dominating the entire chat, I want to say a big thank you to all of you for joining, and I also want to remind you to go ahead and smash that like button and subscribe. Look, I know that it's cringe asking for likes. I know it. You know it. You hear it every day on every YouTube video. It doesn't even register with you anymore. Look, I know it. I know it. But we are so close to 80,000 subscribers, which is the end of year goal. We're like 800 away, maybe. I'll see if I can find out. How many are we away? We are 811 away. So if everyone likes and subscribes, it'll get us to our channel goal. And if we get to 80,000 by the end of the year, do you know what happens? I give up the feet pics. So there we go. There we go. So it's not like I'm asking it and I'm asking and you're not getting anything in return. Like, there you go. Anyway, thank you. On a serious note, thank you, boys, for everyone who's liking and subscribing, man. I can't believe we've even got this close to 80,000. Like, if you'd asked me a year or so ago, I never, ever would have fucking believed it. So, huge fucking thank you. You guys are amazing. I also want to say a big thank you to everyone that's got the stream popping up, baby! Coming in with the super chats and the member flexes and the gifted memberships and all that kind of good stuff. And let's take a moment now to go through and show our love and appreciation, our gratitude, and personally wank off those people who have gone above and beyond the Call of Duty already, getting the stream started off right. Starting off with Russell W. Russell W., thank you so much for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support. Thank you for doing your part. I raise my glass to USW. You're an officer, a gentleman, a scholar, a good sir, a kind sir, and a goddamn giga-chad. There we are. Speaking of giga-chads, speaking of raising glasses, it's time to say a big thank you to the man, the myth, the legend, Mal the Knife. He joins every stream. He supports every stream. He is an absolute machine. Maud, thank you so much for your custom-made gift of membership, sir. You absolute fucking hero. Amazing. Amazing. There we go. There we go. All right. All right. Mal, thank you for the gift of membership, mate. You Ursus. You absolute real life Ursus. Just an absolute fucking weapon. Amazing, man. I want to say a big thank you to Cosmic Drew. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. Hell of a run last night, Tim. Up for another come to Canada? No, I need time to... Honestly, Cosmic, I need time to recover. Like, my brain is completely mush today. But my game is completely mush. But yeah, no, it was such a good run yesterday. And Cosmic, I've already gone back, found the timestamps, put together the stream highlight document that I put together for Evan, so he knows where to get the info from. We've got like a whole system and everything. I know it's strangely organized behind the scenes, and it's a notepad document. It's not that special. It's not that intense, but I've already put it all together. So it will be coming out as a stream highlight on the main channel. It's going to be happening, and it's going to be something to look forward to over the Christmas period, man. So yeah, it was honestly, unironically, no bullshit, one of the best moments I've ever had streaming. It was just organic. And I know that sounds really corpo. I know it sounds really cool. It was dynamic. It was synergy, but like, seriously, it was, you know how we've been talking about organic hype versus manufactured hype and all that kind of stuff, and you can't really manufacture these moments anymore. They have to be like real. That was one of those real moments, Cosmic. So yeah, it was fucking cool, man. So yeah, it was honestly my favorite. It just reminded me of that original Stellaris stream. Do you know what I mean? It was unforced and it just came out right. So yeah. There we are. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the super chat, bro. Hireling Lancers in stream discussion. Bro, I need to get myself some of these Hireling Lancers, man. Let's have a look. It's such a cool idea for a unit. Let's have a look here. There we are. Holy shit, man. Oh, a minute. I've slightly been fucking around with my screen today, so give me a second. You guys get to see professional streaming in the works. There we are. I was doing some recording today. All right, just finished up this unit of 8 Hireling Outriders with cavalry spears for my Renegade Crown's army. We ride for New Dawn under the banner of the Golden Chicken. Yes! So cool, man. They absolutely, totally, and utterly work. Yes, mate. Fucking yes, mate. They look great. They look really, really good, man. They look really, really good. I love the color scheme, and I really love the idea of like light, competent light melee cavalry. It's just something that Empire's like never had before, and now you can get it via the Renegade Crowns. It's just awesome, man. Such a cool idea. Really neat concept. I think they'll be half decent at the tabletop as well, man. Like cheap enough that you don't care if they die, but powerful enough that they're gonna be able to kill what you send them after on the flanks. Yeah. Really, really useful cavalry unit. Sick, mate. Actually sick, bro. Looks great. I want to say a big thank you next to Spriggs, my boy! Spriggs, thank you so much for the Giga Chad. Yes, it is the Giga Chads. War Games Illustrated Awards are up for voting. Go support Warlord Games and K47 people. Shield for the boss. Link is in stream discussion. Let's have a look. It's a Survey Monkey thing. All right, I'm gonna put a link to it in the stream chat now. Let's have a look. Let's have a look at this together, chat. War Games Illustrated Awards 2025. Best new game / rules. I mean, probably Konflikt 47, but I am kind of interested in Gripping Beast, but I haven't had a chance. Well, 0 hour, I should say, but I haven't had a chance to play it yet. I think, can I pick more than one? Or is it just, oh, no, shit. Okay, it's just one. All right, best new range of miniatures. 28mm World War II Victrix. The thing is, I can only really vote on what I've actually like bought and used myself. So this is really going to come across as me basically like shilling the fuck out of Konflikt, but that's just like the only like new game that I've picked up in this year. So I'm going to have to say Konflikt again, but it's a little bit by default, right? Best miniature manufacturer. There's a lot of choices here. There's some good ones here, man. Honestly, there's some really good... Not these motherfuckers. No, that's actually not fair. Like, some people might find this surprising that I would say this, but for me, it's kind of between Games Workshop, Warlord Games, and War Games Atlantic. You know, it is kind of between those three. Because at the end of the day, Games Workshop still does make... I suppose it's the best miniature manufacturer. Not how good are their miniatures. Yeah, okay. So really, it's between War Games Atlantic and Warlord Games. And... I mean, if Temu was on here, I'd fucking put Temu in there, which would be kind of... That'd be kind of funny. Just fucking... Put Temu in. I'm not putting Temu in. I'm not putting Temu in there. I'm going to go for Warlord Games. I haven't actually bought any War Games Atlantic stuff this year, so it's going to have to be Warlord Games. Best War Games terrain, accessories, bud manufacturer. Oh, that's easy. That's Micro Art Studios, if they're around here. They better be. I don't think they're on here. That's a shame. Okay, well, it's definitely going to be other. Micro Art Studio. Definitely. No doubt. Best customer service. Is Games Workshop not on here? That's hilarious. Okay, so War Games Illustrated. You can't put yourself on the list. I haven't so the thing is, I haven't actually needed to use anybody's customer service. So like I can't actually in all honesty like vote for any of these because I haven't had to. Like, I know that a lot of people would say like Warlord Games, but I personally haven't used any. Do you know what I mean? I haven't actually used any. I haven't had to ring anyone up for customer service for any defaults because the models I've been getting have been fine. So I feel like I should put other and put none. I haven't needed to use any customer service. I mean, I can vote Warlord if you want me to, obviously, but I feel like that's more... Yeah. That's voting off... I mean, I'll vote Warlord. I'll vote Warlord. Does freebie in the box count as customer service? Ah, it does. Yeah, no, based on that, I'll put, yeah, freebie in the box. Yeah, there you go. Best show. I didn't really go to any, but I traditionally vote for Adepticon. Hobby Heroes. We want to hear you think deserves size of Hobby Hero, who has been a true champion of the wargaming hobby and tabletop 2025 for you. Your nominee could be a YouTuber, produces amazing videos, miniature creator doing groundbreaking things, a volunteer who helps in the gaming community thrive. Your in your area, a show organizer. Tell us their name, why they should be at War Games Illustrated 2025 Hobby Heroes. Read through suggestions, follow up on the ones that shine out, and pick a winner for this award in its second year. There's a lot to pick from. There's a lot to pick from. I'm not voting for myself. That's obviously not okay. And I probably wouldn't vote for myself anyway. Because that's just not my... I wouldn't vote. I never would. And I think there are other people out there that have done better than I have. No, I think I'm going to put... yeah, Olden Demon's a really good shout, but I think I'm going to put down Minisodes. Just make sure I've spelled it right. Yeah. I think I'm going to put down Minisodes. I think Minisodes has done some absolutely amazing work this year. And his second edition Warhammer 40k videos are, out of every content creator, they're the ones that I look forward to the most. So yeah, I think that's got to be that one. Yeah. Thank you for voting. Please enter your name and email address to submit your choices. Okay, that's fine. There you go. There you are. Cool. Cool. Vote for Cosmic. Vote for Cosmic. You're my personal hero, Cosmic. There you go. Let's have a look. So, that was a good shout, Spriggs. Yeah, very, very good shout. Thank you for the support, man. And thank you for the heads up on that. That was really, really cool. Yeah. Cosmic is in Canada, to be fair, though. Yeah. Dark Knight Curran, thank you so much for the super chat, man. I don't know why folks dislike Smug MG. When it occurs, it's because you spent years with an opinion, and then the vindication comes, and it's glorious. They hate us because they ain't us. They hate us because they ain't us. No. It's actually really easy to understand why people don't like it when I get all smug around, like, you know, when I'm like, vindication, send me to the black ships, send me to the black ships. The reason why people don't like it, obviously, it's all meant to be a bit of fun and it's meant to be a bit of a show, right? Like, you know, I'm always honest about things, but we ham it up a little bit, and there's nothing wrong with that. Like, fuck me, like. It's just the way I like to do things, you know. It's the way I like to do things, right? But the reason why people don't like it is because being smug in general is a bit off-putting. It is, right? But B, and probably more importantly, it's because often you're sort of poking holes in someone's hype. That's what it is. And no one really likes that. Do you know what I mean? No one... If you're someone... Look. If you're someone who's really excited for, like, Horus Heresy, for example, and you've been really looking forward to Heresy 3.0, and then it comes out, and it's not quite living up to your expectations, shall we say. Well, whilst you're getting to grips with that, some smug cunt comes on your screen and starts basically just rubbing salt in the wound, as it were. That's what it is. That's why that's why, I often make that joke about, they call me a slop tuber, they call me a salt tuber, but they don't call me a liar. People don't tend to, people who push back, if they're pushing back, like, honestly, and they aren't just coping and seething, it's because mostly it's just, they're they're also, in a funny sort of way, annoyed at the same situation, but they're pissed off me for basically rubbing salt in the wound. Yeah. Yeah. So, that's what it is. So I understand it, but this is the thing. Like Dark Knight Cohen, I understand it, but I don't actually begrudge people that for feeling that way. Yeah. That's that. I like. You're right. Is some the reason why I'm smug is because I've been saying this stuff for a little while, and then seeing it, seeing the car, I've been seeing the car crash coming from a while away, and then seeing it happen, like there's a sense of vindication. But you know what? I've said this before, and I'll say it again. Like, I wish I was wrong. I wish I was wrong. I would rather be wrong about this stuff than right. As crazy as that sounds, because me being wrong means that GW didn't shit the bed that time. But yeah, there you go. But it's also, I think, Dark Knight Cohen, I think also there's I think a huge part of it. I think it's even simpler than that. We have a lot of, I would say, like, in jokes and references and like deep lore to the Mordian Glory channel. This channel's been around for like 10 years, covering Warhammer 40k from a part-time basis, and then almost over 3.5 years ago, we I've been doing it full time. I mean, there's a huge amount, and you've been here for such a long part of that, hence why you've got the bolter next to your name, right? Like, there's a lot of like in jokes and stuff, but if you're coming across this channel for the first time, you might not realize that a lot of what I do is very much meant to not be taken too seriously. It's always like, it's meant to be done. It's meant to be like not taken too seriously and just with like a little grain of truth running through it. That's kind of the vibe. But if you come across it for the first time, it's going to be because you might not realize that. Yeah. So yeah, it's one of those, that's what it is. But that's the sensible answer. The smug MG answer is they don't like us because they are too busy sucking down on a big old copium pipe. Gotta suck that copium, boys! Surely Heresy 4.0 will fix all the problems! Just 3 more years! I do find it like actually depressing when I see people say with utter sincerity, it's all right, I'll just wait for 4.0. And it's like, like, kind of reminds me of Game of Thrones. Both, generally speaking, how that ended, and then specifically the quote from Game of Thrones: "If you think this has a happy ending, you've not been paying attention." I tell you what, though. We're going a little bit off topic, but just a little bit. Just a little bit. And we're not going too deep on this because I want to keep things light and breezy. You guys always drag me into the fucking beef mines. You always drag me into the salt pits. But I'm keeping this light and breezy. But I'm just gonna just gonna dip my toe. Just dip my toe into the salt water, okay? Just dipping it, not too much. I promise.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
A lot of people say that Games Workshop's too big to fail. That Warhammer 40k is too big. Okay? Let me ask you this. Oh, and a lot of people say, don't worry, 11th edition's gonna like fix all these issues like 10th and so on and so forth, right? I bet there are a lot of people saying the same stuff around Season 6 Game of Thrones. I bet there was. You know when it started to wobble? During Season 3, Season 4, Game of Thrones, everyone said it was good. It was the biggest thing. It was the biggest thing. And then look at where it was in Season 8. Ain't nobody too big to fail, boys. You know when people start failing? When they start thinking they're too big to fail. When they start thinking they're too big to fail. I don't actually worry that you guys and people in the Warhammer community think that GW is too big to fail. I don't worry about that at all. I worry GW thinks they're too big to fail. That's who I worry about. Yeah. Anyway, moving on. Like I said, little dip in the paddling pool. There you go. So what we got next? Sindarius, thank you for super chat, man. Went on a walk early to get to work in the snow. I arrive, I'm Mordian streaming, and I got 2 hours to kill before work. Message in stream discussion. Let's fucking take a look then. Let's take a look. Time to be thankful for the wonderful community Mordian's developed. I still remember when he roasted me as a narrative player. See, this is the thing. I roast some people and they get that it's meant as fun and they stick around. And then I roast other people and they get really upset and they don't come back. And it's like, that's okay. That's okay. Joke's on him. I'm an Imperial Fist player. Been playing that since sometime in 9th. Nothing can change my opinion. However, time to see if I can get my first company backlog done before bolt action reaches me. Yes! Well, of course, as an Imperial Fist player, you would like bolt action because you're all about bolters. You're all about the bolters, right? So bolt action is very much in your wheelhouse. And you know what? I have nothing against Imperial Fists. I am a fellow son of Dawn. I collect Black Templars. There you go. Yeah. There you are. Oh, these are cool, man. Are these the new ones? They look like they might be the new ones. They look a lot more like, well posed. They look great. Credit where credit is due. I think Games Workshop has done a very good job with the new Terminators. Both the new Tactical Terminators from the beginning of 10th and the new Assault Terminators from towards the end of 10th. I don't think you can really criticize them in any regard there. I think they've done a good job of recapturing the old magic with the Terminators. Yeah, much better than Gravis Armor. Much better than Gravis Armor, for sure. There you are. So Darius, excellent work, sir, and always happy to have our resident Imperial Fist player here. Briars and Bantams! Squick and Sean, thank you for the 10 gifted memberships, baby! Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Woo! 10 more gifted memberships. Dude, earlier than usual. earlier than usual. Holy shit, man. Normally you come in at the end, drop 10 memberships towards the end, and he's like, I'm getting the stream started off right this time. Amazing. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you for keeping us fresh stock with new channel members. Thank you for doing your part, you absolute Giga Chad. Amazing, man. Amazing. I also want to say a big thank you to John Shepherd. Thank you for Super Chat. Shrek team and stuff about Baron's War in stream discussion. Let's have a look. So Wargames Atlantic aren't the main people behind the Baron's War rules. It is them and Futsal Miniatures. Futsal originally released the first ed rules, and they are behind the rules again, but in partnership with Atlantic. But Paul Hicks and Rob McFarlane, I think the same guy who was at Forward, also my Finnish Shrek team. Interesting. Hey, it looks better. Like it just had the mud yesterday, and now we've got the leaf cover, the leaflet, the ground cover, as it were. Nice. It's come out really nice. It's come out really nice, and I always say like good basing makes such a difference, and I always panic when I see just the mud on your bases. Then you come in the leaflet, and it always just seals the fucking deal, man. Looks great. Yeah, really, really cool miniature. And that's kind of interesting, really, the whole Baron's War thing. Like, I haven't looked too much into Baron's War, I will admit, but it's definitely a game that, you know, I have my eye on. You know, there's some game, it does take a little something to, like, catch my eye and grab me. But Baron's War looks like one of those games, I've got a feeling Baron's War could be one of those games that I come to in, like, a year or two's time or something, and I'm just like, oh, cool. Yeah. But there we go. Yeah. So, dude, that's cool, man. I also want to say a big thank you to the Lower Decks. The Lower Decks. Holy shit, man. He's back. Dude, I've not seen you in the street for like a week, man. Holy shit, bro. Thank you for the support. I am not dead yet in stream discussion. Sir, it has been a time, let me tell you. These vagabond mercenaries are apparently in the employ of one of the claimants of the Emperor's throne here on this feudal planet. The War of Succession shows no signs of abating, with low-level warfare rumbling along amongst the Empire of Man. These mercenaries were impressed by my endurance at taking a beating from Von Humping and his kin. Also, they were paid to rescue me. We are travelling now to the castle of their patron. Having recovered somewhat from my trials, I can tell you these men, while backwards by Imperial standards, are a rough lot, lean and hungry. The civil war amongst men is not the only concern they have at this time. Other races are active on this planet. They speak as if these Xenos have been here as long as anyone can remember. The local names are odd to my ear, but I suspect we have Eldar, Votan, and Orcs present. By the Emperor's balls, is there no place free of Xenos taint? Sadly not. Everyone's got one. As we push on into this dark forest road, the men provide me with a weapon and armor. Eyes scan the trees constantly as they whisper that the forest has horrors of its own. What could possibly attack an armed convoy making its way through the darkened forest as the sun sets? Beastman. You going through a forest? Beastman. You go to the forest of the old world? Beastman. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. There you go. All right, that's cool, man. Dude, good to have you back in the stream, man. Looking forward to the Lower Decks lore inserts coming. They're always a ton of fun. And I'm wondering how the Beastman will handle your mighty codpiece. It will be interesting. I want to say a big thank you to Bimblewit. Bimblewit, thank you for the 15-month member flex. X-Force, baby! Yes! Yes, mate. Thank you for supporting the channel for over a year. Holy shit, bro. Should be taken seriously at all times. Got it. Yeah, that's what I said. Yeah. Definitely. Of course. I used to respect this channel. But now I don't think it should be taken seriously. That's like the meeting of two memes right there. That's that's like the meeting of two memes. There we are. I want to say a big thank you next to Simple Logic. Thank you for the gifted membership. Thank you for your support, and thank you for keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts. I also want to say a big thank you to Cornate Gains. Cornate Gains, thank you for super chat, man. Get the weights, blood for the blood god. What do you mean, get the weights? They're already here. Boom, baby. I am going to struggle today. I'm not going to make a list of excuses. I'm just going to say, I need a poo, I've recently eaten, and I'm very tired. It's a trifecta of things. And, you know, and that's even before we get to my innate laziness. So, I think I'm going to die, but at least then I can embrace the sweet relief of death. Sweet release, I should say. Oh my god. I got the weights. Got 8 games, thank you, man. I got the weights. I got the weights, bro. I've just got 2 more super chats, and then we can start thinking about getting this show on the road, bro. We got a special guest tonight. We got a special guest. It should be fun. We're doing a live co-op collab, which will become a stream highlight, which should be kind of cool. So yeah, there you go. If you work hard enough, you'll empty your stomach, have your shit, and wake up at the same time. Three problems that I am currently suffering from. All 3 can be solved by the same solution. That's just science. That's just science. Rocket Man, thank you for the 17-month, man. Rocket Man! X-Force, baby. Oh, thank you for supporting the channel, dude. A year and a half. Amazing. And Rocket Man, feels like we've not had you in the stream for a little while, mate. Great to see you, bro. Going to an RTT next week. Got tips against Necrons. Yeah, so ironically, so obviously you need to be careful, and this is general advice, and it won't work for every unit, but especially for things like wraiths, they really hate being tied up in combat by vehicles, like a hellhound or a chimera. So if your opponent like flings like what looks like an unkillable wraith brick at you, honestly, just like charge a hellhound into it. Maybe even a Lehman Russ, depending on like what armor you've got available and what is okay to die. No, a chimera should be able to do it, but just bullying wraiths with bumper cars is bullying Necron units in general with bumper cars is great. Now, obviously, it doesn't apply to everything. Like try and bully a Catan with a bumper car, you might be disappointed. But things like if you see things like wraith bricks can really be bullied by bumper cars. That's my advice, mate. I hope that helps. Good luck. Springs, my boy, thank you for the super chat, man. I used to bust my rift for this channel. Bust a rift. It's my favorite Konflikt saying. It's my favorite. I do love busting a rift. I can't say that. I was gonna say something, but then I might upset the NDA, so I won't. Man, me having an NDA, what were Warlord thinking? It's not a case of if I break it, it's inevitably a case of when I break it. Like, I'm catching myself. But I'm not very good at this kind of stuff. Look, right. I'm not very good at this kind of thing. Like, if you tell me something, I want to talk about it. That's it. If you don't want me to talk about it, you shouldn't tell me about it. But if you don't tell me about it, then I can't hype it up. That's the thing. Yeah, can you confirm that you have to deny knowing the K47 FAQ is pretty good? I can confirm that I have to deny that I may or may not, ipso facto, vis-a-vis, have seen a Konflikt 47 FAQ. Yeah, I can't wait. Yeah. True, Big John casually broke stuff to us in the shop last time we were down. Yeah, I somehow I think John Stallard can get away with it. I'm not sure I can. I'm not sure I can. Yeah. Let's have a look here. Someone asked a question before. I do know that. Don't worry, Konflikt Games. I'm not getting distracted. Augustine, Mordian, how do you recommend I introduce K47 into an area totally dominated by competitive 40k play? You need to find like 1 or 2 of the people that are willing to give it a shot, and then basically just play games of it in front of people. That's it. And you have to really resist the and it's a natural temptation, but it is actually wrong. You need to resist it because it's the right thing to do to resist it. You need to resist like shitting on 40k to try and make Konflikt 47 look better, because that's wrong, because Konflikt 47 is good. If 40k becomes an 11 out of 10 war game, it doesn't stop Konflikt 47 from being an 11 out of 10 war game already. See what I mean? So you have to you don't step when you're talking to people about it. Don't step on 40k's head. Just be like, hey, yes, it's really cool. Come and try it out. That's the way you do it, because you'll tempt them in. And if they ask questions, like about, oh, well, what's this like in this game versus like something like 40k, draw comparisons, of course, draw comparisons. But you have to resist the salt and the beef, because no one wants to get into a game really sort of long term as a fuck you 40k game. People want to get into a game because that game is fundamentally good. Like, people get into Old World because it's just good. Old World's just a 10 out of 10 game. And that's why you see so many 40k players are trying to get out, because it's just a good game. It has nothing to do with the fact if it's better or worse than 40k. It's just a good game, right? So just play games and get 1 or 2 other people involved. Just play games in front of the 40k players, alongside them. And if anyone shows any interest, just be really positive and be really excited and speak about the merits of the game, not about the demerits of another system. It's that simple. It's that simple. The game is really good. The game basically like sells itself in many ways just because of the fact that it's a genuinely good game. It's that simple. And that's the way it should be. You don't need to stand on another game's head to make the game that you're excited about better. Yeah. So there you go. I hope that helps. All right. A couple more super chats here, and then we're gonna get our corn on. That sounds wrong. FPS Liverpool. Thank you for the super chat, man. Hey Mordian, I created a bit of a shittish list for the Just Play Crystal Tourney. DMing it to you to take a look. Let's have a look, mate. Lord Solar, Cadian Command Squad, Lord Solar, Cadian Command Squad, Kree Command Squad, Rogel Dawn Commander, Tech Priests, Shock Troops, Death Corps of Krieg, Regiment Attaches, Vanquisher, Malkador, Praetor, Stormblade. Yes! That's cool, man. That's really, really cool. Dude, that's not a shittish list, man. That's a, by definition, legendary list. It's a legendary list, man. There you go. That's cool. I like it, mate. Really, really cool. Great to see the Stormblade and the Praetor and all the boys coming back. All the boys. Yeah. Best part of Tasha's with the Praetor launch sustained. It's amazing. That's cool as fuck. That's really cool, man. Yeah, it's great to see Legends. Even if it's just like once a year around Christmas, it's great to see the Legends get busted out. Yeah, that's cool, man. I like it. Good, definitely getting the right spirit of the event for sure. Snowpiece T, thank you for super chat and the meme in stream discussion. Let's have a look here. I used to like this channel. Now you're just somebody that I used to know. Here's the thing. I haven't changed. I have been down this road. I have been through all of the self-reflection. I have been through all of the self-analysis. I've looked at this from every angle. And the question is, have I changed and become salty? Or have I stayed the same? And my tastes and my wants and desires stayed the same. And the truth is, I've ordered the same sandwich from Subway for 16 years. I haven't changed. I haven't changed. What I want, what I enjoy, is exactly the fucking same. That's it. That's it, man. Am I so out of touch? No, it's the children who are wrong. No. Look. I actually think this is an important point. And it's interesting talking about this now before we get into the Cornet game stuff, because I'm sure some of this topic's going to come up when I chat with Mr. K Gaines. But it's easy to say that new Warhammer 40k is bad. And that's low-hanging fruit. But at the end of the day, I mean this genuinely. I'm not just sitting on the fence. I mean this genuinely. I don't know if that's truly fair to say. I'm sure there are some bits about it which are worse. But I'm also sure that some bits about it are much better. Overall, Warhammer 40k is different. And the old ways that I know and love have their own sets of advantages and disadvantages. But that's what I like. And the new ways, which have their own set of advantages and disadvantages, are things that other people are going to love. And two things can be right at the same time. Two things can be right at the same time. So I think that new 40k isn't necessarily like bad. I don't think that the new players that are coming into 40k are wrong, but I definitely think 40k has changed. I think whether you think it's better or worse, whether you think the new players are right and the old players are getting kicked out, whatever it may be, I think at the end of the day, the only thing that is for certain is that 40k has definitely changed over the last few years. And some of it is for better, some of it is for worse. And time will tell. Time will tell. And that's not a wait and see moment, because I think some people already know if they like it and some people don't. But time will. It's not even time will tell. It's the right saying. I'm interested to see where it goes. Yeah. I'm interested to see where it goes. But I think I think it's too easy just to say everything about new 40k is dog shit. I think it's too easy to say that. I think it's disingenuous. I don't think it's correct. I think it absolutely has valid criticisms, but I don't think it's okay to throw out the baby with the bathwater, as it were. Yeah. See? Look at me. I'm being very reasonable. I am the most reasonable streamer. There you are. All right, and then one last super chat, and then let's get the collab going. Chicken Detonator, thank you for the super chat, man. Orcs in the stream discussion, bruv. Yes. Let's fucking look, man. Polished off a test batch of orcs. Quite like how these models go together and need them to have an opposing force for old world games. Dude, the old orcs are sick, mate. The old orcs are really good. Yeah. I really like them. That's so cool, man. Yes. That's cool as fuck, bro. Nice. Double chopper. That's what we like. That's what we like. Yeah. That's so cool, man. Love the color scheme. Really like the color scheme. Really like the old orc models. Fantastic. I mean, these old orc models are absolutely timeless. If I'm going to say this right now, if Games Workshop replaced these old orc models, it'll be a sad day for me. It'll be a sad day for me. I do think that some models need replacing in some factions, but I think some models are actually timeless, and I think you do need to have a bit of a discerning hand when it comes to replacing old kits. Yeah, like the old Chaos Warriors are so iconic. Yeah, don't I wouldn't change those. They're so iconic. Yeah. Yeah, they're cool. Chicken Detonator, I love it. And Orcs v Empire is great. Orcs v Empire is absolutely fucking awesome. Yeah, classic matchup. All right. All righty ho. We're all caught up on Super Chats. Thank you guys for your support. I think it might be time to summon the Dark Gods. I'm gonna message now. He might be in stream already, but I'm gonna message in case on Discord, in case he's not. There we are. Spriggs, my boy! Spriggs, thank you for the poo emoji. Amazing, man. Thank you for poo emoji. I really need a poo right now. So there we are. So it's a very appropriate emoji. All right. Let's have a look. Let me just make sure I'm going to make a noise. It's going to be on my end, guys. That's on my end. There we are. So let's see if we can make something happen here. I'm just going to a little ring. A little ringy poo. I'm ringing. I better turn it down or I'm going to deafen myself. Because I guarantee you he's going to join with crazy cornate vibes. And have I have my headphones on max volume. It's like eardrums getting blown out. Oh, no, I have. Oh, he's here. He's here. There we go. Give me a second. I need to just swap the... I can. Let me fix my camera and then you'll be able to see me as well. It will work. Don't worry.
Oh, yes, that is very good. I can't even see what anyone is writing about.
All right, give me a second. It's just because I was using it on... what you call it? On OBS. So it just needs space. There we go. Oh my god, I feel like I should have brought the brought my flak armor and stuff.
It's all good. I have the black armor here. It's all good. I killed the Darkman earlier. He also shit himself, but it's all good. We have the black armor.
Nice. You're quite far away from the microphone, so it's struggling to pick you up a little bit.
Because I can't see for shit.
I can't see for shit. It's a face reveal moment. It's a face reveal moment.
It is so bloody hard. And when I actually did a stream with Dave from Mini Wargaming,
Yeah.
I did like a lifting video.
Yeah.
It got stuck on my helmet that I had to get my wife to help get it off. It literally got like impaled in my nose. So let me just get this mic and see if this works better.
Let's have a look.
Thank you to the wife because she listens to the comments, and I don't actually do it. So if I flip the camera on its side, will that cause an issue? Or
I don't think so. Let's play around with it, see what happens.
Well, it's already being turned around, so
it's now just sideways, but it's okay being vertical. It's not the end of the world.
No, it's all good. I put that there. I'm just trying to get this started. It's just been a bit weird.
That's fine, man. It's okay. We're doing it live. It's all it's all a little, it's all meant to be a little rough around the edges. That's okay. This will all get cut out in post. It's all
mate, it's all good. It's all good. I'm just getting this little sucker to work.
That's all right. I always
Just
blow them out because I'm too
you
loud.
blow them out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not. This way, I'm just checking. One of them was working. There we go. I'm gonna do a test, see if that's working.
Ooh, that sounds quite nice.
Is that actually working?
It seems to be. Yeah, I think so.
Okay, we'll go from there. So I'm Cornite Games, and today we're going to be doing a workout. I will be resting this camera against the Doomslayer helmet there. So Doomslayer will be holding this camera up. And we are going to lift weights and talk about Warhammer 40k and
Yes.
where the hobby is.
That's absolutely
That's what we're
right.
going to do.
I think
Okay, I'm going to try and
we'll
rest.
this is going to be very easy
for you.
This is going to be very easy. The mood lighting. The mood lighting is great. It's going to be very easy for you. It's going to be very. We'll go. My plan is one set, then talk, and then for a bit, and then one set, because then I might actually live. Otherwise, I'm going to die.
Okay, to give you a heads up, I finished at 2 a.m. this morning.
Nice.
I got woken up by the cat at 5, and I've cleaned the house already, dealt with the guinea pigs, got the wife and son ready for daycare. They're off, they're done. I'm good to go. So,
all right.
I'm just going to try and get that helmet to kind of straighten you guys up a bit. So we're going to start off with, I reckon, some bicep curls. See, I can't see what anyone's saying in the stream, so
that's okay.
Always a bit scary.
They're all fine. They're being lovely.
They're all being lovely. No one's like, oh my god.
No.
So we're going to start off with, I think, a really good one for your home is, of course, the bicep curl. You can't go wrong. Okay. So we're going to do a set of 16 reps. Okay. But how I want you to perform in it, I'll just grab these 20 kg. Do you work in pounds or kilos?
kg.
Good, the proper metric system. None of this pound shit.
Yeah.
I get these guys in the gym go, oh, I lift 42 pounds. And I'm like, that's only like 18 kilos. It's so dumb.
Right, let me get ready. I want to join you. Let me get ready. 1 second.
Yeah. I've got the weights. I'm going to get a bit of chalk dust. I'm going to have a sip of coffee. I'm not going to lie. I've had some pre-workout as well, just to
Oh, you've had the pre-workout. Pre-workout, basically
I've already had a bit of pre-workout. I'm having some black coffee afterwards.
Ah, right. So it's as close as you could. It's as close as you could get to like actually doing cocaine without doing cocaine.
Okay, so I know this is off topic from Warhammer, but there's a pre-workout called Jack 3D, right? My mate took it, and literally the guy behind the counter said it was Ecstasy's cousin.
Nah.
The pre-workout. It's illegal now, you can't get it. But my mate took it when we were in high school. He was zoned out staring at a light for the past 20 minutes.
That's hilarious.
So, yeah. It's freaking is. Okay, so.
Right.
I'll wait for you.
I'm getting ready.
Okay, so it's all about the positioning of the feet as well. So we're going to start with the base. So there's no point lifting the weights, shaking around like this. We need to have our feet shoulder distance apart, right? Okay. We need to have 1 foot forward, probably about where your back foot is about in line with like halfway through your foot. So you're kind of in a bit of a fighting pose there. So you're nice and stable. Next thing's next. We're going to have our shoulders rolled back. Okay. We don't want them rolling forward. We don't want to get that interior deltoid activated. We want to roll it back, chest out proud. And it also helps get those arms stretched. We have it in a starting hammer curl position. And then when we go up, you want to aim for the outside of your shoulder. Okay, so we're going to do 16 repetitions each side, okay?
I'm ready.
Let's go. Let's do this. And work on control movement. None of this flinging stuff. We're just going to go nice and control. Nice and control. And we don't want the arms going too far forward. We want to try to keep them back. So pretending that you've got like a wall behind you, you want to make sure that they're still in contact with that wall.
Okay.
And we're just going to 16 repetitions.
Are you counting?
What I like to do, what helps me when it comes to high repetition exercises, is just counting 4 reps at a time. So once you count 4, just make a mental note that you have done 1 set of 4, and then keep going. Because the truth is, if you keep counting to 16, it can be a bit daunting. because you're like, oh shit, I've still got a crap load of reps. The 4 count, like 1, 2, and that type of thing.
Yeah.
It does help if you focus. It does also help. Well, just tricks the mind into thinking that you just start the
Oh,
exercise.
I've fallen behind. 1 minute. I'm catching up. There we go. I was too busy watching you and your corn berserker-like physique.
I'm not feeling it this morning, trust me. There's days where I literally feel like an old frail man because of just shift work.
You need to do another line of pre-workout. That'll fix it.
I've done the pre-workout. So I've got about 5 more reps.
Okay.
Oh, 4 more reps. So when I say 4, I mean 4 each side.
Yeah, yeah. I'm following you. I'm in time. Yours are a little heavier than mine.
These are 20 kg each side.
Yeah, mine are too, man. Totally. Yeah. See, chat. The puny physique of the corn berserker failing to lift his weights versus the Chad guardsman totally succeeding in lifting his weights that are definitely the same weight. Definitely not less than half.
Bloody hell. Yeah, so that's 16 reps. So, talking Warhammer, I heard you just before early on the stream while I was cleaning the house. You're talking basically about worried about 11th edition. You feel like it could be the savior, or it could be like Game of Thrones, where it's an absolute flop.
Well, I'll tell you what. Before we get into that, come a bit closer so you don't have to shout as much. Come a little bit closer because it's still. I'm not sure if it's picking you up actually, the microphone. I thought it was, but I'm not sure if it still is. So just come a little bit closer so we can hear you, and then just relax because we're going to basically We're going to be, I'd say, chatting for. This will be like the main part of the highlight now. So what we'll do is we'll say if you want to see Mordian attempt to lift some weights, I'll direct them to the stream video itself, but we can have the main chatting bit now, if that makes sense.
Yeah, that's good. Like, chat for a long time, do a set. Chat for a long time, do a set. I'm up for that if you're up for that.
Yeah. Well, we'll chat. As long as we'll chat, and then we'll just do a set at the end, I think, if that's okay. Just because it keeps the pacing of the video. Keeps the pacing of the video together. And obviously, I need to give you time to recover. Like, obviously, like that's.
I'm getting old. I'm 32. It hits me more now. I'm an old man. As they say, shift work adds 10 years to your life. Being married adds another 10 years to your life. Ex-military adds time to your life. So I'm probably about 60. Let's just do the maths there.
Yeah.
But I honestly think I am deeply concerned about 11th edition. Especially, I'm afraid of units such as, for example, Age of Sigmar, the Stormcast. All the old miniatures from the first edition of Age of Sigmar all got put into Legends, everything like that. My biggest concern is, are we going to get that with a lot of the models, and especially a lot of new kits that have just come out? That's my biggest concern.
Yeah.
So I feel like when it comes to GW, when buying a product, it's kind of a gamble because you're kind of sitting there going, right, is this product going to last for at least 5 years, or is it going to get retconned and not be playable and thrown into Legends the next year? So that's my biggest concern with 11th. I also want them to do something with the terrain as well, because looking at 4th and 5th edition rules, seeing how the terrain rules actually worked, I think I read somewhere that there was even pools and everything like that. It just...
Well, there was
it's
water.
Crazy how we kind of...
There was water. You had amphibious as a rule.
Kind of downgraded. Yeah, well, there was a whole heap of rules in that. And it's crazy how it all downgraded. And I feel like, yes, it's made it much more easy for newcomers to get into the hobby. But it feels like it's kind of lost a bit of its soul in certain areas to make up for new people to come in and to make it more competitive.
Yeah.
And, yeah, I don't know how they're going to pull it off in 11th edition. And also as well, I'm kind of concerned because are we going to get the 11th edition and then straight away it's going to get FAQ'd? You know, it's
Nah.
kind of like,
So I guess
do we?
the question I would have is, so obviously you're a big Warhammer 40k fan. Otherwise, you know, you wouldn't.
Since 6 years old, yeah.
Yeah. So you wouldn't have the hat. You know, hat's a bit of a disingenuous. The proper big ornate like helmet. You wouldn't have that. You wouldn't be into it. You wouldn't like care about it. You wouldn't have the artwork. You wouldn't have everything if you didn't give a shit. So I guess the big question I have is, you know, I guess the big question I have is, when did you sort of start worrying? Is the big question. Now, before you answer, I think. Just double check your mic is just working, because I'm not sure if it's working, the mic.
Test. Test,
Say-
test, test.
Oh, that sounds better. Yeah, that sounds better. Yeah.
Okay, I might just hold it up here.
That's better. Yeah. I think it was just getting
yeah.
muffled by your shirt, basically.
Yeah. This it's kind of hard. It's got a bit of a lower neck as well, so it's not
Yeah.
really reaching me. My biggest concern, probably when it started, was actually when I had my first kid.
Okay.
Well, my only kid at the moment. And you know, just adult responsibilities. You know, mortgage bills, electricity is going up. Like I've just recently spent $8,000 on getting a 40 kilowatt battery installed in the house this month because even with solar on our roof, the electricity was just way too high to just keep upping it.
Yeah.
But it was really at those moments where you kind of sit back and you go, right, I felt guilty about buying Games Workshop products. And this is me buying it through third-party sellers as well. So like with the 21 to 25% off the original GW price. And it's got to the point now where it's basically from what it was about a year ago, it's kind of the same price of the GW products as it was a year ago. So you're not really feeling that just anymore. And
I've noticed that. Like, I remember, I used to buy a Chimera from Games Workshop for £22.50. Now, this was 6 years ago, to be fair, so it was a little while ago. But you know, and I remember like when it got to that point when I was buying from Element Games, and it's meant to be 25% off, and it was costing me £22.50, and I was like, oh, so it's gone up so much to the point where previously I thought it was too expensive for Games Workshop. Now I'm just getting that old GW price from the discount retailers. I remember that very vividly with the Chimera moment, man. So yeah, I'm actually right there with you.
Well, I just saw it. You can see it, the 10-man tactical squad. So I remember this sucker being about $45 AUD when I was like before entering the military. And then when I got out, this thing's over. I think without the discount, it's like 85.
Wow.
So it's basically gone up, I would say like 100%, like it's doubled its cost for a kit that hasn't changed. It probably has been reboxed, but it's also a kit that we all know will eventually be put into Legends because the Firstborn Space Marines are going to be, you know, slashed out for all the Primera stuff. So it just doesn't make sense why this kit is so expensive. It's the same for Razorback. There's just so many kits I've seen where they do that. The only thing I buy from GW Direct, what doesn't get discounted, is the paints and the books from Black Library.
Yeah.
But even now, the books from Black Library, you just look at the old Gaunt, you know, the Gaunt books and the Night Lord books and everything, and you see how it's written and how they actually flesh out the world. And you read a lot of the new Black Library stuff. It's not really fleshed out as much. There's a lot of kind of, I feel like it's not the same quality as it was back then, because the book I'm reading around now is Ursha, something about the Serpent and Martyr. It's about the Iron Snakes chapter, dealing with the Savage Crusade, dealing with the worlds and all that. And they're Firstborn, and they just had a fight with Wirewolves. And I wouldn't mind seeing this kid, actually. Wirewolves are chaos constructed entities, not one looks alike, but they're basically just junk thrown together and basically given one purpose to mess stuff up. And these things have the ability to grab normal civilians and turn them into ash. And they were giving Space Marines trouble.
That's
so
cool.
I would like to see that as a kid. But like reading these books and everything, and I feel like the left hand isn't talking to the right hand, especially with Age of Sigmar.
Yeah.
Because if you look at Beastmen, right, they've got the word worst thing ever. So square bases to circle base, then basically back to square bases because they no longer exist in
Yeah.
Age of Sigmar as a faction. Yet, in the Black Library books that I've read, they've made them still as a faction. Like, they're mainly a topic to burst. And I'm just like, hang on a second. They don't exist anymore, technically. Like, they're more branched out to different Chaos Gods. Like, we've got the Zinchi version, and then we've also got the Nurgle version that has just been released as well. So it's kind of weird because the books aren't keeping with what's happening in what's being sold and what merchandise has been taken off the shelf, basically. So I find that a bit condescending.
Would you say?
But it really.
Would you say? I was just thinking. So obviously, it's interesting. It sounds like the number one concern for you, and this could be obviously because Australians, you pay a lot more for Warhammer, even taking into account currency conversion. It sounds like the number one concern that you actually have is around not only the price, but also what is being like offered to you as a consumer, your customer. Because I often I actually don't really talk about this side of it, which I go prices and then sort of move on. But it's actually kind of interesting to hear from like the perspective of someone who this is like their main concern with this. So would you say it's fairly accurate to say it sounds like your main concern is as a consumer, it just seems too expensive and you're not getting the product that you want?
Well, even with what my wife brought this up, and look, honestly, she's okay. So if you want to see it, my wife is basically kind of like Penny from The Big Bang Theory. Like, I'll do this stuff, and she'll walk past and call me a bloody nerd and geek.
Yeah.
But no, she's good. She still supports it, and she occasionally buys a kit. She doesn't know which kits to buy, but back to it, it's more to the fact that, hey, who is this hobby for? Like, it got to the point, it's clearly not for. I remember when growing up, we had the blister packs, and you'd use your pocket money to buy a blister pack and everything like that. They had the letters, the A, B, C, D, for the different prices and all that. And you'd go in the shop, spend your blister pack, and you were able to glue and paint that model there with their paints and everything, and they had a table and everyone there. The atmosphere in Australia is completely different. We had this massive Chermside store, and it was huge. I remember fond memories. I was like 8 years old. I'd go in there. I think it was the time around 3rd and 4th edition. The Night Lords were the main poster boys for Chaos. But what happens is you go in there, get your blister pack. Your mum or dad would go off somewhere, and you'd just be there painting, gluing. You'd be having a good time and play a couple of games, and the store would let you use some of their models. The codex, they actually had codexes at the front, stores copy. So before you could buy an army, you could actually look at the codex and get an idea how the army ran. And if the store had that army, they'd let you actually do a test game with it. It's now a complete 180, especially with the marketing. It's like, no, let's scrap the ability for people to play games. There is one Games Workshop store that allows us to play games, but that's at Mount Cravat. So that's, honestly, 40 to an hour drive away. And that's on the south side. I live north side. And then also as well, they don't really have the painting stations anymore. So it's like kids can't really buy the blister packs because it's got to the point now that if you want to buy like the little blister, like their version of the blister packs, they've now changed it from plastic to cardboard. The models are $50 each.
Yeah.
At least.
Yeah.
So it's no longer, hey, spend 10 or 12 or max $16. It's come in here, spend $50 on one model. No, you can't glue it or paint it here unless it's the miniature of the mum. Even if it's the miniature of mum, glue it and then go away. And you can't paint there, and I feel like that part of the hobby's dead. So I have to go to other clubs that aren't even Games Workshop to have games, to paint my minis or anything. But I normally paint my minis at home.
Yeah.
But that whole atmosphere that I wanted my son to get into, it no longer exists. So it comes to the point, right, this isn't made for kids. So then you look at teenagers and it's like, no, they're more worried about study, uni, and, going out and having fun. So it's not made for teenagers.
Yeah, most people
leave.
Most people, the sort of typical journey is you play as a kid, become a teenager, start realizing, oh, I actually, you know, like chasing boys or chasing girls, whatever it may be. I'm interested in that now, going out and having fun and, you know, making new friends and meeting members of people, you know, meeting members of the opposite gender and stuff like that. And then you come back after going through all that and you're like, sick, now I'm going to get back into Warhammer, that thing I loved as a kid. And it's like, so they're definitely not targeting it as teenagers, because those are the people that don't play, well, they're the ones that leave 40k unless they're playing it with their dad or their mum or something.
Yeah, it's mainly adults. And then it gets to the point as an adult, you have two roads that you go down. You either go down the road that, hey, look, I'm going to start a family. So then that gets thrown out the window. Like me, I start a family, but because I work in a job that pays well and I budget really well, because I used to work in banking as well, so I can put a bit aside each pay to eventually buy Warhammer. And I'm a huge fan of painting the kit and then moving on. But it gets to the point where it's like, okay, you either start a family, or with the way life is at the moment in Australia with taxes and the bills and everything, it gets to the point, it's like, right, do I buy the plastic or do I eat food?
Yeah.
And that's what it comes down to. So when a lot of people want to get into the hobby, and I think this is absolutely terrible because I see it on Facebook Marketplace, a lot of people get into the hobby, buy the starter kits, buy all these paints, and you'll see them in the store. But then literally 1 week or 2 weeks later, you literally see their profile on Marketplace because you remember their face, and they're selling everything because it wasn't their thing. So I feel like
That's
also as well,
crazy.
GW has made, so GW has made the entry point to the hobby way too expensive. It used to be like, okay, come in here, paint your model, and then slowly build up from there. It's now, when you go in there, it's like, no, you need your codex, you need your rule book. Oh, by the way, the FAQ changes for match play have changed, so there's a book for that. You need also your army. You need the snippers, the glue, the paints even. It just gets crazy. And look, you could buy a whole army. Like, you could buy a battle force, like I think 4 years ago, for like $100.
Yeah.
What would give you? Let's take 4 for 5th edition. I think it was for the Chaos Space Marines. What would get you 12 Corn Berserkers, about 5 normal, I think 5 Chaos Space Marines, 3 Bikers, a Rhino, and then I think like a Dreadnought or something like that for like $100. And that would be enough for a full army, because what they've done also is that the points back then, if you looked at it, you didn't need that many models to play.
Yeah.
The points now have made it, especially for a lot of armies, is that you need to buy that one kit multiple times. It's like when someone, I had an argument with someone when it came to buying one kit of the new Plastic Trench Crusade to comparing it to buying Cadians.
Yeah.
And he's like, oh, but the Cadians are a little bit cheaper by a couple of dollars than that. And I said, yeah, they're cheap by a couple of dollars. And he goes, but that's your army. And he goes, what? And I'm like, if you think about it, buying that one box of Trench Crusade, because it is a skirmish game, that's your army. And also as well, you just you get the phone, you look at the website icon, it's all free, the rules are free, the rules for your army are free. Oh, by the way, they've made a PDF, so this is how you glue it. This is how they play, and here's 2 sample lists how you can play it.
Yeah.
What about your Cadians? He goes, yeah, but they're still cheaper. And I'm like, okay, let's put into a factor. You got to buy the codex. You got to buy, then that's maybe 5% of your army if you're lucky. You got to buy tanks. You got to buy all that just to have a game.
Yeah.
So he kind of went, oh, and I'm like, do you see the difference? Why? And it's got to that point where you can't just like pick up the box and use that box unless it's a combat patrol box. And that's what I was doing. I was just buying combat patrol boxes. I've got about 12 of these things fully painted and glued.
That's kind of cool.
Oh yeah, it's all over the wall there. Like, I've got the well-knitted one in my bag when I had quickly going. By the way, I versed the Chaos Knights Combat Patrol versus the new World Eaters Patrol. It is a load of BS. I'm going to say that. It's not them, that's for sure. My World Eaters, yeah. Versus Chaos Knights, and the worst thing was I had like a tournament, so we had this thing at the local hobby shop where it was like Combat Patrol tournament. I came like second in the second type of thing. Like, came second. I versed like Hawks and Eldari, got my ass kicked by Tyranids in the end. But I went around for this last one and I just wasn't feeling it. and they matched me first up with the Chaos Knight Combat Patrol. And I was good. I was a good sportsmanship. I was polite and all that sort of stuff. And he said, "Look, I'm sorry, I'm getting all these good rolls." I'm like, "Dude, it's the game. It's all good, man. Like,
Yeah,
I'll have my own fun." But it got to the point where I realized, look, there's losing and then there's being tabled because nothing in your army can really get through their toughness, and it just gets ridiculous because I think they have toughness 10. There's nothing in my army that could really do it. And
Yeah.
the rules for the World Eaters Combat Patrol, I think no one from GW even reviewed it. Actually, I think even the Codex didn't get reviewed because the painting section of how to paint that Combat Patrol, they've used the wrong colors to the names. And then they've also, as well, when they
Really?
wrote the Combat Patrol, the Lord Executioner, he's normally a leader. He can be attached to a squad of berserkers.
Yeah.
Not in the Combat Patrol.
Well, they've
And
got
there's a
their own.
whole
They've got their own
strategy.
data sheets, haven't they, in the Combat Patrol? So they don't. Yeah, their own data sheets, which don't. The big problem with Combat Patrol is it teaches you how to play one version of the game, and then if you go and play proper 40k, you have to relearn everything that you learn in Combat Patrol.
Yeah. So what I realized is they stuffed up with the Lord Executioner. You can't attach him to the Berserkers, which benefits from one stratagem. So that literally stretches one stratagem. And you've also got another stratagem which does Battle Shock, but you're not going to use that in Chaos Knight.
Yeah.
And there's literally one bit of war gear, because you have two choices of war gear when it comes to Combat Patrol. One's voided, and then the secondary objective is voided. So it gets to the point where it's like, this Combat Patrol is broken. No one went over it and went, okay, maybe the Lord Executioner should be able to attach. Maybe we should give the Jackals a feel no pain so they're not like someone looking at them. Because yes, they do have a high toughness, but to the point where someone just looks at them the wrong way and they fall over dead. Like,
Yeah.
that's just... So half of your box is basically voided. Your Demon Prince doesn't get any of the blessings of Khorne, by the way.
Why?
Because he doesn't have the keyword. It states the keywords. He doesn't have the keywords, so he doesn't get any of the blessings. So you only get half the blessings as you would be.
Is that in the Combat
normal
Patrol?
Codex. Yes. Read it. He does not get the blessings. So he doesn't get any benefits, no buffs. And also as well, he doesn't have any heavy attacks. The only attack he has is his 16 fast attack, and it only does 1 damage. So he's only doing an output of 16 damage if you're lucky. That's if you roll perfectly with everything.
I've never played Combat Patrol, and I feel like I've not been missing out.
No, you have not been missing out because you versed some armies and all that type of stuff. It's broken. I prefer the old World Eaters Combat Patrol where it was like 20 Berserkers, a Lord on Juggernaut, and 10 Jackals, because at least then. But even if you go to the old one, the old Combat Patrol was still on the app.
Yeah.
Con Berserkers movements are 8 inches. They've still got the 7-inch move. And they still, I think, get the buff of actually running in there and charging. So
That's crazy.
They've lost that. So that was the one thing I did like. Unless you go the Berserk Warband, yeah, you're not going to get that buff. But I do a little sneak into Berserk Warband because of the wording. You can actually get that benefit for your 8-bound. Attach a Slaughterbound with basically a 8-bound medic.
Yeah.
Put it as a 6-man squad of 8-bound. Have 2 squads exactly, the same, and they'll cause havoc on the board. And they're very hard to get off. And your opponent will be just staring at them non-stop. But yeah, it's got to the point where, right, things aren't balanced as best they could be. Like, they've clearly proven it in Spearhead. Spearhead's a lot more balanced.
So I've never played Spearhead. Have you played it?
I've seen people play it, and I've read the rules because I always like to dab into everything. I've got an old world army. I've got Age of Sigma. I've got like the Blades of Chaos and everything, and I've got like Heaps Army on 40k and everything like that. But I do try. I get a basic understanding of each type of set of rules, and the ones in Age of Sigma. So they have weak units, but they can come back once. So you actually, when you look at the Spearhead, if you got like armies that have like really light units and all that, look at it as double. So you've actually got, so instead of having like maybe 20 models in the box, you might have like 40 models because that unit can come back again.
Interesting.
And it's really interesting. So it's basically made it up of numbers. It's like, oh, you killed the squad, but it's going to come back. You got really heavy, tough dudes. Okay, they can deal out the damage, and they've just wiped out that whole squad. Well, that squad's going to come back next turn. because they're just basically chuck. That's all they are.
Yeah, we've
And they've
got
made
someone.
it even that the round.
We've got someone in chat here, which is interesting, making a good point here just about what we're talking about. So shout out to Small Hornet. And he says, Combat Patrol has had its unit count shrink to the point where it basically feels like just a really bad kill team spin-off.
Yes. Yes. If you look at the chaos, when we had the so-called Year of Chaos, by the way, I'm a little bit
so-called year. Yeah. Yeah, I agree with that one. So-called Year of Chaos.
Here's Calgar. Here's everything. Okay, what? They had in the White Dwarf magazines new combat patrols for each chaos,
Yeah.
god. The corn one. Let's get this started. So the corn one is basically, I think it's got. Excuse me if I get this wrong. Bloodhounds, 10 bloodletters, and actually no, I don't even think it has the bloodhounds. But it's got 1 slaughterbound, and it's literally got 2 squads of goremongers, what are the jackal kill team. So what they've done is what I've noticed with the new combat patrols, what they're releasing is they're forcing you to buy new kits or double that kit, what you normally wouldn't buy, to make that combat patrol. So they're doing it as a sales pitch, and then on top of that, they are you look at the kill team and it's not that good. It's literally, it will get shot up. If you verse Space Marines or Knights, it will not hold its ground because the Death Guard one is terrible. You only got a max of 5 Plague Marines, and the rest is basically just Plague Bearers. You got by the way, you got a Surgeon that doesn't do its job of actually healing Death Guard units. So that's hilarious. And yeah, it's not well balanced. It's not what it could be. So I'm hoping in 11th edition they kind of sit down and go, right, what worked in Age of Sigmar or Spearhead? Okay, we've also got the ability that they've got realms, right? So the realms actually affect how the battle goes, like causes issues like negatives and all that type of stuff, I believe, for models. Why don't they use that 40k for different planets? Oh, you're playing on a demon world. Okay, well, this is going to affect your models in this way. Or you're playing on a jungle world, or you're playing at a night fight in the city, like we used to back in 4th and 5th edition, like still fighting in that. It's gotten to that point. And when you look at the spearheads, yes, they are good for money, but they're not really the best. Most of the time, they're not the best starting points for your army. And we're talking about the new spearheads as well. They're just recycling the what was that game called? The one where they had it out for a while, war bands and all that type of stuff. It was their version of Kill Team.
Warcry.
They literally if you've noticed, every new kit for the army, unless they don't have a Warcry band, has the Warcry. Like, let's use Khorne for example. The Khorne Spearhead, the new one, is the Warcry band, Karnak, what is the free-headed dog boy, and 10 bloodhounds. That's it. So it's
how much is that? How much is that in Australia?
They've done they've done the same for the so you know how the what are they called? The Blight Lords have all these new kits coming out, right?
Yeah.
You'd be like, okay, so we're going to get these new kits in the Spearhead. No, it is what is it? It's their theme version. It's like the bloated boy. You know, he's in Dark Tide as well. I forgot. He's not the Spawn, something like he's something else, but they're very cheerful in that. It's one of them. I think it's like 6 Nurglings, like 6 Nurgling bases, and then the Warcry team, and then the Sorcerer. That's what you get.
That's crazy.
It is so
I not even see them
crazy.
do that. I'm not even so yeah, I mean, it's interesting because I wonder, for years Games Workshop used to have new units get released in big box sets alongside like other units, and I do wonder if it's a little bit of a catch-22 for them, because on the one hand they used to release, hey look, here's shiny new unit in a box set, is the only way to get it. Oh yeah, if you want it you need to buy all this other stuff which you might not want, and people criticize them for that. So now they've done it the other way, where it's like, oh, so the new comp patrols and stuff are going to be full of like shite, but hey, at least you can buy the cool stuff separately. But it's almost like, yeah, but GW, there's a halfway between the two of those. The comp patrol doesn't need to be just shite.
Have you noticed that the kit, what's in them, are the models that no one's buying?
Oh yeah, yeah,
like,
yeah.
100%. So they're going, right, here's all these cool rules, and here's how you have to play in Spearhead. And if you want to play at Spearhead, you have to use those models unless you use the old ones, what you can't really buy anymore. But you can just make it up with what you have. Because the old Corn one was so good. It was 3 Blood Crushers, 10 Blood Warriors, 10 Reavers, and then a Slaughter Priest. That's literally a Blood Priest or Slaughter Priest. One of the. It's going to have the word Slaughter or Blood in it if it's Corn.
Yeah.
So you can't go with it. But it was that, and it works so well. And then you read this one, and it's just like, what? Okay, we're going to use the Warcry band and all this stuff. I don't think it's friendly as well because those models are more detailed. I would like to have a baseline unit where basically it is the core units you're actually going to use when switching from Spearhead to the actual Age of Sigmar game. So I want it to be an actual good start. And they've kind of stopped doing that because the old one, like you look at Slates to Darkness, it was like 10 Chaos Warriors, Chariot, 5 Knights, and a Chaos Lord. That was beautiful. That's you're going to use every model. Maybe not the Chariot, but you're going to use every model in that arm. Okay, but they've just made it now where you're not getting your bang for your buck when buying these boxes, and they're getting so expensive. Like I look at these things and I just go, man, I could literally get a 40 kilowatt solar battery what will run the house at night, and when the power goes out, will run the house still with the solar panels and everything. Only have to pay for the connection fee for the using the power because government wants you to still be attached and that.
Yeah.
Or I can buy a couple of plastic miniatures where normally back in the past I would be able to probably use that money to buy the big company Space Marine box that they had out once, where it was a whole company. It just gets ridiculous.
I do think I would say it does feel, and I said this after I have been someone that has actually traditionally not railed against GW prices, which some people may find surprising. I have grumbled along with the rest of us. I've been like, oh, this has gone up, grumble, so on and so forth. But I think the last price increase was a surprisingly, I think it was a watershed moment that I'm not sure enough people have really cottoned on to yet, because for a long, I think we have now reached the point where for a lot of people, Warhammer isn't just expensive, it is too expensive. And I think if you want like a couple of examples I can pull off the top of my head now, is the first one is the new Warhammer Quest game, which they wanted 100. Yeah, they wanted 100. I don't even know how much that's going to have been in Australia, but they wanted like 160.
I had a look at it, Joe. Yeah, you don't want to know. It's basically.
You don't want to know.
So look, honestly, I would rather that money go to paying like the council rates or. Oh God!
We got a phone down. The Doomslayer. The Doomslayer doesn't care about the phone.
I'm gonna put this back in. The Doomslayer helmet failed in its job.
That's okay.
It's all good. Helmet. You're like propped up, so I'm like using just the ability of.
Just hold the phone if you want, man. If you just want to hold the phone and use that instead of using the other thing.
I'm going to change it to pretty much bring it over here. You're going to rest against probably one of the Gazfu Black Frucker, one of the Black Library Orcs.
Yeah.
I'm just going to see if that turned on. Just 1 second. It's a bit annoying. If you hear noise in the background as well, it's bin day here, so
it's fine, man.
It's
we're just chilling. We're just chilling and chatting. There's no pressure. It's all just chill. People are happy to see. People are happy with the convo. It's all gravy.
I'll turn on the light so you can actually see what I've got. And this isn't all of it, by the way. So we have all that whole row there. That's all painted. So
nice.
We have about in each box here. That's 4 combat patrols. Is this thing working?
I don't know.
Yeah. Okay.
I think so.
We have 4 combat patrols. We've got some Age of Sigmar stuff. We have Iron Warriors as well. Each of these boxes have over probably 2,000 to 3,000 points.
Nice.
So we have Death Guard. As you can probably see, we've got Mordian and Angron there.
Yeah.
This is just like stuff like, the model of the month and all that. I use that. I normally, if I get a mate who wants to get into Warhammer, I go, oh yeah, what faction do you want? And then they pick a model of the month and then they paint with me.
That's cool.
We've got Iron Warriors, Necrons, Word Bearers, Grey Knights and Custodes, Demons, and then on bottom here, I'm a bit naughty, they're being primed, but we've got a lot of the Grill Boys, especially from that magazine that recently come out.
Yeah.
There's heaps still there. I've got like 30 Black Hawks, 30 Iron Jaws, because I bought the
Nice.
magazine like 3 times, because I was like, here's another thing. The box is about $120 in Australia. The magazine's like $19, and it gave you like 10 Iron Jaws. So I just bought the magazine 3
Yeah.
times. I know, guilty.
No, I did the
guilty.
same thing with
I
the
literally-
Tyranid von Ryan Leapers. It was like £6 for 3 of them, and I was like, obviously, I'll buy that 4 times.
So we've then got we just got boxes, paints. We've even got painted terrain.
Nice.
I've got a textured board here that I've made as well, hidden behind. We do have the Bloodbound, or the Blades of Corn, whatever you want to call them.
Yeah.
Under that is an Old World army. Here we have about, I think it's like 54 Chaos Warriors from Old World fully painted.
Nice.
Yeah, I've got the metal Chaos Lord with the 2 axes and that, so
Cool.
that's always fun. That's not including helmets. So we have a life-size Khan helmet down there.
Yeah.
What I still have to glue up. We have a Night Lord helmet that I still need to finish gluing up there.
That's cool.
We have a Khan helmet that I can wear, and then we've got a Nile World Eater helmet there. We've got those are just poop buckets, by the way. They're just they're Space Marines. And then we've got the Old World.
That's
like,
cool.
darkness thing. Yeah. So, and then I've got a plasma gun up there as well. But yeah, we've got oh wait, I also have war dogs. I have 3 fully painted war dogs, painted as House Corvus. What is the house that Bellacore literally looked at a Night World and said, I need knights. How do I get these guys on my side? Let's just zip them into the warp, and then they have no other choice but to follow me.
Interesting.
And then I've got about 6 kill teams as well. So as you can see, I've got that up there. So I am a fan of Games Workshop. A lot of my older kits are at my old man's house up in Debra. But yeah, you can clearly see I'm a fan of GW. And that's not including the books that we have in the spare bedroom. Hold my beer. So sorry about the spare bedroom mess.
We're getting the live tour. That's okay.
That's all books. That whole row is all books. That's like a quarter of the Horus Heresy. And then we have all those books there. There's about 80 books in that pile there that I've all read.
That's amazing.
So when I go to conventions, right, like Supernova or GHMX, and people start talking about the lore, and then I say something, they're like, no, that's not true. I'm like, no, look it up. Don't Wikipedia it. Look it up.
Yeah.
Because Wikipedia is just, that thing can get changed so much. And they literally see I'm right. And I'm talking about stuff from the Horus Heresy, stuff like old lore and all this type of stuff. And they look at me and go, the frick did you know that? I'm like, dude, I've been in this hobby for a long time.
I read the Ancient Scrolls. The Ancient Scrolls.
Well,
that's what you read.
The Ultramarines at one stage had a librarian that was half elder.
Yeah.
Yeah, in the old, like, I think that was Rogue Trader, actually.
Yeah.
So that's what I mean. Like, I've been literally just changing hands.
That's okay.
Into this hobby for like freaking ages, man. Like,
yeah.
I know my lore, and when I say the Black Library book quality is going down, it's going down. Age of Sigmar books, how they're written.
I haven't read a Black Library book in. I haven't read a Black Library book in. Like a new one, and like I still read Eisenhorn. I still read Gaunt's Ghost. You know what I mean? I have no interest in any of the new stuff. It's crazy.
Actually, the boy from Gaunt's Ghost popped up in this book I'm talking about, and he's by himself. So that makes me a little bit depressed. It's him because he's got his musical instrument, and there's a moment where it's a bagpipe he plays, and he's playing it. And then he puts it down, and one of the Space Marines tries to reach it. The guy pulls a freaking knife out on a Space Marine and aims
leave it
on the joint.
alone!
The Space Marine's like, and he literally stops, and he's like, I am sorry, my lord. And he goes, I take it that's very sentimental to you, Guardsman. And he's like, yes. And he's just like, fair enough. But they talk about how they've tried to induct him to become a Space Marine because he looks so young. But the boy is like sitting at 40 years old when this book takes place. So he's actually got grays on the side of his hair. But they say he still looks young as shit. So it's kind of funny. But yeah, just it's quick. Actually, I'd advise it's all right book. It's just it takes place everywhere. It's kind of sad because in the book as well, they're trying to get past enemy lines. So they've got this Imperial Guardsman. Yeah, that's right, Imperial Guardsman, not Astra Militarum. Imperial Guardsman sub that they've got people who they believe were not good enough fighters, and they've basically sealed all the survival pods so they can't get out. And the whole idea is that this submarine will go behind enemy lines, get blown up in the water. The human crew, will die because because the Imperial Guard have welded all the survivor pods, so they can't even get in to escape, to make it look real that there was no survivors. And the Space Marines are going to trot across the seabed to get to the enemy fortification. So there was a moment where one of the poor guardsmen, she said, like, "Hey, please remember us for at least like a minute." And the Space Marines like, "What the hell are they doing?" So they look around the submarine, and they're like crouched over and everything because it wasn't made for them. And he notices that they're all being welded. So he asks the captain and goes, "Why are all your survival pods welded?" "To make it look realistic, and we were deemed not good enough fighters by the commissars."
Yeah.
And he just went, "Well, did you retreat?" "No, we just didn't kill enough dudes." And they just went. So when the submarine starts to take water, one of the poor guardsmen screaming, "I don't want to die. Please just stab me. Make it quick. I know you need to use your bolter rounds and everything, but make it quick. I don't want to drown in the dark." And what the Space Marine does, and this is what they all do, he looks over as they're around their necks, goes over to the survival pods, goes, "F this," rips the welding off, grabs the guardsmen. The guardsmen are like, even like a couple of them are like, "No, we've got to make this thing look real. We've got to make this thing look real. We've got to make it look like there was no survivors on the sub." And he just literally said, "Your duty isn't done." Shoves the guardsmen into the pods.
Yeah.
And then when the thing like implodes, they're walking across the seabed and they're literally carrying the survival pods with them. And then they get up to the land, they take out all the enemies, and then they go back to the pods, release the pods, and then just say, "Hold this beach, put a beacon up, tell them that we've got here because we've captured this command post, and just watch this command post. That is your duty." And then they just walk off, and the people are just like, "What the hell?" Like they just went. It's kind of funny because you get Space Marine chapters, especially with Rin's World with the woman. Have you heard that one?
No.
The Crimson
Oh,
Fist?
wait. Yeah, no, I have. They like they say it's like it's the same one with the Land Raider that goes ape, isn't it? The Land Raider. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just like, there's moments in the books that are really good, and then there's just like you read the Chaos books and you're like, holy crap. But there are some Chaos books where the Chaos Space Marines give a crap about their mortal humans. But when you read a lot of these new books, especially Age of Sigmar, they are, and apologies for my French, shit. They don't set the world.
You're Australian. I'm surprised you've not sworn more at this point. To be honest, you've been very good at holding it in.
Swear, but you know, being a dad has kind of like tilted me, and plus also like, yeah, I was around a lot of officers in my military career, so you kind of learn to bite your tongue and, you know, don't say anything too charry. Yeah, I just think the quality has gone down. They're asking, so the cost has gone up, the quality has gone down, and that goes to the books, I mean. And then when we talk about products, the price has gone up, but what you're getting for your bang for your buck is you basically got a ticking hand grenade where, oh, is this model going to be valid? Or is this loadout going to be valid? Like, I want to buy Chaos Terminators. Well, how do I know that in 11th edition they're going to get rid of Chaos Terminators from the World Eaters thing and add proper Butcher models?
Yeah.
So it kind of, see what I mean? Like, that's why I only
they've definitely brought an element of uncertainty to the buying process, because it used to be you could kind of predict what was going to go, because it was like, is it made out of plastic? No. Well, then it's probably going to go, right? But that's not really
say that now.
You can't really say that now, can you?
World.
Yeah,
Old World's bringing back a lot of their resin stuff. Like, but the thing is as well, like, I've got all these Chaos Warriors for Old World. They've already put a quote at the end of the Marauders stating that they're going to probably bring in new Chaos Warriors. Like, it's been hinted so much on the Warhammer community that they're going to bring Chaos Warriors updated models. So
I don't want the updated models. The old ones are good. Leave the old ones alone. That's what I say.
Yeah, I love the Hunch models. Those models are my boys. Don't F with my boys. But what I'm going to say is, have you heard of the broom theory?
No.
If you buy a broom, right? If you buy a broom, You have to
Oh,
change
it's
the brush, it's broken.
yeah.
You
This
change the
is
brush, and
yeah,
then you
yeah,
eventually change the handle. Is it
yeah,
the same broom? And that's what I
yeah,
feel like Old World's going to be eventually. Is it the same Old World if we change all these kits again?
yeah.
Because also as well, I believe the Marauders are on bigger bases. I think they're on 32-inch bases, like the proper square bases. They're no
They
longer the
might be
small
on.
square bases.
They might be on 30 by 30 rather than 25 by 25. That's kind of interesting. I'd have to look into it.
Yeah, because I saw one standing next to one of our Chaos Warrior boys, and it was literally looked like the same base size. So they've clearly upped the base sizes to accommodate for the posers. But it gets to the point where it's like, okay, is this the same old world? Well, it's technically not Warhammer Fantasy because they've changed some things, and it's good that they are going back to it. A lot of people wanted it. I wanted it because I do not like Age of Sigma. I do not like the lore. I like the models; they look awesome. But I read the new book for even one of the new models, Abaraxa, whatever it is down there, the chick on the dragon and everything, like not even a proper dragon, and it was terrible. I didn't like it. It just didn't. She seemed, instead of a badass, she seemed like a whiny person, and I didn't like it. And
Yeah.
that's how they portray a lot of these Age of Sigmar characters. And I'm like, and when they talk about these battles, they don't like, oh, that it eventually became a sea of blood. And I'm just like, okay, cool. How was it a sea of blood when you've mentioned the numbers and it doesn't equal up? To have that much blood in them, they've got to have basically thousands of liters each to be able to produce that. Like,
So
it's just ridiculous.
I remember a really funny bit in one of the this was around this wasn't that long ago, but it wasn't like last year. Do you know what I mean? It's maybe 5 or 6 years ago.
Yeah.
There's a moment in one of the books describing a battle between the second Damocles Gulf Crusade, but no, sorry, the first Damocles Gulf Crusade between the Tau and the humans, and there's a scene where like basically there's a company of Imperial Guardsmen that are pinned down by the tower. They're behind, they're in like a dry riverbed. There's like a sort of a hills, not like a gentle rise. The tower on top of the gentle rise, like maybe like 100, maybe a football pitch away kind of thing, maybe 100 meters away kind of thing. And the guardsmen have run out of ammo, and the reason they've run out of ammo is because in typical Departamento Munitorum stupidity, they were all supplied with like Mark V power cells rather than Mark III power cells. It's kind of a nod to one of the old Gaunt's Ghost books as well, which is that's nice, that's cool, right? But it's described as like 50 to like 100 guys here. It's not a huge amount. And one of the like the colonel's dead. Basically like the guy who's in charge now is like a lieutenant, it's like a grizzled, or maybe like a grizzled sergeant. All his men are like looking to him, young and old, and they're like, Sarge, like, what do we do? And he's like, there's nothing we can do, man. We just got to like stay here. And one of the young recruits, like one of like the still wet behind the ears, like youngest guardsmen in the company, says, well, couldn't we try these things? And he pulls out his bayonet, and the sergeant's like, son, you want to go up against aliens with technology that I've never seen, and I've been serving in the guard for like 10 years, all this guys, and you want to go up against them with like bayonets? And it's like, well, I figure the way I figure it, Sarge, we're all going to die if we stay here anyway. Yeah. We might as well go out swinging. So it's a really cool moment. Okay, but the problem is GW's not very good with numbers.
No, they never have.
Right.
They've never have. You read these books and you're like, how many? I'm doing the kill count here, guys, and I feel like you said there was less people, unless these people got back up again and got shot again.
Yeah. So it's a really, really cool moment, but you kind of have to ignore the fact that the author told you there was like 50 people in the fight, because it then basically the scene ends with them like fixing bayonets and the sergeant being like, hell, I don't want to live forever, and then they all go over the top of the creek bed, and then it cuts to the next scene and it's Farsight, and he's reviewing the battlefield footage, and he's like, the defense lines via Meshler had been broken unexpectedly, not by the human Night Titans, not by their Space Marines, but by simple human infantry. He reviews. He reviewed the
Pointed guy.
Yeah, reviewing the footage, he sees guardsmen charging through pulse rifle fire, hammerhead submunition rounds, orbital bombardments. I kid you not. Maybe 1 in 10 of them survives to make it to the ridge before they start setting about themselves. We're like, cool, 5 guys? I mean, I know the Tau aren't good in melee, but you're telling me 5 guys broke an entire defense line? Because you told me it was 50.
They were literally, they had plot armor on them. There were 5 guys. Were they wearing helmets? No, they weren't wearing helmets. Okay, we'll just do the ultramarine thing, and if they're not wearing helmets, then yeah, they're gonna survive. But I'll tell
so
you
it's a really cool moment, but it kind of gets let down.
Yeah.
And it's like you said, the numbers. Sometimes there's really cool moments, but then they don't proofread things. If that had been like 500, if that had been like 500 men, like a company going for it, and you know, maybe only 50 of them made it to this line against maybe like 200, 300, 400 Tau, but the Tau are just that fucking bad in melee that the moment the guardsmen reach, they can start setting, you know, they can take on Tau 1 to 5 in melee. Yeah, I can believe it, but 5 guys.
Okay. I'll tell you something about power level. 1 Night Lord takes out a company of tanks.
Yeah, but that's kind of funny. I can kind of believe that.
It's in one of the short stories, right? And what happens is, it's one of the ones I recently think. So they stuffed up already, the Astra Militarum stuffed up because they sent the Talon, the desert ones, the ones that can starts with a T, the Imperial Guard Regiment. Talar. Yeah. They put them on an ice world.
Yeah.
So what happens is they're doing a convoy and they're escorting this giant box, and they say that it is a Mordian lieutenant who's doing the operation. It's an Inquisitor, by the way, undercover. And what happens is the snowstorm gets so bad that it blows the box over. So they search it, and then people start getting got. And they're like, okay, what is it? One finally gets a look. It is a giant ass Night Lord, no weapons, and he's breathing heavily, and he's got his helmet on and everything, and he just runs off in the dark. The guardsmen can't, like the tank guys, can't get a good sight because of the blizzard. So this thing's running up, putting its hands between like where the gun is, grabbing people, ripping them out of tanks, doing all that type of stuff.
That's cool.
And he takes out a whole company of tanks. And he's just running around, and they get maybe 3 shots on him, what makes him stumble, but then he goes in the blizzard because it's nighttime.
Yeah.
And like at the end of the book, the one guardsman, like he's in the tank with the commissar, and in the end he retreats. Like he literally runs out of the tank, like legs it out of an explosion point because everyone in the tank is getting pulled out and slaughtered and everything like that. And the commissar's like, "You coward!" Shoots him in the chest. He falls over. Right as he's bleeding out, the Chaos Night Lord walks over because they're the last tank. Has the commissar's head in it and goes, "Thank you so much for running, because that commissar was being annoying, and he had pretty much he was getting close to me, but because you distracted him with running and he shot you, I had to like a split second to just shove my hand down and rip his head off."
That's cool.
And that's how the book ends. But there's like so many books like that. But also as well, I want to say one thing when you talked about the Tau. I read the Sadoshan book. So they have a thing that if they meet any new race, they have to try and make contact with, like in a friendly way. Does not matter what the condition is, what the war zone is. So imagine you're getting attacked by Death Guard, and then Plague Bearers start popping into Entity.
Yeah.
Do you, one, continue fighting because, holy hell, it's something terrifying? Or do you, from her point of view, put down your weapons and start trying to make first contact with a demon? Guess which option she chose? And through the whole thing, she's like thinking in her head, "This is wrong. This is wrong. I think the Ethereal's got this wrong." And then when it opened its mouth and flies came out, she's like, "F this!" Jetpacks away and starts booming stuff. But it's so hilarious, some of the things they do in the books and everything like that. Like there's some moments where I do laugh. But yeah, see, I will literally tell when GW does something right, they get it right.
Yeah.
But I feel like the amount of times they're getting things right is lessening.
Yeah.
Let's take, everyone's excited about this 500 worlds. I've made a video about it, even stating that the 500 worlds, this new campaign thing, is exactly what they did between 8th to 9th edition with the Psychic Awakening And then they did it with the Arcs of Omen. It's just a way to get a bit of extra bang for your buck before the rules change, and you basically all that becomes obsolete.
Like everyone's like, oh, 500
really
worlds,
is
500 worlds. And the thing is, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. I've got a theory, bro. I've got a theory.
Oh, I love theories. Go.
Right. So
is this better than the theory about they've put something in the potatoes in the military?
no, I don't know
Have you
that
heard
one.
about that?
No, I haven't heard that one. Is that
Yeah, I'll let you go with your theory, and I'll tell you later about that theory.
okay? That's off. That one's off topic, right?
Yeah, sorry. When you talk about theories, I'm like, oh, let's get.
No, that's okay. That's okay. So what I was going to say is the theory I've had is that Games Workshop, they've got very used to like manufacturing hype around products, and I think 2025 has been the year when manufactured hype has basically died out as like a marketing concept. So Games Workshop is telling me to be excited about 500 Worlds. And Games Workshop is telling loads of people to be excited about 500 Worlds. And I have literally not heard anyone outside of GW and their ball washers even mention it. No one gives a fuck about 500 Worlds, man. Who gives a fuck? Could be 1,000 worlds. I don't give a shit, man. Like, what is this? Why do I care?
No. The people that are mentioning the 500 worlds, guess which player base they are. Guess where they came from. From playing the Space Marine games. That is the only people that started from 500 worlds. Because who's the centerpiece? It's like, we've made a bit of money. A lot of mainstreamers now know Titus.
Yeah.
Right. How do we get more people into the hobby? Let's make Titus this main protagonist in the new campaign. Yeah. Oh, wow. Prices increase. They don't know any better that, hey, look, GW prices used to be this, so they expect this is the norm. That's their sales tactic. And then also as well, have you noticed it's like, I think it's the Horus Heresy where they released the trailers so many times now, it's a joke. The Kelf. We need more Ultramarines that got released and all that, and then you got one guy in
like what the first video was funny. We're up to video 3 now. Like the joke is, I'm someone who milks jokes until they're dead. Even by my standards, this joke it's dry. Yeah, it's done.
There's so many other battles in the Horus Heresy they could touch. They could have, if they wanted Ultramarines, they could have done the point where the World Eaters and World Bearers were joining forces and destroying the 500 world. They could have done that instead of just doing, let's go back to Karl, even though we've done it already. Also, let's do that.
Also, isn't this meant to be the addition of the 4th Tyrannic War? Isn't this meant to be the Tyranids are eating everyone? Why isn't this the second Battle of Macragge? Why isn't like...
Oh, that would have been cool.
You know, when they announced the 500 Worlds, I literally said it on stream. I was like, sick. They haven't forgotten about the Tyranids. The Tyranids are coming back. They're going to start like eating everyone. It's going to be great. And then they were like, and it's the Necrons. And I was like, what?
Okay, so I can defend that in the book thing, right? So, okay, hear me out. You know the lore in 8th edition.
No.
That was the Death Guard versus the Ultramarines, right? Yeah, no. You would know, of course you know. Stop taking the piss out of me, you bugger. You know how the lore was Death Guard versus the Ultramarines on their on the home soil, right?
It's all like Plague Wars thing, right?
Yeah, the Plague Wars. Then we had a 9th edition, the Necrons versus the Indominus Crusade. What if I told you someone at GW effed up the timeline and 9th edition is meant to be 8th edition? 8th edition is meant to be 9th edition because if you read the Indominus book,
they retconned it, didn't they?
With him versing the Silent King, but then nothing happens as normal in these new books because God forbid we kill a main character. But then at the end of the book, it's like, oh, Mortarian's causing issues. I have to go to Ultramar to defend it. And it's like the Plague Wars. And then at the back of the book, it gives you the timeline of the book. The Plague Wars happened after the Indominus Crusade. What was 9th edition? Because it was the Indominus Crusade because they have the Indominus marking on their arm greed.
Yeah.
So they've screwed that. So it's switched around. So I'm sitting there going, okay, the Tyranids, I think we're up to date with it when it comes to the Tyranids. Okay, I think that is the big bad. So as I said, the 500 worlds, I can understand like, okay, yes, the Tyranids are a friend, but he pissed off the Silent King. He literally looked at Gilliman looked at the Silent King, and the Silent King's like, I was making this perfect part of space where chaos could not even get into. you and Balius Claw came in here and effed my crap up,
Yeah.
I'm probably going to come for you. And the only reason Gilliman escaped is because of the Eldari.
Yeah.
But you know, once again, the Eldari saved the day, but they do it at the last second, not telling everyone. Oh, by the way, this is probably what's going to happen, guys. But we won't say shit. We'll let millions die. So I can understand where they can go through that, but they need something to happen. They need a character, or they need to have either it's 250 worlds now because the Necrons have caused some serious damage, or they need to be able to do something against the Necrons right. We've beaten back the Silent King, and now we're invading his space again.
I just think it's such a strange thing, though, right? I think it's strange because Space Marine was... I mean, the main part of Space Marine was the Marines versus the Tyranids, right? Obviously, like, the Chaos turned up and everything. And that was cool.
I think they chose the wrong warband, especially the Thousand Suns. I don't think that was the right one to do.
Yeah, but basically, most people who enjoyed Space Marine and all the marketing around it was like Space Marine versus Tyranids, right? So you would think that the 500 Worlds campaign would be related to the Space Marine game if they're trying to hook in the Space Marine 2 players. So, I mean, maybe they would have done it with Thousand Suns, but I don't think that would have been quite as hooky as let's fucking have Tyranids invading. So it's such a stupid... Necrons are such a weird choice. Necrons are such a stupid, weird choice for it.
They're going to have to bring the Silent King into it, but they brought in this new character who's like a destroyer, and I'm just like, this doesn't make sense. The destroyer cults, because I've got the Necron Codex, the destroyer cults are something completely different. So yeah, it's okay. Yeah, they want to destroy the 500 worlds, but who's directing them? Because they need someone to properly direct them. Like, is the Silent King actually taking foot and center? Because there's no mention of him. So I don't know what the frick is going on.
Yeah, and here's the thing. And here's the thing. You know that because you have read a lot of lore and you've been around for a long time. But imagine if you're someone who's one of these new players who's coming in. And all that, you're not gonna know that a destroyer needs. You're not gonna know any of that shit. You know what's really easy for you to understand? Oh, the bugs are eating the marine worlds. That's like super easy for you to get your fucking head around. So I really, people. This is another theory, right? So people keep saying that GW is trying to get rid of the old players to cultivate the new players. But frankly, I think
I would believe that.
I don't
believe that 100%.
You would believe it. I don't believe it. I don't think it holds up to scrutiny because they don't do anything to make new players come in because it's way too fucking expensive. The campaigns don't make any fucking sense. And they've got rid of all the fucking poverty intro boxes. Like, what about this is good for new players? Like, what about this is... Like, it's not good for anyone. Like, the old players don't give a shit. The new players don't give a shit. Like, what about this is hooking people in? This is the thing. Like, I don't think... that theory actually stands up to scrutiny. And let me tell you, I've got a lot of people in my community who have joined this game, joined 10th edition, and a huge amount of them who are new players have come in, and after less than 2 years, they're going out. Because new players don't have the emotional connection we have.
Do you want to know a fun fact? Everyone, you know how everyone in Games Workshop basically makes Henry Cavill their savior. He hasn't really played 10th edition.
Yeah.
He's even stated that.
He hasn't really played the game, he just does the models.
You've got your main poster boy who doesn't even like it, and it's probably because of that. And he's mentioned the book so many times. So how do you think he's going to cope with all these massive changes? Because he'll be sitting there going, hang on, that wouldn't happen. This wouldn't happen.
We've seen him walk away from The Witcher. He's like, if you fuck with it, I'll just walk away from it. Yeah.
Also, there's a huge difference as well. What is he now? What is he now? Because I would 100%, I'm on the same base of him, what he's doing, what he's going through. What is he now? He's a dad.
Yeah.
He's like, everyone's going, oh, it's his baby and that. No, he has a baby. And give it a year or two, a father will literally put all his ambitions to the side to a good father, by the way, would make his focus on his kid.
Yeah.
So he might get to the point where Amazon's screwing around and he'll just go, you know what? I want to just sit back, spend time with my family, do some smoking because he smokes his meat and do that. I would not be surprised if he did that.
I mean, he must have enough. He's got like infinite money, so he can just literally just live off those royalty checks for a little while.
He's got like a little home gym as well. Like he's got that as well. He's not a fan training in gyms. Like, I'm not a fan of training in gyms because if you think the Warhammer community is toxic, wait until you get the fitness community. I don't want to even step in it because it is like one extreme to the next, and it's different. Instead of your wallet hurting and hygiene, maybe it is your health, and that is dangerous. Like, I literally walk in and people are like, "Oh, you're on this and this." You can smell like the chems in the air when you walk into a gym. That's how scary it is. And you've got young kids doing this new trend called maxing, where they literally shove as much testosterone into their body and not knowing that, hell, man, you just destroyed your body. But back to Warhammer.
Back to
Warhammer,
yeah.
You know what? Sorry. Look.
No, it's okay. It's okay. You just, people get nervous when an Australian person starts talking about like peptides and steroids and stuff like that.
Oh, okay. So look, okay. So I'll be honestly honest. The only thing I take, right?
You don't have to say anything. You don't have to tell us anything if you don't want to. It's up to you.
No. Is literally this stuff, and it's just like it's this, and this is stuff you just buy over the counter at the sub store. It's literally just plants, and what it does, it's not to increase your testosterone. It is just to keep it at what it should be. Okay, I'm going to give you a heads up. About 3 months ago, my testosterone. So the doctor uses a scale.
Someone just said in chat. This is what you've got to be careful because my chat will troll you. Someone just said in chat.
Oh yeah,
guys, we should all start maxing.
Damn it! And then I get a whole bunch of people 1 year later going, I can't keep up with the cost of tests, and oh no, I've got the wrong one, and now I have an infection and my nipples are leaking. That's what I'm always seeing in chat, just going, oh, you can milk these babies.
So someone was asking, what about the army potatoes?
Oh, so there's two stories about potatoes. There's one where a guy was having trouble getting it up, so he said, oh, they must have been putting them in the something in the potatoes, right?
Right.
Now, there's a rumor going around at one stage that they put something in the potatoes to stop men being sexual. Thinking about women and all that type of stuff, because you want your guardsmen focus on the battle ahead and the job at hand.
Yeah.
And what happened was, and I think this is 100% true, because when we were doing divisional rounds, so we were all standing in our whites.
Okay.
While the CO was walking around, we're all at attention, we're all looking amazing. Why was a lot of the men... See, I didn't eat the potatoes because I was just, eating the porridge and everything. I wasn't a big potato fan because after you had the potatoes, they just kept re-cooking the potatoes. A lot of us thought, shit, we shouldn't have joined the military. We should have just became potato farmers. But a lot of the dudes had something else at attention.
Oh, interesting.
And it is noticeable in whites.
Did he eat the potatoes?
Came to the thing going, yeah. They all had something in common. They ate the potatoes. So the thing goes, were they putting something in the potatoes to stop us being sexually active, but then it had the complete opposite effect?
Yeah.
So that's the story.
With a little like crushed up blue flecks in the potatoes, because that might explain the situation.
Might have explained a lot of it. It did taste a bit salty. Something's going salty.
Yeah. There used to be a theory, because I never did military, but I did mess around in the army cadets for a bit. Loads of people do, right? And one of the jokes that used to go around we used to get the little ration packs and stuff. Because you're basically like a child. You're like a child. So yeah, exactly. And they used to say in the British rat packs that the boiled sweets stopped you from getting erections. And so whenever you'd go out on exercise and you knew you'd be like doing your little like weekend X, you'd like before you went out, you'd eat all the boiled sweets so that you wouldn't have an erection. And then you wouldn't be distracted by that stuff going out, because you don't want anyone like pitching a tent in their sleeping bag.
we've got a word. We've got in the Navy. It's called chari. It's just like it means badass. Like you're so into the Navy and all that. No, man. If I got a hard on standing on the rain, you got your CO. You can see the steam coming out of his voice because it's that cold and it's raining. You're all in whites. You're all holding F88 sides. I'm sorry. I'm gonna have an erection because that is a badass chari Giga Chad moment as you're all staying attention. You're all salty face. You all look like you're either constipated or angry, and you're just loving it. And she's just yelling at you. You don't even know what the fuck he's yelling, but you're like, let's frickin' go.
It's a manly man moment. Yeah.
It's a manly man moment. You know what? I reckon the women would have also the equal effect. Because 50%, I love where everyone gives the Navy crap for being gay. No, I think the tank corps is a bit, because they have aircon in those units, most of them, and they're coming out a bit sweaty, and they're all dudes in there. So something's going on there. At least on the ships, it's about 50% girls.
Yeah.
So you know what? You're not going to be lonely at sea.
I was
And there's
always
the
I was
flag
always
bin
told
and-
the ones to watch out for were snipers because they're just used to like, you know, hiding in a hole and all that kind of stuff. That's what I was told to watch out for.
Nah. I remember I dated an army chick once and all that, and she would make all these Navy jokes at me, and I would look at her and go, "Do you really want to go down this road about semen?
Yeah.
Do you really want to? You're taking the crap out of my joke, you know?" And I'm just like, And then she just shuts up, and I'm like, exactly, yeah, that's right. But okay, predictions of 11th edition. You know
Yeah,
what
let's
I wanna
talk
see?
11.
I
Let's
want
talk 11.
GW. I want GW to go back to the old dark, grim dark artwork, right? Black and white. I want them to do that. But you know how I set this, as much as I want Perjurabo to come back, you know who you would bring back. So this would be a really good one. Starter box. Now stop me if I'm wrong, and this is gonna drop everyone, and this is gonna change how everything works. Space Marines are not the poster boys. The Imperial Guard are. And guess who they're versing? The Word Bearers. Guess who's coming back? Lorga. So in the box, how cool would it be if you made switch it around? Because you know how the opposite army, normally the Xeno fraction is normally the Horde army in the box, like Tyranids, it was like 20 gaunts and all that. You'd get like something maybe like a easy to build Lehman Rush battle tank, 20 guards, like 20 guardsmen, so it's 2 squads of 10, and maybe a command squad or something like that with a commissar attached to it. You know, something where it's like, okay, you're getting your
best
within
I
the
can
squads you'd have your
best I can do 10 cavalry. Have you seen the every single guard box they release has to have cavalry in it. So best I could do best I can do 10 cavalry. That's the guard half of this hypothetical starter set. Okay, so what was the other half? Word bearers. Best I can do is it's word bearers, right? Word bearers of demons, 10 Zangors. But
No, yeah. Let's not even talk about the poxwalkers. No, let's do poxwalkers. Let's just chuck 50 poxwalkers and 50 Zangors in there.
50? 50? No.
The word bearers.
Bro, take a 0 off each one of.
Nah.
Take a 0 off each one of those. 5 Poxwalkers, 5 Zangors. That's all they're giving you in the starter set, man. That's all they're giving you.
No, but if you think about it, like 20 guardsmen, 1 Lehman Rush, a command squad, a commissar, you get some, like, go back to the old-looking terrain, like the plastic one, what we got in 4th edition. And then on
ruin
top of
and the trees and stuff.
Yeah, that'd be cool. And then, or hell, you know what you could do? You could even, like, to make it that, because they did it with Kill Team, the wood ones, and make it so it looks like updated version, but the old Imperial Guard command centers. You know the cardboard ones you could buy?
Yeah.
Put them together. Well, they got the MDF wood now. They've done it already of terrain and Kill Team for starter box. Why don't you do that with that? You could get more terrain for your buck. Hell, with less money, you could make a whole city, so that would benefit the guardsmen if they changed the rules a little bit to the old ones again for terrain. That would work. And then what you make the word bearers is.
I do have a rumor. So there's.
I like my rumors.
Yeah. Apparently, the rumor is GW's been going around buying up like magnets, doing deals with certain like terrain companies, all this kind of stuff. And the rumor is that they are going to be bringing pre-printed, so not pre-painted, but like the printed stuff. So it's MDF with like printed stuff.
The Kill Team stuff.
Like the Kill Team stuff. They're going to be doing that pre-printed L-shaped ruined terrain. It's going to be sold by Games Workshop.
Don't give me the L-shaped ruins. Give me the old ruins she did when it was like Medusa 5 and all that cool stuff. Like,
yeah,
you know, it's stuff like that. And okay, so with the word bearers, you know what I'd make it? I'd make it 1 squad of possessed, like 5-man squad of possessed, and then also on top of that, get the apostate, with his 2 little dudes with him and all that type of stuff, and then maybe get a squad of Chaos Space Marines, one that's broken up for more close combat, and one that's broken up for like just stand bolters and that. There you go. There's your box. There's your fun thing. You can do like a city fight and all that, and then having the law that, hey, Lorgars come back from a certain direction. The guard have no backup, but however there is, and this is where you lead it up to it. However, there are Raven Guard on their way. What could lead to a certain someone else coming out of the warp because he's like, Lorgar, like, you know, just like, yeah, Corvus. Have you listened to his battle audio book?
I haven't.
For the Horus
No.
Heresy
Is
on
it
his
good?
stand? The guy brings out a freaking electric whip, and then after he loses the whip, he starts going around and just hitting people.
That's
and
cool.
he's like, he literally says the most coldest line where he's like splitting his surviving forces up to take on this Iron Warrior thing because they're all hiding. And he literally goes, he puts all his bodyguards in all these different companies and that. And his main bodyguard goes, but Lord, you don't have any bodyguards. You've put us all in different squads. And he turns around and says the coldest line, do you think I need a bodyguard?
Yeah.
Do you think I know? Like, he death stares this guy. Like, he literally death stares. And he's like, do you think I need a bodyguard? There's one moment as well where he goes through the camps of the heretics because he has the ability to, like, it's not really invisibility, but he can make it like, hey, don't notice the big-ass dude walking around. And he literally walks into the camp of the heretics and just goes, what the frick are these guys doing? Like, it's just crazy. But, yeah, when Angron shows up at the end of the book, he's like, nah, screw it, let's leg it. So he's running away. But that's how Games Workshop could go back to a really grim, dark way because the artwork for the Imperial Guardsmen in the black and white and the World Bearers the art's already there. So if you want to be lazy, GW, reuse that shit and then have those MDF ruins, have it as the Guardsmen because you know what? I think people, and a lot of people are going to say it, we're probably Ultramarine fatigued. We are literally Space Marine fatigued.
Didn't take long either. Only took like 2 months. Only took like 2 months and everyone got sick of it.
You know what I see all the time? With the combat, even with the combat patrol tournament and everything? Oh, Space Marines.
Yeah.
Oh, Space Marines versus Space Marines.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Okay, is this Horus Heresy point 2 or something? Like, is there something I don't know about? Like the
No. Horus Heresy 2.0 was good. This is the problem. Is Horus Heresy 3.0 is the one with the problem. I got something for you though.
Don't even get me started with that, Bob. Don't even get me started. When I saw the Horus Heresy stuff,
dude, they've put the price up. So that terrible Horus Heresy box, it came out at £175. It's now up to 200.
The one that just recently came out with the big dudes that you can't even understand how they fit in the armor.
Nobody likes it. They put the price up. It's now £200, £25 increase.
I heard that they had manufacturing problems with that box. Yep. A lot of people were getting their screws either damaged or there was details.
Yeah, but the price must go up. Now I've got a rumor for you. You're talking a lot of sense. It's going to be Lorgar, Imperial Guard, bring in, Corvus back. You're bringing the thing is, you're making too much sense. You're not thinking like a GW executive. So this is
I know. Oh my God, we got this thing at work where we say you're using common sense.
Oh
Don't use common sense. That's dangerous. Don't do that. Who would think of that?
Can't use common sense. So the problem you've got.
Go back pretty dark.
The problem is that the rumor is that the 11th edition box set, because it's Corpo GWs, they don't know how to make anything new. They only know how to recycle old, right? So apparently, it's going to be Space Marines versus Blood Angels versus Orcs, like 2nd edition. So you know who's coming back, don't you? You know who's coming back. Death is only an inconvenience to Sanguinius. It's only an inconvenience.
What is the point of death? That's what made it grim.
He's coming back from the multiverse.
We're not doing what? We're not going Disney, mate, and we're not going multiverse.
You don't think we're going Disney?
Like Marvel.
Oh, we're going Disney. We're going Marvel. We're waiting for that Amazon buyout. That's where we're going.
Also, as well, how does Chapter Master Valak, how the hell does he get some of this stuff right? I kind of look at him when he gets things right, and I'm just like,
I couldn't possibly say. He has his ways and means. He has his ways and means, and I couldn't possibly give anything away because I don't really know.
actually, I'll tell you something. So you know the World Eater stuff.
Someone in chat,
I got that.
Someone in chat just said the reaction to Sanguinius returning has been quite funny. Someone said, "If Sanguinius comes back, I quit."
Oh, look, mate, you're probably the guy who says, if he comes back or if they do that, I quit. And then, like, 1 month later, you're like, what's up, guys? Like, you're just playing it as if you just walked into the shop like, oh, no, I wasn't quitting. I was just joking.
I think Snowpeas T is genuinely on the edge of quitting. But someone made a really funny point, which was Mad Lark, and he said, I can explain how Sanguinius comes back. Belisarius Call remakes him.
Oh, no, we're not doing that thing where I saw on Instagram where, have you seen that funny thing where it's like, butt girly men, full grab. Like he's made each of the Primarchs like super sexual. And then he gets the full grab and it's like, full grab. And then everyone's just like, and? No, it's just full grab. It's like, that makes sense. But then like when Gilliman shows up, it's like, my dad, he's being weird, but girly men, and it's just like, no.
But I think they are gonna. I think if they, the thing is, Games Workshop's going to bring all the Primarchs are going to come back. Ferrus Manus is going to come back. He's going to have a computer for a brain.
Legion of the Damned. That is the only way they're going to do it.
No. They'll just give him a robot head. I think we've lost him. Oh no, I think we've lost Coordinate Gaines. That was too much. It was too much.
Oh, you there?
Oh, he's back again. You're back again. There you are. That was perfect timing. I said they're going to give Ferrus Manus a robot head, and it just cut out. Like, you just quit the conversation.
No, we're Australia, so we're like so back behind of everything, yet we literally are a day ahead of everyone. What I find it very funny. Like, like when I'm looking forward to something like releases or anything like that or pre-orders, I'm like, oh yeah, sweet. And then the day comes, I go on the website or I go on Netflix or I go on anything like that. I'm like, oh, where is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's because we're a day ahead. I have to wait another day. Screw you. So technically, I know it's all timey-wimey stuff right now, but technically I feel like, I'm from the future, so just telling you that.
What's it like in the future?
Yeah.
What's the 11th edition like? You're calling from the future.
What's the 11th edition like?
Should I start buying stonks in GW or Warlord Games?
I reckon there's going to be some people disappointed and some people happy.
Yeah.
But I won't tell you which ones are going to be happy or disappointed. You'll have to figure that out.
Okay.
Because I'm just evil like that. I do want to get into bold action, the Konflikt 47, but guess what the problem is? The problem is that there's not that many kits out Australia at the moment. And the problem is that I saw, because I did a bit of research, they had like a starter box, but they also had like a smaller version. You know how Games Workshop has a smaller version of a starter box? Where it's just like that? They had that they had that as well. I'm waiting for that to come up. So then I'll buy that one, but it hasn't been released yet. So
it does exist. So there is an introductory set, which is the £42 one. It'll be a little bit more for you, obviously, in Australia, but there is the introductory set that is out for Bolt Action and for Konflikt 47 now. So I'll send you some links afterwards. But obviously, there's no pressure. I'm not giving you the hard sell. I'm saying if that's something you were waiting for, I'll send you the link to it. But feel free to ignore it. Like, there's no dramas there.
I love miniature games, as I said. I got a little bit into Trench Crusade, and I've got all that stuff as well. Like, as much as people hate Trench Crusade, I'm like, seen the interview with the guy and everything, what was very recent, and it's just like all these things that people are complaining about. I'm like, the guy like even said it, like brought it up on topics and all that type of stuff, and he literally just shut down every conversation about it, like with actual facts and info. And I like him because he was a straight shooter. But yeah, like when people are saying, oh, there was a lot of politics talking on the website and all that, and he's just like, I'm gonna be honest, I was asleep. And I just laughed. I was just like going, oh my God, this guy is just a straight shooter. So you can go to get that thing. But like with Warhammer, the only way, I think I'm only going to keep buying the books, the paint,
Yeah.
And when they bring out the Combat Patrol magazine, because there's some good kits in there, I'm going to just subscribe to the news station with that. I've already told them which probably editions I want. And yeah, it's basically what I'm going to do. So when going forward, I might look at 11th edition, but truth is, I am concerned, as you said, like if it is going to be Blood Angels versus Orcs, I don't know if I can get into it. I'm sorry, it's just not my cup of tea. They
Primark
could have
in the
gone
start
such a
set.
grim dark.
Primark in the
Sorry?
start. Primark in the starter set. Sanguinius in the starter set.
No, I don't want a Primark in the starter set. I love it
Primark
how
versus Gazgul Thraka in the
you
starter set.
talking, yeah, camera is like frozen. You're literally on my side of the camera. You're frozen and you're in like deep forward. Like that's where it's frozen. Like you're
were a
literally
little
just looking
frozen
down.
before,
So
yeah. You were a little frozen before. I think it's just the
yeah, it's Australia. So
yeah.
you know, when it gets to a certain point of the day, it's like
Oh.
I don't know why it's not.
I think we're losing you again, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, it's got me frozen at the moment. It's all good. Yeah, the internet.
It's all right. We'll see if we.
Yeah,
It's coming and going. Do you think maybe we should do our?
yeah, it's all good.
Should we do our closeout set? If this feels like if the internet's going a bit squiffy, try and see if we do the closeout set.
Get this done.
Okay, let's see if we can make it work.
Around the day, people like to work. Yeah, people get on at work and this and that. It's done. It's a bit. The issue is if I fit the problem is like straight away cut out the whole thing. So like, am I still moving on your camera?
You're coming back.
You there?
Joey, you're coming back.
Yeah.
Yeah, there you go. It's better now.
Am I moving normal?
Yeah, relatively.
Yeah, okay, cool. I've got that set up. Yeah. It's the modem. It's the bloody modem. So where we built our house, the internet's absolutely crap. The only way you can get it is through the Wi-Fi. So
yeah,
it is what it is. But anyway, we'll get the set done. The problem is you're still stuck on that one photo, and I just don't know what it is. So
that's okay. I can see you. That's fine, and the stream can see us both moving, so it's okay on my end. Which it's the important bit because that's obviously that's on stream.
Yeah. That's the main thing. Right now, you're just looking at the camera, like in a very concerned look. Like that's basically it. So let's get straight into
just
it.
Screenshot that look for motivation every time. Every time you need motivation, be like
really
concerned Mordian motivates me.
Well, you're looking like at something, and you're just like, it's like you just read something, and it's like, dude, I'm just like, I don't know, it's like a sad, really sad look.
I'd love to see what it is, but it'll probably be lost, but it is what it is.
One second, I'll see if I can screenshot.
Okay, yeah.
We had movement.
We have movement. Oh, no.
We had movement for a split second.
I'm trying to move. I'm trying to move.
Okay, so let's get straight into it. Tell me when you're ready, because I can't tell for shit.
I'm ready.
Hey, also, we'll be checking to make sure you were doing this set.
I'm doing it. I'm doing it.
Good. Do the set. So we're going to do 16 reps again, each arm. It's not because today's legs. Oh, wait, I saw the movement now. I see the weights.
It's happening.
So, yeah, it's happening, people. It would have been awesome if we got some music going, but I don't know if YouTube does things now, so.
It's a bit, it's one of those that we could do it, but it would like demonetize the whole stream. And,
really?
And that would be obviously, and then it might block the stream as well, which would be a shame because obviously people don't want to be able to see this. So, yeah, it's best. It's a bit, obviously music always helps, but we're just doing a couple of chill sets, so we should be all right.
Yeah, that's all it really is today. Chill chats, talk crap about Warhammer, talk about where we think the hobby's going.
Yeah, exactly. Someone said on chat, I'm just replaying the old set that I did at the beginning of the stream.
you did that.
I'm not that technically proficient, unfortunately. I wish I'd thought of it.
Two more. Come on.
All right, I'm ready.
One.
Yours are way heavier than mine, so it's actually more of a you pumping yourself up to do it. There we
Oh,
go.
I used to lift heavier, but I'm getting old, as I said. I'm getting old. But one last thing about the you want to hear a fun fact?
I'm ready for the
So
fun
when I was
fact.
talking about the test levels, right?
Yeah.
So they do a scale. I don't use the big numbers that they use, right? The scale is if it's below 7.4, it's dangerous, right?
Okay.
Like you need to go see a doctor.
Okay.
If it is above 31.1, you are on something, right?
Right.
So like there's no doubt about it because that's the body can't produce that. I forgot what the scale's called. I got my bloods done because I was feeling exhausted at work.
Yeah.
I got my bloods done. It was an 8.4.
So not super high.
I was borderline. No, that's low.
Yeah, yeah.
That's the bottom of the scale.
Yeah.
So when I got posted to Shorncliffe Station because the shifts are better, like there's still night shift, but it was more to the fact like my shifts could be like, for example, 3:57 in the afternoon. Then the next day will be 7 and back to 2 p.m. And it's just
Okay.
all that Shorncliffe. It's like 1 hour difference. And so we did that, and I started taking that stuff, was just, the natural birth stuff. It went back to 25. So
Okay.
for my age of 32, that's basically where I'm sitting.
Yeah.
And as I said, you don't want to have high testosterone because, and this is for you guys out there, if you take this stuff, you are taking time at the end of your life. You are taking the ability to do stuff at the end of your life because your body fails to produce its own testosterone. And it then becomes to the point that you will have multiple problems as you age. We're already seeing it in The Rock. We've already seen it in that Batista and everything like that. You can't do it. And that's what I mean. If there's any young blokes watching this, don't do it. Just don't. I've never had to do it. I've been trained for 16 years. There are days where you're just going to feel like crap. And that's honest. There's going to be days where you're weak. Like, I'm nowhere as strong as I used to be when I was 24 kilos. Like, I was bar curling. Where is it? Where is it? Where is this sucker here? I use something different right now. I was bar curling. I'll get it up. 1 sec. That for like 16 reps. And oh god, which one's the working one? I don't know anymore.
Just have one in each hand.
No one paused that moment.
Clip it.
No one paused that.
Clip it. Clip it, chat. Clip it.
Yeah. But basically, I was doing that for 16 reps. And as you do get older, you're not going to be able to lift as much. And I would advise also when it comes to lifting, as much as you want to go to your high intensity of like 80%, lift super heavy, your joints and tendons just can't keep up anymore. So
Yeah.
my advice is just do like a weight that's moderate, do it 16 repetitions, do about 3 sets, do maybe a max of 4 exercise. That's all you really need per body part, 5 days a week, 4 days even. You do 30 minutes in, 30 minutes out. The gym should only be like having a cup of coffee in the morning. Shouldn't be your whole thing because as well, like I've got a compound bow. I want to get into LARPing.
Yeah.
It's crazy stuff like that. So, but also as well, look, just age gracefully like wine. Basically, that's what you want to be. You just want to age gracefully, and I call it fitness inflation is what's going on in the fitness industry. Don't look at the fitness industry. Stick to your own guns, and just basically you don't want to be part of that community, okay? Be part of the Warhammer community because at least a lot of it is positive. Don't be part of the fitness community. Trust me on that. Yeah.
There you go.
Trust me, I take one for one.
I said, there you go. Wise words.
What was that?
I said, wise words. There you go.
Yeah. Look, I've been, as I said, been doing this for 16 plus years. And I did it in the military and that. And look, as I said, you're going to have days down and all that. Work what works for you. Don't just because some fitness influencer on the internet sells you a program, it might not work for you. You need to stick in the time and do it. And also as well, like when I've chatted to you on the stream, Mordian, when I talk about how have you done your fitness thing, and you straight away talk about yourself, and I think you even use the word, this is your words, that on the line, you're a piece of crap. You're not a piece of crap, mate. You're not at all, because
I know some Tau players that would disagree with you.
You said that. Huh?
I said I know some Tau players that would disagree. I said I know some Tau players that would disagree with you.
No, you're not. Okay, it's because you know what I do when I do watch the streams? What was the one thing you said? I've changed my eating habits. It's these little wins that lead up to this big win. So it doesn't matter if you haven't done the gym stuff. The fact that you've started changing your diet, adding greens into it, adding veggies, you're already making that small thing.
Yeah.
Like, as I said, Rome wasn't built in a day. Your body should be the same. Like, just take your time. Like, even doing these 2 sets a day, that's enough. You've already done more. Each day, just go, right, I'm going to do, this is my goal. I'm going to do 3 sets. Do the 3 sets, forget about it, enjoy the rest of your day. That's literally what you do. You just, like, someone to watch, have the double door, do a quick set, take a up, do it back in. You've done it. Okay? Like, as I said, you don't have to be doing these full gym sessions and everything. And I've been doing more because in between sets,
I think we're losing you again, unfortunately. We're losing you again, unfortunately, because of the.
That's all good. We'll cut it there, and thank you so much for having me on the stream.
No, man, it's been good to have you, bro. I've appreciated it. It's been nice to just hang out and like talk some shit. So it's been cool.
No, thank you so much. Yeah, like I could have gone like full shit era, but I was just like, you know what? No, I'm having a nice day. I've lifted some weight. It's done some endorphins into my bloodstream, so I'm feeling positive.
Exactly. Yeah.
So,
I mean, just go where the conversation goes, right?
Thank you so much for having me on this.
No, dude, it's been good to have you. It's been good to have you.
It is what it is. Thank you so much. And like, as always, man, like just
like
we don't even have to do streams. Just keep messaging me on the thing. And as I said, don't ever think negative about yourself, because I honestly, and this is what I say to a lot of people, if you put in the same amount of effort you talk about your Imperial Guardsmen, like 2% effort, what you do with your Guardsmen into your lifting, fuck man, you'd be just blowing through the roof. You would just be blowing through the roof with that. Like,
be walking through doors sideways.
You've got it there. And you've done small changes. And it's not like, don't let anyone say, oh, no, you're not making a difference. You are. You're making small changes with your diet, mate. You're already taking the right steps into the right direction. You know, just even when you're painting your models, maybe just take a set, because sitting down all that time can't be good. Just take a set, do a couple of reps. It doesn't have to be 16 or anything. Just do like 8 reps each side. Sit down, paint your models, spend about 30 minutes, do it again. And you'll literally notice it only takes about 30 seconds to get that set out.
Yeah.
And then you're back.
Yeah, you're right. It's a good idea, that, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, just do that, because what happens as well when you paint is that you actually cause the brachius muscle to seize up more. So sometimes just loosening it up will help if you ever get pain down here as well. So yeah, anyway, but as I said, thank you for having me on the stream for this time. I'm going to go
appreciate
to North Lakes, finish off buying some Christmas gifts. Have you sorted out all your Christmas gifts for your family?
No, I do it all the day before.
Okay, fair enough. Now I get all my crap done ASAP, because I'm just like, we've got the Christmas tree up and everything.
Mrs. Mordian is like you. She does it all very ahead of time, very organized, and I just sort of wander. I just do it all like the week before. It's chill, like it's fine. That's the way. Like I'm just a chill guy. I'm just a chill guy, you know. I'm quite disorganized.
Well, to give you an idea, my wife, she takes over Christmas. So my son started putting up some of the decorations on the tree.
Yeah.
And straight away was like, secretly went up to me, whispered in my ear and goes, I'm literally going to pull it all down and put it the way I want it. That's what I mean. So I'm like, oh, damn. Anyway, I'll leave you to it. I've probably already put my paint and evil ways on your stream for too long.
It's all good.
Because I know, look, there's always going to be people who disagree with my things, and that's okay. Everyone's allowed to have their opinions and all that. I'm Aussie. I'm pretty chilled. Just probably don't call me buddy. That's like the massive FU to Aussies, I believe, because I don't know what it is. It's like no, okay. Just before I go, right?
Okay,
I went out.
okay.
I went to one of the places. Like, I went to a concert for like this Linkin Park thing and all that type of stuff, and then I went upstairs just to see, because I did security at that thing. I went to the very high point at Eden's Hill. Didn't know there was a private event happening, like just a birthday or something. Normally there'd be bollards to block the stairs or security guard signage. There was nothing.
Yeah,
Went up the stairs. The security goes, "Are you lost, buddy?" And I just turned around and said, "Look, I don't know what's going on." And he just kept putting in each sentence the word "buddy." And I'm like, no, I'm so sorry. There was nothing downstairs. When I worked security here, we had signage, bollards, and everything to stop people from coming upstairs to the event. We had security also and all that. So sorry, misunderstanding. Just wanted to see what the old place was like, because I worked here about like a long, long time ago. And he's going, "Okay, well, anyway, buddy, you're going to be making your way out." And then as I was just walking out, I turned to him and said, "You are a terrible security guard."
Yeah.
And he just looked at me and I said, "You're a terrible security guard, because your job is to diffuse the situation before it escalates and deal with it. You, in the first word, have just called me buddy in a tone. Like, how about that, buddy?" And I emphasized on it. And then his whole body language changed. I said, "Now see how your body language changed then.
Yeah.
Now, if you said, mate, hey, mate, are you lost?" or something like that, completely different body language, completely different approach. But say, "Are you lost, buddy?" And then and he had the goatee, had a bit of a pot belly, had the tattoos all over his arms, but no muscle and everything like that. And I just said, like, "You're a shit guard. You're a shit guard. Like, God, like, you're so lucky that I'm such a chill bloke, because I know that pretty much 7 out of 10 blokes would probably turn around and smack you in the face and say, 'How about that, buddy?'" I said, "You enjoy your night, buddy," and just laughed. And I just saw him like raging a bit. And I just walked downstairs and just let. And as I was walking out, I'm like, "Trust me, guys, you're not missing anything in the nightclubs anymore, okay?" Look, I've seen some crazy stuff. I've seen guys, a toilet that was covered in crap and piss and shit. And then 2 minutes later, after the cleaners cleaned it, I've seen a bunch of lawyers snort cocaine off it and then get a nose infection.
Yeah, grim.
I've seen some crazy shit, man. Okay.
I don't doubt it, man. I don't doubt it.
You're awesome. Keep up your health.
You
Keep up your
too.
fitness. You're doing the right things, mate. Don't let anyone say different. Don't even let your stream say, "Oh, you're being lazy, Mordian," and all that. Maybe just once in a while your stream just goes, "Hey, when you're painting, hey man, like every 40 minutes, hey, have you done your 8 reps?"
No, don't give them ideas, because you said 40 minutes and they're going to say it every 4 minutes. Like, this is what my stream is like.
No.
You're giving them ideas. Stop giving them ideas.
40 minutes. Not 4 minutes. We're not going to have him doing like some weird ass workout with his arms where he can't paint.
Every 40 seconds.
40 minutes.
Okay.
I don't know what. 40 minutes is 40 minutes, okay? You're doing good, mate. You're an awesome bloke. I hope everything goes good. Hope you have a Merry Christmas.
You too.
And it's all, get those models painted. Keep on lifting. Blood for the blood god and skulls for the skull pro.
Amazing, man. You too, man.
How the hell do I close this thing? How do I close this thing, by the way?
Just put your helmet on and be like, "Ah!" That's
no. How do I turn this thing off?
I'll turn it off. Don't worry. I'll turn it off. There you go.
I'll lead with a different helmet. Because, as I said, Games Workshop will probably eventually say, "No, you can't wear the helmet." So I'm going to put a different helmet on.
We're getting the Doomslayer one on. There we go. Yeah. That's cool, man. All right, catch you later. Catch you later, man.
Okay.
There we go. Cool. All right, let's have a look where we're up to here. There we go. So that was cool. It's always fun to be able to like chat with a fellow content creator, and also honestly, it's just nice to chat with, you know, just like a nice, just like honest, like normal bloke kind of thing. Yeah, it's fantastic. Dad, can we please keep the cat, Chan? No, I really do hope you guys enjoyed that. That was honestly like so much fun. And just let me put my just put this sorry, my Soviet conscripts are trapped inside my my dressing gown. But that was a ton of fun, and I really enjoyed that. And I think it's always great when you get a chance to like talk to other people in the hobby and everything. And I thought there was some really interesting points there. Like, I'll tell you what. Let me just grab a quick drink because I'm quite thirsty. Let me grab a quick drink, and then I just want to like just say a couple of points there based off that conversation because I think there's some really genuinely like interesting things, and it's one of the advantages of talking to someone from a different perspective. That's why like I was letting Mr. K Gaines there like do a lot of the talking, and that was from my perspective that was on purpose because he was saying some very interesting things in a good way, and like he was coming in this from a very, very different angle to the one that I normally approach it from, and I thought it was very valuable. And this is why it's good to talk to other people, because you get perspective. You get perspective, and you get the you learn new things, and you see things from another angle, and you see things from an angle you don't normally appreciate. So that's the channel. Check out Konflikt Games. Give him a like, give him a subscribe, all that kind of stuff. Let me just grab a quick drink. I'm only going to be 30 seconds, and then I just want to talk about a couple of bits. Okay, let's have a look. There we are. Let's have a look. So, Konflikt Games, Konflikt Games, thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the super chat, man. Thank you for the time as well. Not gonna lie, I need to pee the whole time. You should have just said, dude, you should have just said you needed the toilet. Was that why you were walking around a lot to stop the piss from coming out? You were like, gotta keep moving. If I stay still, I'm gonna piss myself. Oh, but I needed a wee as well. I needed a wee as well. I could have done with it. This is the value of communication. If we just talk to each other, we both could have had a wee and been, both could have had a wee and could have been more comfortable. But Konflikt Games, by the way, great to have you in the stream, and I do really appreciate you taking the time to chat and some really valuable insights. I just want to go over a couple of bits. So I actually thought that was a really, for me personally, and I hope this was the same for you guys. For me personally, I found that to be a very, very valuable conversation, right? And the reason I found it to be a very valuable conversation is because it was from a perspective that I don't normally see the game from, and there were some things that Konflikt Games talked about, which are things I'd never really even considered. Like, so I've never played Combat Patrol, so that is obviously, oh my god, we just 1 minute. Poetic terror, poetic terror. Oh my god. Whoops, it was late. All right, Poetic Terror. Give me 1 second. I don't want to lose these thoughts. All right, give me 1 second, and then I'm gonna wank you off, say thank you to you properly, all that good shit. All right, just please, understand. I'm only gonna be a couple of minutes. Thank you, man. I know I'm asking a lot because you've just done a big super chat, so I do appreciate your patience, mate. I don't see things often from like the Combat Patrol perspective. Like to me, I see the Combat Patrols come out and I just think of them as starter sets. But the fact that they're actually like designed for this other game system, right? The Combat Patrol game system. And if you actually play that Combat Patrol game system, then a lot of these ones that come out are actually they're kind of fucking with you. Like, the Chaos Knight one, for example. And, you might be saying, but Mordian, who plays Combat Patrol? And it's like, well, everyone who joins the game via GW is encouraged down the Combat Patrol route. When you think about it, you and I, and the majority of the people that I would say make up this channel have at least, have got a little bit under their belt, right? Maybe it's 6 months, maybe it's 6 years, who knows? But they've got a little bit under their belt. But the thing is, like, there's going to be a lot of people out there who start off down the Combat Patrol route. And, GW made a promise at the beginning of 10th edition that these Combat Patrols were going to be balanced against each other. And I remember distinctly the interview when one of the guys said, these are like relatively balanced against each other. And the other GW guy was like, yeah, like, totally. And it was obvious, right? So it was one of those things where, like, that's a really interesting perspective. And then there's also the interesting perspective of, like, from the lore perspective. Like, I'm not a lore guy. So a lot of the time, these, like, lore things these lore updates that happen, I don't fully appreciate, like, the impact of it. But when you think about it, we've got Konflikt Games there telling us that, this new lore, it's not cutting it. It's consistently, like, not cutting it. And then we've got other channels out there as well. We're having loads of, there's actually, it feels like there's a massive battle going on between lore tubers these days. We think we've got beef in the Warhammer, like, the war gamer part of the ecosystem. It's nothing in comparison to the tactical nukes they're throwing at each other over in the lore tuber section. So that's kind of mental. And then, I think Konflikt Games just made a really, really interesting point, which was, I feel like GW is succeeding less than they were in the past. And I think that's exactly the same way that I feel like GW is succeeding less in the present than they were in the past. We talk about things like, Warhammer Queef Dogwater coming out, and you know, that being a flop. We talk about Horus Heresy being a flop and blah, 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 blah. But, you know, you go back like 2 years and GW could not stop winning. Like, GW could not stop winning. And then, you know, fast forward, even 12 months ago, look at Grotmus now versus Grotmus then. Like, this is something I want to get to in a moment, but if you guys may not know, but Warlord Games, I know, but Warlord Games is doing a better Grotmus this year than Games Workshop is. Yeah. Warlord Games is doing a better Grotmus than GW is, and Warlord Games is a company a fraction of the size. Like, I would actually argue that Warlord Games is putting out a better Grotmus this year than GW did last year, which sounds crazy, but I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you later on. Still unsure. K, Queef Water, Boarhammer Queef, Dog Water. It's my name for Warhammer Quest, Dark Water. So, yeah, it's kind of crazy. So, yeah, I absolutely agree. Now, I'm hoping that this is because they're putting every resource they've got into 11th edition. But I am worried that this is not because I'm if I look back towards the end of 9th edition, Arcs of Omen, compare Arcs of Omen to 500 Worlds. Now, maybe I'm being a bit unfair. I'm not even sure if 500 Worlds has come out yet. Maybe it has. Maybe it hasn't. I don't know. But, like, compare, like, Arcs of Omen and how much of a massive end of edition shakeup that was. Like, the fact that it was laying the foundations for 10th edition. All of this stuff, like the way army building is done now, the way war gear is done now, or the way missions are done now in many ways, and especially, you know, like terrain, all this kind of stuff. All of this really, I mean, it started in 9th, but a lot of big fundamental things that Games Workshop, you know, brought into 10th edition were basically like trialed in the in the end of in 9th edition, right, with the Arcs of Omen. And then, you know what's going through my head now? Like, well, if this is meant to be the end of the edition where they trial a bunch of shit in readiness for the next edition, well, I'm thinking, holy fuck, like, where is it? Where the fuck is it? I'm waiting for my Arcs of Omen shakeup. You know, I'm waiting. I ain't got it. Yeah, so I don't know. Maybe 500 Worlds isn't out yet. Maybe it's not out yet. Maybe it's coming. But yeah, it's definitely. I have concerns, and I have concerns, and there's more. At this point, I basically have to like dismiss the evidence of my own eyes, and my belief that 11th edition will be good is based on faith. Like, think about that. The evidence tells me one thing, and it's my belief and my hope that is making me want another thing. That's kind of the crazy thing. But anyway, let's have a look at some super chat stuff coming in here. So, of course, I want to say a huge thank you. No, I'm not being salty, Cosmic. I'm not being salty. I was just rounding out the last conversation. All hype, Cosmic. Don't worry. I'm not being salty again. I've literally been I've dipped my toes in, bit of a paddling pool, but I've not made a big thing out of it. There we are. I want to say a big thank you to Poetic Terror. It's popping up, baby. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Yeah, buddy. Poetic Terror coming in with the Death Strike tap, baby. Everyone in stream right now. We've got 140 people. Smash that 07. Spam it down in chat. Spam your favorite emojis. Show your awe and your respect for Poetic Terror for coming in and slapping down a massive super chat. Absolute Giga Chad maneuver. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Oh, Chair, how do you make Thanatos so great? Trying to make my own for the club. Projectara, thank you. Dude, firstly, thank you from the bottom of my heart for the absolutely incredible support. Secondly, just thank you for, this is like the 2 days in a row, 2 death strikes. You're an absolute fucking hero, man. You're incredibly kind. You're incredibly generous. And I mean it, bro, from the tip of my toes to the end of my big rubbery nose. Thank you so much for your just absolute Giga Chad maneuver. Like, seriously, just fuck me, man. Just amazing. So, Poetic Terror, 07, you magnificent bastard. And I raise my glass to you. I raise my glass to you, sir. Now, how do you make Thanatos so great? I'm trying to make my own for the club. So, there's no real secret formula to it. I just always had this vision of what I wanted, like a big apocalypse. So, 1 minute. I need to blow my nose. I don't have any tissue though. 1 minute. Bit of painting tissue might work. I might end up with paint on my nose. It'd be kind of funny. No. I've got no bloody tissue. What about a wanking tissue? Normally I'm well stocked, but not today. Okay. So. Basically, I always had this vision in my head of what I wanted an apocalypse event to be. And I always used to see apocalypse events, which were really cool, don't get me wrong, but they were just like a massive parking lot, right? It was basically like a normal size table, or maybe like a double size table. And then people just crammed every model they could onto the deployment zone. And it was just like, it was too, like the number of models was right, but the scale of the battlefields wasn't quite right. So I would say the thing that makes, if you want to run an apocalypse event like that, it's not really about the size of the armies, it's about the size of the battlefields. And that's basically it. You're trying to make, you're not trying to make the armies feel massive. The armies are going to feel massive. You're trying to make it look and feel like a big battlefield. And that's it. It's just you're trying to make a big battlefield. You're trying to make a battle, not a game. That's it. And I always had this vision in my head of what I wanted. And there's 1 or 2 bits of my vision that I haven't yet been able to like make work like practically. Like I want to be able to have like 2 separate, I want to have like the main gaming room, and then I want to have like 2 separate like offices, and in the offices are like, it's like the command staff for each team, and basically both sides have got like an interactive map of some kind, maybe digital, maybe there's like a camera or something like hanging over each board. Maybe the generals can come out of the office and like tour the battlefield and then come back in and like make plans and stuff. But the idea that there's like board commanders for each side, and then there's like high command, and the job of high command is to issue orders to the table, and for like a runner to go and take those orders and like open the order package, like, okay, I want you to attack down this flank. I know, and if sometimes the orders might not make sense, but that's like part of like the fog of war and the madness of command and all that kind of stuff. So that's the one bit I haven't quite implemented yet, but that is definitely something that I do want for the event, to basically have a place where both sides can have like essentially a high command room, and generals issuing orders and runners taking the orders and giving them to the tables, and generals having like maps that they need to be able to like update. And I think that would be really, really cool. Yeah, I think that'd be really cool. So, yeah, I think that's the next step for it. But right now, basically, I take my time coming up with a story. I take my time coming up with the story for the event, and then I do the story first, and then I think about how the boards are going to come together. I don't think about the boards, I think about the story first. So it's a narrative event, so the story, so I do all the background lore, coming up with like the planet and all that kind of stuff, and then I go, okay, well, if that's the planet, what would they be fighting over based on the story? And it takes me like I let it just sort of bake in the easy bake oven at the back of my mind, and then when it's ready, I kind of just start writing things down, and I go from just thinking about the event for like 3 to 6 months, just thinking about the story. Just, I'll be driving somewhere and I'll be like, oh, that's kind of a cool idea. And then maybe I'll keep it, maybe I won't. But I just think about it. Maybe I write, I have my red book. I write a lot of notes down and stuff. And then I'll just sit down over the course of one weekend and just write it all out. Write it all out. The events, the rules, the missions. And it'll just be like 2 12-hour days. And I'll just write it all out. And then that's it. Then basically once that's done, it's just go time on the day. Yeah. So that's how I approach Thanatos. I don't know if any of that's like useful to you or not, but my advice is just, if you're going to run so the first thing to say is I've made mistakes. Thanatos, there's been a lot of lessons that have been learned along the way, but if there's number one lesson I would give you is that you want to make the event a sandbox. So your role, you want to approach it a little bit like a D&D game. So if you players don't want to feel like they're on rails, you want to have an idea of what each board is about, but it's like a vague outline with a few ideas of how things might interact. But the players will instantly, the moment that the players get their hands on the board, they'll start coming up with stuff you never even thought of. Like when I ran the last Thanatos, I had the idea. Okay, people kept asking, they wanted to be able to have like units going from board to board, and I was like, okay, I'm going to have this in place in literally like 1 or 2 specific places because I don't want players moving around, getting mixed up, models getting lost, all this kind of stuff. So I gave them this ability on the Underhive and the Hive City for units to be able to transfer between those 2 boards because they were, and then I made sure those boards were next to each other. And straight away the players were like, can we send bombs up and down? Like, can I send Cyclops demolition vehicles up? Can I send Death Strikes down? And I was like, I never even thought of that, but of course, that's awesome. So you basically make it like, you basically run it like a D&D thing, and your job is to act like a DM. You can't allow everything because people will come to you with just like, people will come to you with an idea and they'll be like, I think this would be really cool. And you go, you're just doing that because you think it'll help you win the game, don't you? No. Yeah, no, you can't do that. So you can't allow everything, but if someone comes up with a genuinely unique idea that's fun and both sides are kind of like okay with it, like it's cool, then yeah, you lead into that and you absolutely support it. Yeah. To answer your question, do you think multiple boards are better or one master board? Multiple boards. Definitely multiple boards, because it means that basically each board is like its own mini apocalypse game, but players are waiting around too long on one board for other people, on one section for other people to finish on another section. So it doesn't really matter if one table gets ahead of another. I've had tables do 10 turns. I've had tables do 20 turns. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter even slightly. Like, what matters is that the people that only got through 10 turns weren't slowing down the people that got through 20 turns. So definitely multiple big boards that all feed into an overarching narrative is 100%. And you also definitely want to, one of the mistakes I made in the second Thanatos was I was too focused on defining winners and losers. tactical victories and narrative victories. And I didn't do any of that year 3, and the feedback I had was overwhelmingly positive on this. It was, I'm not going to tell you who won and lost. I'm going to recount a summary of the events, and you guys get to argue over who you think won and lost. I'm just going to, it's a narrative. All I'm going to tell you is what happened on each board. And people love that. And there'll be people, people still argue over the Inquisitorial Quarantine Zone. Did the Inquisition hold it? Did Chaos win it? Like, that's fine. Oh, well, what would have happened if it had gone on a few more turns? Well, that's a good question. So yeah, that's the number one thing. You don't have players running on rails, and make a sandbox and allow the players to tell their stories. But like a good DM, you have to be able to manage. You're managing it. That's what it is. You're managing it, but it's their story. It's their sandbox. Yeah. There you go. So I hope that that helps. Thank you for the very, very generous super chat, man. And I have shared with you just my general thoughts, how I approach it. But it's funny. It's kind of funny. But if you ask, I would say ask Chansey what I'm like when I come to organising this thing. Chansey he's a good friend of mine. But he's the absolute opposite of me. He plans everything to the nth degree. He's very, very organized. And the problem is, if you try and control something this big, it just it will overwhelm you. It will consume you. So my approach is just, we set things out. We let the players do what they're going to do. And then you got to keep it loosey-goosey. You got to have the timings down. Not timings. You have the start time, have the end time. Go around making sure. I have a timer saying, look, everyone gets 1 hour per turn, so 2 hours per battle round. That's the maximum. That kind of stuff. You're an event manager essentially. That's how you've got to. That's how you've got to do it. That's how I do it anyway. Some people will find that very, very wildly uncomfortable, but that's the way I approach it. Yeah, keep it loose. Keep it loose. Keep it fun. Encourage ideas, but don't be afraid to say no to some stuff. And there you go. There you go, mate. 07, thank you for the amazing support, and I hope that helps, man. Yeah, the 1 hour turn thing is the 1 hour per turn, and then people have an unlimited amount of points that they can bring, but they can only deploy 3,500 points of it to start, and they can only bring 1,000 points of reserves in each turn. That's massive, because otherwise people just put everything on the board and it just becomes a massive parking lot. So there you go. Now we've got some more super chats coming in here. Let's take a look. So the lower decks, thank you for the super chat, man. Mutants, Beastmen, they die the same. Check stream discussion. All right, let's have a look here. Let's have a look here. Sir, the howls. They ring at Sir, the howls ring out from the forest. To their credit, the men react with calm efficiency. A line forms quickly. The men forming a wall of steel are encouraged against what is hurtling towards us. The wagons sit on the road, rising above the line. Men work quickly around the wagons, but I cannot spare the time to see what they are doing. They are coming. Branches snap, and the night air grows colder. From the tree line, I can see them. Mutant scum. The men, pipes lit, nod to each other. I hear the term beastmen. These men, sir, they seem almost insanely calm, yet they look not drugged or drunk. Well, there is one man, a bear of a man dressed in what I would guess is the local clerical attire, who seems utterly wasted, but he seems the only one. Father Gregory! Father Gregory, yes! The mutants continue to gather. They are chanting and stamping their misshapen feet. They will soon charge. The leader of the mercenaries also wait. The tension is stretching my nerves. What are we waiting for? Looking back at the wagon for a moment, I see the plan. The plan is some sort of primitive rotor cannon. Seeing my confusion, the lead engineer looks over at me and a thick accent flourishes his lit taper. Hell blast a volley gun. The barrels begin to crank. Yes! So cool, man. So fucking cool. I love that. Yeah, that's cool as fuck, mate. Nice. Nice. That's awesome. Yes. It might not be a heavy bolter or even a heavy stubber, but the old Hellblaster volley gun will get the job done. There you are. Cosmic Drew, you promised us you would lift him so you can make it to Canada. We did 2 sets. We did 2 sets during the collab. I'm kind of up for the idea of doing like a set every hour. I kind of like the idea of every hour doing a set. So that would mean the next set would be in about half an hour. So there you go. I feel like that might be something. That's how we don't bring the Giga Chads back in a big way. Just 30 seconds to a minute, just doing a set. There you are. Yeah, it's kind of an interesting idea. So odds that Odex are kidnapping Wood Elves. Oh, hi. He's definitely going to get like some Wood Elf like side piece, isn't he? For sure. For sure. Konflikt Dream, thank you for super chat. So the corn spearhead is the dingoes are my baby. I think that is true. Yeah, it's crazy. We go on and on and on about like the 40k combat patrols getting worse, but it's actually something that's affecting a lot of places. Like the I bet the Age of Sigmar spearheads haven't been getting any better. Yeah. Crazy. Ishmael, thank you for the super chat. 500 worlds doesn't beat Makarios 1,000. Just saying. Very true. Very, very, very true. But Makarios is only a man, and yet he can do more than an Astartes. Yeah. Now here's the big thing. Here's the thing that nobody talks about. Everyone talks about Games Workshop bringing characters back. Do you think they'll publicly kill anyone off? Like, they killed off... GW killed off, like, those 2 Space Marine guys off camera, which is so weird. Do you know why they killed them off, though? Because they don't make models for them. They killed Yarrick, that's true. That's true. I need to get your tip up now, actually. Catch you later, Bingo. Never forget. I think if they bring Yarrick back, it will simply be because no one's taken to the new characters. I think I honestly think Games Workshop will try and spin it as some like 5D chess maneuver. But I think I think that will just be cope. Yeah, I agree. FPS Liverpool. So this is what I mean. Give 1 second. So Cosmic's going to tell me that I'm being salty again, but I'm not. Cosmic, you can prepare the banana, but you won't need it. So something that has struck me as slightly odd with Games Workshop recently is they seem to miss some very obvious W's. So Armageddon should very clearly have been new Steel Legion with, you know, and Yarrick coming back versus the Orcs, right? Very obvious that's what it should have been. And it should have been a three-way battle between the Guard, the Blood Angels, on the Guard with the Blood Angels on one side versus the Orcs, and then like Demons versus like Grey Knights at the same time. And kind of have like, you know, a cool way of doing it is like, you know, having it, you know, the fourth war for Armageddon should have been a combination of the first war and the second and third war, where it was like, the first war was like Space Wolves and Guard versus World Eaters, and the second war was Blood Angels and Guard versus Orcs. Sorry, Space Wolves and Guard and Grey Knights. And so what it should have been is like, okay, well, the fourth war for Armageddon is going to be actually not Chaos versus Imperium or Orcs versus Imperium, but actually all three, Xenos, Chaos, and Orcs all in one go. And that's kind of like, but it's very obvious that it would have been a great time to release some Plastic Steel Legion, or at the very least to have done like a whole thing on Warhammer Community about, hey, look, here's a Steel Legion. You know how I would have done it. Armageddon Steel Legion data slate. Hey, look, you can represent these guys using Death Core of Krieg. And, you know, and so they don't have to produce a new kit for it. All they have to do is produce a new datasheet for it. That would have been really cool. Do you know, maybe they could have, maybe each faction could have got a new datasheet. Like one for the Grey Knights, one for the Space Wolves, one for the Blood Angels, one for the Orcs, one for the Imperial Guard, one for one for each like demon faction or something. You know, maybe it's either a data sheet or a detachment or both, whatever. But that's all it really needed to be. And they could have like hyped it up. Like week 1 is going to be like, they could have hyped it up over like, it could have been like this whole like campaign thing they did over like a month. You know, where it's like week, you know, they don't even need to release like a physical book around it. That's the crazy thing, right? They could have just done like, hey, today is Imperium. They could do it over 3 weeks. Today is Imperium week, and then next week is going to be like Orc week, and then the last week is going to be like Chaos week, and it's going to be like each day, Monday to Friday, the fact, you know, that team, it gets something. So like day 1, Steel Legion data slate. Day 2, Space Wolf detachment. Day, something like that. Blah blah blah. Like that would have been cool. But either way, it's very obvious that Yarrick and Steel Legion should have been involved, and it wasn't. And then we look at the 500 World stuff, right? More recently, look at the 500 World stuff, and it's like, it's so obvious it should have been a second Tyrannic War. Or like, it should have been it's so obvious it should have been the conclusion of the 4th Tyrannic War. Like, it's, they remastered Tyrannic War Veterans, new datasheet for that shit, bringing together the storyline, explaining, what's been going on between the beginning of the edition towards the end of the edition. It's so obvious it should have been Tyranids. But it's what I mean, like Games Workshop, they keep missing really obvious wins. And like, I'm almost making it too complicated. It should be a simple case of, it's so obvious that Armageddon should have had. The Armageddon campaign book should have had way more to do with Orcs and Guard. Way more. It's so obvious that 500 Worlds should be about Tyranids. Like Marines versus, like Ultramarines' #1 nemesis should be the Tyranids. Like, I don't understand why, when did we decide that wasn't going to be the way? What, because the Blood Angels got to fight the Tyranids on Baal? Bro, no. Everyone, more Tyranids, the better. I don't think GW realized that. I don't think Games Workshop realizes that the Tyranids are like literally the perfect like NPC faction. You think Tyranid players are going to be upset that, you know, maybe at the end of the campaign they all get beaten up? They're not going to give a fuck. If you give them a whole bunch of free data sheets, Tyranid players know they're the NPC faction. That's why they collect them as pets. There's always more Nids. Everybody loves fighting Nids. All the time. Because it's bugs. How many sci-fi movies do you need to... How many sci-fi movies do you need to see of humans versus fucking weird bug alien invaders? Yeah. So I don't really get it. Like, no one's going to complain about there being more Nids. If you make, you know, when Leviathan dropped and it was Nids versus Space Marines, what was the reaction? Yes! Amazing! Because people love Marines versus bugs. Like, Leviathan box set is one of the best box sets Games Workshop's ever released. Better than Dark Imperium. Better than Indomitus. Even better than, what was it, like Dark Heresy? Wherever it was. It's better, you know, it's... Do you know what? It was the best one since Battle for Macragge. Yeah. So it's one of those ones where, like, I'm not getting salty around it. Games Workshop confuses me because it's like there's some very obvious wins that they can take and they just, for some reason, don't choose to take it. I don't know. But, you know, I've said this before, and this is the final note I'm gonna end on before Cosmic shoves the banana up my ass. It often feels like Games Workshop is the amateur in the room these days. Like, it feels like we know more about their product and their universe than they do. Like, it sometimes feels like they don't really understand the thing they have. They understand how to make money, but they don't really understand the thing they have. That's what it sometimes feels like. Yeah. Anyway, we've got some super chats today. Narrow, thank you for the tip. Now, it's a very important tip. It's a good job that I didn't miss it. Bag Agua.
When it comes to fighting crime, there's only one man keeping the streets safe.
Yes. Yes.
Indeed.
Just gonna no, you can't. 1 minute. Is it a cat? Is it a cat? What have you linked here, Cosmic? The octopus song? Right. You've abused your mod status. Why do we care about the cat? I mean, cats are cool, but I don't get the reference, Narrow, unfortunately. I feel like Narrow is several tequilas deep at this point, and it's not making a huge amount of sense. No. There you are. But yes, thank you for the tip. Thank you for the tip and enjoy the tequila. I want to say a big thank you to Cosmic Drew. Cosmic Drew, someone has asked for the Opera song, Play It and Lift. No one asked for the Opera song, did they? I'm looking back. No one asked for it. You asked for it. Poor Ajax. What, the other song? No. Who? What? Who? What? Oh, someone actually did ask for it. All right. All right. Someone actually did ask for it. No, it's true. Someone actually did. All right, Cosmic. I'm giving you your badge and your gun back. I've given him his badge and his gun back. There you go. A narrow. I'm sorry. But it's time for you to leave. He's gonna be so annoyed. Go boulder-phobe. Oh, there you go. Fun Jacob. Let me mod. I promise I won't do anything tyrannical or racist. I promise. I don't know. But you have said it in all caps. That shows a strength of character. It shows like you're a man with some chest hair. You got the job. You haven't got the job. There we are. What have we got here? We do need to play the octopus song now.
Octopus, I want to be an octopus, dwelling deep beneath the sea, flexible and graceful, tentacles so strong, and underwater fantasy. I'm an octopus, octopus. I've got arms, no legs, 2 plus. Octopus, octopus. I'm a creature you can't discuss. Octopus, my camouflage is on point, changing colors in a blink, adapting to my surroundings. Master of disguise, I think. I'm an octopus, octopus. I've got arms, no legs, 2 plus. Octopus, octopus. I'm a creature you can't discuss. In the depths, I swim with grace, catching prey, a stealthy chase. With suction cups, I hold on tight, navigating the darkest night.
One set of 10.
Octopus, I'm intelligent and sly, solving problems with my mind.
There you are.
Mysterious.
Oh, Narrow's back.
A creature of a different kind.
Returns to the octopus song. Oh my god. Cosmic, thank you for the for another super chat, man. New Dark Tide Helldiver stuff in stream discussion. Let me take a look, mate, whilst this is playing. Octopus, I'm a marvel of the sea. A majestic cephalopod, so unique, I'll never be undone. Octopus, I'm a true natural god. There you go, Cosmic. I mean, I'm just getting... There's a few different trailers here. Okay, cool. All right, let's have a look at some of this stuff. So this is Warhammer 40k Dark Tide No Man's Land free update trailer. So that's one of the cultists, isn't it? Why? That's, we don't need the fucking subtitles on. That's a tank. Oh shit, there's a lot of them. Hey, look, it looks a lot more open. Is this not? Is the revolver new? I feel like the revolver already existed. Interesting. I think it's more of a map update. Oh, are they chaos cultists? Interesting. PvP. Those look like chaos cultists to me. I think PvP might be coming.
These traitors don't know who they
Or is it just oh no, oh okay, so Athonian tunnel rats. Interesting they went for that. Very interesting. That's an old piece of lore. People who run Darktide know more about the lore than Games Workshop does. All right, this is... well, we'll do another Darktide one first. So this is Hive Scum. I think this is where you get to play as the Necromunda guys.
Time to die.
Dual auto pistols is cool. Ah, that is cool. Yeah, man. That's cool. Rampage. So that's cool. So they're press ganging the they're press gang Shivs Mark 1. Shivs Mark 1's cool. Boombringer. That's cool. Nice. I like that. That look. What the fuck is that gun? That gun looks terrible, wasn't it? Oh, it's a gas. It's also a. Oh, it's a needle. It's a needler. It's a needle pistol. Interesting. I mean, the dual auto pistols are so obviously the dual auto pistol, the rocket launcher, so obviously the goated weapons, right? Oh, that's cool. I'll take that back. Maybe I like those pistols. Yeah, different kinds of auto pistol. So you've got auto pistol, stub pistol, needle pistol, big chopper, tire iron, and shiv. And you've got some cool I like the cosmetic outfits. That's cool. Yeah. Timmy Two Shanks. Yeah. Alright, and then we've got some Helldiver stuff. This is the minigun, isn't it? I think this is the minigun. The jungle is calling. Nice. Yes. Viper Commando is always my favorite war bond. Is that a chainsaw? The RS-40 Beast of Prey. The M1000 Maxi Gun. Not minigun, Maxi Gun. The RS-20 Constrictor with the CQC9 defoliation tool. Yeah, obviously for defoliation. Hey, that's cool. The ARGL 2112. So it's got a UGL. I saw over a UGL. The hot dog. Oh no. That's going to cause so much friendly fire. I will ban anyone from running the hot dog. That's gonna be an emoji, isn't it? That's gonna be an emoji. Yeah. The minigun has medium pen. Oh my god. Oh my god. Even if it doesn't bleed, we could kill it. Python Commando Squad Leader, probably. Oh man. That's actually pretty cool. That's actually pretty cool. Yeah, my favorite war bond was the Viper Commandos, and now that we've got Python Commandos, I'm definitely 110% behind that. I think that's really cool. Yeah, I think that's really, really cool. Cosmic, thank you for sharing that, man. That's great. That's really cool. I love Helldivers is a great game. Helldivers is the video game I've spent the most money on. I didn't think anything would beat Stellaris, but turns out Helldivers has. Narrow, thank you for the tip, man. Serious tip. I want to say that how come you don't show people about Mantic Games Fantasy iBox for Kings of War for money saving into Old World? Because I don't know. I don't really. I have blind spots, and I don't really. I never bought anything from Mantic. It's not a like any sinister reason or anything like that. It's just I've never bought anything from Mantic. It's not a company I've ever really had much involvement with or anything like that. So I don't know. I'm sure Mantic are fine. I used to talk. I have back in the old days talked about Mantic. I have talked about, so it's not entirely true, right? So, 1 minute. So, I have talked about Mantic for 40k a little bit. So, how do I actually just shop? Okay, here you go. So, for example, I've talked about these guys. I think the GCPS are really good guardsmen. And I can recommend their models, and I think they're really good. So, yeah, I think the GCPS are good for guard stuff. So I've recommended that stuff in the past. I've not really looked at their Kings of War stuff much in the past. I think the one thing I do think's pretty good is the undead stuff. Yeah. So 40 plastic skeletons is pretty legit. Like, they're pretty easy to build. So yeah, like I think they do some good stuff, Mantic. I don't know, it's a bit of a blind spot more than anything else. Yeah. Undead zombies and ghoul horde. Yeah, but I think they're I'd probably, to be fair, these models look pretty sick. If I was to build an undead army, there's a strong chance I'd use Mantic models for it. Truth be told. Yeah. I mean, you'd be mad not to. £45 for 40 zombies is pretty legit. Although, to be fair, you know, you're only getting 2 boxes. It's more of a bundle than a saving. I mean, I'm picking at straws, but this really should be 40 quid. It should be save a $5 if you buy the Undead Horde over buying just 2 Undead boxes separately. But I'm probably nitpicking. I'm almost certainly nitpicking. Why'd you only get 39 zombies? That's kind of crazy. But yeah, no, they look fine. You get them cheap at Wayland, nice. I haven't looked at some of them. I remember when Old World, when Warhammer Fantasy died, I did look at some Mantic stuff, but the way that their game worked, you didn't like remove casualties. It was more like a break test kind of thing, a bit like Hail Caesar and whatnot. And at the time, it kind of put me off. I'd be more open to it now, though. But yeah, I think the goblins look really good. Yeah. No, I think Mantic is decent. Truth be told, I think they're decent. Never heard any complaints about them. Seem like a really solid company. Yeah, and I mean for a long time they were the only people selling fucking Chaos Dwarves, right? So yeah. Yeah, no, nothing dodgy or anything about why I don't cover them. I just it's just a little bit of a blind spot for me. What their elves like. I kind of like these guys. Yeah, I have to say I do kind of like these guys. The elves look very elvish because often elves look quite human, and elves are meant to look a little like disturbing in how lithe they are. Yeah. What's the Northern Alliance? Chaos Bozos. Yeah. Hey, that's kind of cool. That's kind of cool. Yeah. No, I think Mantic are pretty solid. Not many complaints from me. So yeah. There you go. The elves are very old kits. That doesn't really put me off. I don't really get put off by that kind of stuff. Some of the stuff I've seen has been around for a while. Like, I'm sure they used to have some. I think they've changed. Oh, I think they've changed a lot of the some of the names and stuff. I think. Oh no, here they are, the Basilians. They're like, I feel like they're high elves, maybe, or maybe they are the Empire guys. I think they may be meant to be like high elves. Like Paladins and Angels? Interesting. Is it like a normal human people? Northern Alliance didn't look like it. Maybe that's why I've never got into them if there's no normal humans. They're out, they don't do the kits for them? Alright, fair enough. Fair enough. That's cool. But no, I'm totally okay with Mantic. Just not something I've ever really like I said, just more of a blind spot than anything else. Yeah. Now, speaking of other companies, I saw something cool. It's just a quick thing I wanted to mention in passing. And it wouldn't be an MG stream without some ball washing, right? But I saw something really cool on the Warlord Games website that I thought would be interesting to mention. So Warlord Games is doing this, they're doing an advent calendar. You see the banner at the top here. And it made me, I thought it was very interesting because it's actually, it feels like quite a big deal. So you know how everyone was pretty hyped up for Grotmus last year? And it was a little bit, it was really good. But that was just a whole bunch of free rules, right? Well, Grotmus this year, we didn't even get any free rules. I mean, I think we had if you look over at Warhammer Community, I think we've had Titus we've had a story, and we've had a story for Titus, which, okay, cool. It's fine, but it's not really, it's not like a new detachment, is it? Do you know what I mean? And then we've had some extra data sheets for AOS Chaos Dwarves, which again, it's more because it's actual rules, but look, it's AOS, it's not going to be as big a splash as 40 something for 40k, right? But what I noticed is that Warlord Games is doing it, and what they're actually releasing is a new miniature every day for 30 days. And when these are gone, they're gone. They're not coming back. So this is kind of cool. Yeah. They'll be available until the 31st of December. So the first one was a new IJA model, which is really cool. And yeah, it's just look, it's just a basic guy, but you could easily use this as a platoon commander in your army. So hey, look, a new platoon commander model for £6. That's cool. And then they did one like yesterday, which was Advent Miniature Maximus Lombardi. I've no idea who Maximus Lombardi is. Oh, right. He was previously only available as the book figure for the Konflikt 47 Defiance Supplement. He can be included in games of Konflikt 47 as a Commonwealth officer in Galahad heavy power armor. Cool. So, like, he's not mandatory in any way, shape, or form. If you don't get him, you won't be, like, missing out. It's just like a nice to have. Hey, do you want a cool platoon commander model? Yeah, and it's another one now. What is this? Advent Miniature Police Constable Dogberry. PC Dogberry with his trusty whistle revolver is a great detective collection. Previously only available at the 2014 Warlord Games Open Day. Wow. So this was a model that was previously only available for one day 10 years ago. That's kind of cool, man. That's kind of cool. I wonder when this guy was last available. It's going through that. This bit just formally serves as a special book figure for Armies of Imperial Japan. Is that like the recent book? Let's have a look. Or is that to be fair, that might have been the recent book. It might actually still be something. Holy shit, but there's some God, Warlord Games, every month there's new stuff on pre-order. This is, what the fuck is this? Crimean stuff? Oh, wow. What is this? I don't need it. I definitely don't need it. Wow. That's so cool. You can buy a testudo? Mordian, can I use those Romans and Old World? Yeah, of course. You could use them as Empire. You could use them as Renegade Crowns. Or Empire. Frankly, you could use Romans to represent dwarves. But yeah, no, they'd be fine. Empire would make sense. It's a multi-part resin testudo. So it's just one massive model. It's literally one massive model. I mean, it might come in several parts, but... And then it comes with a Centurion. And then it comes... Those shields are transfers. So you actually don't have to paint those shields on. You at home could have a testudo that looks as beautiful as that by using those transfers. It's kind of cool. That's crazy, man. Okay, so this is the new Armies of Imperial Japan book. And That's the new model. So the calendar dude is actually was actually previously only available with the old book like a little while ago. So that's actually, it is actually kind of special. Yeah. Heavy mortars available now. That's actually like no joke. Okay, like no joke. This is a really, really good release that Warlord Games has done, and they basically just shadow released it. Like double heavy mortar with a plastic sprue of infantry as well. So you get a squad of infantry and 2 heavy mortars. Heavy mortars are really good. Like really, really good. Oh my god, a tank battery? What are they? Warlord, stop it. I can't afford it all. Oh my god. There are all these little bundles, man. So you're getting a 17 pounder and you're getting, which is a super heavy anti-tank gun, and a medium anti-tank gun, and a sprue of the new infantry as well. These are great little bundles. They're great little bundles, man. I don't know how much of a discount you're getting, though. Truth be told, I'm not sure. It might only be a bundle. There might be a discount. Oh, the new Japanese truck is sick, mate. I need to get one of those. I need like one of all of this, frankly. But this shit, man. What is this? Like, have they released a whole new... They've released a new supplement for Black... Oh my god, it's the Iron Maiden guy. It's the Iron Maiden guy, man. The Trooper Special Miniature. It's a whole, like... Warlord Games just shadow releasing a whole new fucking supplement for Black Powder. That's crazy. I have all the epic Black Powder stuff. I don't need full scale Black Powder. Russian starter army. These look new. I don't know, but these look like new models. I could be wrong though. Don't take me at my word there. How many models do you get? 72 hard plastic Crimean War Russian line infantry. 9 metal line infantry command figures. So 81 infantry. 12 cavalry with a cavalry officer on top of that. So 13 cavalry and an artillery piece. Okay, I'm not actually taking the piss here. Okay, no word of a lie. This is an amazing new Guard Combat Patrol. Like, just think about it. All you'd need to do is buy about a tenner's worth of bases. Okay, the cannon, I don't know if the cannon's doing you any favors. I don't know what you could get away with the cannon for, but the cavalry, the infantry. What's the British data set? See, I'm not sure if the British one is quite as good for the same job. But blokes in greatcoats are blokes in greatcoats. I want to see some of this Russian infantry, man. The Valley of Death bundle. They might not have... The Russian infantry might not actually be separate, or it might be that the Russian infantry already exists. Every time I look on here, there's new shit. Black powder, Napoleonic Russians. Is it? Wait, it's the black powder. It's not really Napoleonic though, is it? Crimean War. Ah, there you go. The Russian infantry already existed. So how many are you getting? 24 plastic Russian land infantry. Plus 3 metal Russian command group. So I'm guessing that's... Oh, that's just the little 3 blokes there, is it? Maybe, yeah. Okay, no. So you get 24. Okay. Get a mystery box. I'm getting a mystery box. To do the challenge thing with Warlord. Yeah, mystery box is happening. I'm getting the Axis one. Yeah, honestly, Warlord Games is just releasing so much new stuff at the moment. They've gone absolutely ape. It's like a glut of new stuff. I can't keep up with it. It's amazing. It's amazing, man. Yeah, big fan of what they've been up to recently. Yeah, games week. If I spend any more this month, I'll be in trouble with the hubby. Yeah, dude, I'm the same, man. I'll be in trouble with, but to be fair, for me, I'll just be in trouble with myself because I have more stuff that I've got loads more stuff arriving. I've already bought more. I've spent more. I just keep spending money. I need to stop. I really want. I'll tell you what I really want, boys. Where is it? I really want one of these. I really want one of these. And I'm having to try so hard to stop myself. Like, it's not going anywhere. It's fine. Like, I've just gotta be like, be a good boy. Yeah, I gotta be a good boy. I've got more conflict that needs working on first. I really want a pond skater with the double 50 cal. I really want it. Yeah. But I'm being a good boy. Anyway, point is, I'm looking forward to these. Going back to what the main point was, it's really cool seeing these figures getting released. I'm kind of I really want these two. I really want, to be honest, I kind of want all of them because that one's just an absolute meme. I've no idea what I'd use him as though. I'd probably use him as I mean, it'd be cool to have him as like a platoon commander. It'd be cool to have him as a platoon commander. But I definitely want this guy. I definitely want this guy for my Brits, and I definitely want this guy as well. I think both those will be really cool. I'm kind of just waiting to see what they're all so good. I'm kind of waiting to see what comes out each day. But the thing I'm worried about is I want all of them. Yeah, that's the thing I'm worried about. I just end up ordering like all of it. Yeah. Yeah, that's my concern. So no, I've got, let me tell you guys what I've got on the way here. I've got coming a couple of Zis guns for my Soviets, a Turan for my Hungarians because I'm getting a new bot action arm because of course I need one, and 250 cal teams. for my Konflikt 47 Americans. And I'm kind of, I really want to lean into the normal Imperial Guard vibes of the Americans in Konflikt 47. But I'm getting like some 50 cal teams, maybe gonna get some like medium artillery, have some I need some light mechs and all that kind of stuff. But yeah, like I'm kind of happy with my American army from like the Firefly perspective. I've got loads of Fireflies, loads of linebackers, all that good shit. But I kind of want to lean into the other side of America, which is the normal Imperial Guard side. Go for that quantity versus quality kind of vibe. So, yeah. So it's kind of that's where I'm going next on the Konflikt front. But there's just like some really cool. There's just loads of really cool stuff that I want. The problem is, it's like I want it all now, and I kind of have to remember like it's a marathon, not a sprint. But God, I really, really want it all now. Yeah, but I've got to be a good boy. You know, got to be a good boy. Brad's bad. You get the police officer and use him as a random event. Use him at a random event when you run a big K47 event at the Warlord store. That's true. He could just be a platoon commander or something in like Konflikt 47 or like an event objective or something. Yeah, that is true, to be fair. That is true. All right, but gentlemen, I'm just going to go for a quick comfort break. It's going to be a few minutes, so talk amongst yourselves. And then when we come back, we're going to, we'll stream for a little bit longer and then we'll see where we're at. All right, so I'll put the background track on for you and talk amongst yourselves for a moment. That was a big shit. Oh man, I feel several pounds lighter. I am several pounds lighter. I don't feel it. I know I'm it. There you are. Oh man. Where are we up to, boys? Let's have a look. Supposedly just Gaming Stuka and Commander HHL just chatting shit. How did I used to think I had a hard problem. Turns out I just like to buy shit. Yeah, true that. True that. True that. Yeah, 100%. I get that one. Yeah. Let's have a look. Okay, cool. So, let's have a look. Where are we up to? Does Virak not paint his own models? See, do you know what's kind of interesting? I've actually been considering getting some stuff commission painted. But it's mostly been... I've been thinking about getting some stuff done for some bolt action armies. Oh, music. Thank you. Yeah, thank you. Thank you for... thank you... I cannot say that name. Guilimep. You've been around a while, Guilimep. I've just never learned how... GM, thank you for... You've been around for ages. I still don't know how to say your name. I'm sorry, man. Big G. So Big G, thank you for the for letting me know because the music was blasting a little bit. Yeah, I've been thinking about getting some. It's kind of funny. I've been thinking about getting some stuff commission painted for like Warlord game stuff because obviously I've struggled with getting stuff. I don't like getting things commission painted for 40k. Because inevitably something will change and then I'll need new stuff adding to it and then I'll have to get that commission painted because they'll need to like match the color scheme, right? So I don't really like that. But I was thinking about getting some stuff done for like some of my Warlord game stuff, but then I was just like, I really enjoy painting the Warlord game stuff. So I was like, actually, no, it's okay. Yeah, it's totally fine. But I do my next big painting project that's coming up is going to be I've got it's Konflikt / bolt action. Oh, surprise. But I think I'm going to try and like batch paint like 80 Soviet conscripts. Yes. Yes, I have a lot of Soviets. I already have 80 Soviet infantry. I have 80 more now. And I've currently built about half of it. And I've got another half that needs building. And I've got to get it built and painted before the 10th of January. So it's like the final sprint of Kriegsmas / TTC is going to be this huge like Soviet horde. And I've got to get these built and painted and then some Zis guns built and painted as well. So, but I reckon I think I can get like 80 Soviet conscripts done in like a week. Maybe way quicker. Maybe way quicker. I was thinking, I had an idea that the last stream of the year, which is probably going to be, well, Christmas Day is a Thursday. So the last stream of the year would probably be, as great as it sounds, I was thinking of doing a 24-hour stream from the 23rd to the 24th. thinking about it. And I was thinking, have the final stream of the year be a big 24-hour challenge, because I've not done one of those in a while. And just basically see if I can get an insane number of... just basically finish my Konflikt 47 backlog in some ways. Yeah, I haven't decided yet. But I'm thinking of just basic. I want to see if I can just basically clear. I've got quite a lot, but I want to see if I can clear some of it. Yeah. Yeah, for sure. But it's one of those where my Soviets are in bot action. My Soviets and K-47. They're the army that this calls to me, man. Like it's interesting. Different like. I've been trying out all the different Konflikt 47 armies, and the one that and bot action armies, and the one that I think I've properly settled on is the Soviets. I mean, I always thought that I was more of like an Axis/German player, but the truth is, I just love playing my Soviets, and it's actually really ironic, right? Do you want some like deep Mordian lore? All right, deep Mordian lore here. So, I actually... So some of you may think that my first bolt action army was the Japanese. Because some of you that have been around for a while will know when I painted my first Japanese model, I did a whole video on it. It was really, really cool. But actually, the first bolt action I ever bought was a box of the Winter Soviet Infantry. And it was with first edition. Right? And I didn't like it. Yeah, like it's kind of funny. So it actually took me a couple of goes to get into bot action. It was my brother. So Mordy Bro was like, we need to get into this game. It's going to be really good. And I was like, I don't know. Like, I kind of, all I was interested in was Warhammer 40k, because it was around the time of like 6th edition. And 6th edition was actually fine. It really, really didn't get super fucky until 7th edition. But 6th edition, apart from some Helldrake spam, 6th edition was pretty fine. But I got in. But Mordy Bro was like, hey, we should try this game called Bot Action, and I bought the original Soviet infantry. But the problem is I tried to build them with super glue rather than plastic glue. And this was, and one thing I never give chat enough credit for here, and some of this shit may sound super basic, but I never give chat enough credit for actually leveling me up as a hobbyist. If those of you who remember, like 3.5 years ago when I started doing the first hobby streams, I had the Ogren huge knife. I've still got it. Still here. Still got my skin stuck to it for when it got stuck to I got my finger stuck to it with super glue, right? It's actually gone green now. That is actually like my rotten... You see that green shit there? That is my rotting skin cells on the top of that huge knife. Right? Because I was I was cutting bits out, gluing them together with super glue, and I was pressing down on top, and I tried to pull my finger away and it wouldn't come away, and on stream I had to like rip my finger off. And so yeah, this is like my actual like thumbprint on here, and it actually matches. It feels very comfortable to me to use this, because it's basically like hand molded with like this rotting dead skin. It's like hand molded onto the top. But yeah, that green shit is basically it's my skin, right? So if you ever need to clone me, there you go. But the point is that like I owe, it wasn't until I used to build all my models with super glue, I never used plastic glue for anything. I always used to use like cheap, shitty own brand super glue and build everything with it. And it wasn't until like chat actually was like, Mordian, you need to be using plastic glue for plastic models. I was like, why? I'd obviously use super glue for, why would I buy 2 different kinds of glue? Why would I use 2 different kinds of glue when one glue can glue everything? That used to be my mentality, right? I remember how convinced you were that it was clearly enough. Anyway, so I ended up getting some plastic glue. So going back to the story, I bought these first Soviets, but I tried to build them with super glue. Now, the old Soviet infantry, look, I'm not going to lie to you. They're not that easy to build. They're not the best models. They're their first gen Warlord games when they were sort of setting themselves up and all this kind of stuff. You have the rifles don't come molded into the hands and all that kind of stuff. But like, they're fine. They're absolutely, totally, and utterly fine to build if you use plastic glue. But trying to build them with super glue is like actually insanity. And I tried to build them with super glue. And because of my own stupidity, I was basically put off Warlord Games, Plastic Soviet Infantry, and Warlord Games and Bolt Action for like years. And it was totally my own fault. Because now I build loads of these guys with plastic glue, and they're totally fine. Do you know what's kind of funny? And it's very ironic, and a lot of people are going to think I'm stupid for thinking this, but I actually kind of like the old way now. I've got used to it. I kind of like the old way of building the models and getting the hands to line. I find it very easy to do now. And what's kind of funny is it actually comes with a lot more posability. And I remember John Stallard saying in an old Warlord Games, not that old, like a year or so ago, when he just revealed that they were bringing new Soviets out, and the whole like marketing team was like, "Fuck's sake, John, we were gonna make that a big reveal." He was like, "Oh well, I've just done it in a seminar." But John Stallard said that he actually preferred the old way. Because of the fact that you got so much more posability out of the weapon not being in the hands. And I used to be like, nah, that's crazy talk, John. Now I agree with him in some ways. But I think that the new Soviet infantry are a massive upgrade over the old ones. The old ones, I've just got used to building them. That's really what it comes down to. The old ones, I've just got used to building them. And I'll tell you this. One reason why the old ones, the new ones are better and the old ones aren't as good is the old ones, you actually do need the instructions for them. Because, let me show you something. Right? And you guys know I praise Warlord sprue ergonomics a lot. So, I'm being, but I don't just like whitewash over over any problems, right? So this is the old Warlord game sprue for the Soviets, and it looks pretty straightforward, right? You've got your bodies, you get 8 infantry guys and a sprue. It looks pretty straightforward. This is very deceptive. If you thought that these are easy models to build, you would actually be deceived. Because you see these arms that are like paired up? No, those aren't paired up. Some of those, like that arm goes with that arm. But sometimes that arm goes with that arm. And that arm goes with like that arm and stuff like that. Not quite, but you get the point. So just because they're next to each other doesn't actually mean that they go together. Some of them do, some of them don't. And I can never remember like which arms actually go together. So I do need to use the instructions to build these. And you guys know I don't like instructions. So so it's a good sprue, but it's a pisser that you have to basically use the instructions to remember which arms go together. Right? But so this is the old sprue. This is the old sprue. The new sprue, none of that. So the new sprue, I think there's a picture of it online. I'll find it for you. So let's go to the new Soviets. Warlord's normally pretty good at putting the infantry sprues up these days, so you guys can see what you're buying. Yeah, here you go. So you can see. Yeah, they've got a few old. They've got like quite a lot of like old products on the website where they haven't quite gone back and redone all the photography and stuff. But by and large, they've pretty much updated most things now. But the new sprue, you can see the arms are linked together here. So it makes it so much easier to build. So these new models, even though I'd say obviously there's a little bit less posability. They're so much easier to build. Don't instructions make you get... Well, exactly. That's why I don't like using them. I've been cancelled. No. It was too easy. It was too easy to make the inappropriate joke. But no, I don't like using instructions. Because to actually give you a sensible answer, I don't like using instructions because I find it interrupts my flow. So I want to be able to just have something on like an audiobook and then just go. I like that when I'm painting, and I like that when I'm building. So that's why, inappropriate jokes to one side. That's why I don't like instructions. Because if I'm constantly having to look up, it means I can't just get into the zone, right? And it means it takes longer for me to build things. So these are really, really good because every model is in like one part. And then all of the arms are in one part as well. And you get a lot of different stuff in here. So you've got like some of the really old, like long-barreled, like Mosin Nagants in here with the bayonets, which is cool. And then you also get a lot of the you get like the cavalry Mosins as well, which is cool. So this is, I think this is this is the proper like carbine Mosin Nagant, which are really, really tiny. I think that's the cavalry version. And this is just the short barrel, and this is the full length barrel one. Yeah. You get a lot of rifles though. Look. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Actually, how many rifles do you get? You get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 Mosin Nagants and an SVD. You only get fucking 6 infantry on the sprue, and yet you get 9, 10 rifles, however many it is. And now what I really like about this is one of the criticisms I had of the old kit is that you couldn't give everyone a Mosin Nagant. Like, you could give everybody a rifle, but you can't give everyone a Mosin Nagant. Like, this is the old kit, by the way. So obviously when you like want to recreate Enemy at the Gates, you don't want to give any of your shit munchers like SVDs, even though in game they're exactly the same. Just, you want everyone to have a Mosin Nagant. And you can now absolutely do that. So if you look, and you can give them all like the full length ones as well. Or at the very least, you don't give them the little stubbies. So you've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 full-length rifles. Full-length or slightly shorter. Slightly shorter ones are fine. It's just the tiny stubby ones which look a little bit funny. And they're also totally fine. It's just if you're trying to recreate that sort of enemy at the gates vibe, you want either the full length or the short pattern, but you don't want the carbine. Yeah. What is this bourgeoisie crap? Every other guy gets a gun. You get two LMGs, which is cool. You get 2 LMG. How many SMGs do you get? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 SMGs, I believe. 1, 2. That's a rifle. You might not believe it, but that's a rifle. I think it is anyway. I think that's the cavalry carbine. 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, 5 SMGs. 5 SMGs, 10 rifles, anti-tank rifle, and 2 LMGs. Do you want to know what's crazy? And a dog. That man has a dog! And 2 pistols. Tokarev and the Nagant revolver. And a Panzerfaust. You do get a lot. Now, do you want to know something real trippy? So these are the new Soviet infantry. Totally available. Upgraded sculpts. You can use these to represent everyone. You can use these infantry to represent every kind of troop in the game. NKVD, Strafbat, regular Russian conscripts, guards, rifles, whatever. Now you'll notice that normally these are £37, £37 for 30 models. Which is a good deal by 40k standards, but it's actually technically a downgrade. Because you used to get 40 of the old models. The old models weren't as good, but you got 40 of them. But what if I told you? Now, I don't know how long it's going to be for. But what if I told you that if you still liked the old models and that you thought the old models were better? What if I told you that you can still buy all of the old starter armies with the old models if you wanted to? You can still get them. So new models came out and they didn't completely and immediately invalidate the old models. I think that's really cool. Now I think that the vast majority of people will want the new models. Like, really, I really do. But I still think it's pretty fucking cool that you can get the old ones. Like, I do still think it's pretty cool that you can get the old ones. Also, what is this mad discount? So look, you get 40 infantry for an extra $5, basically. But right now, the old Soviet infantry plastic bot is on. That's a huge sale. Is that like 25% off? I think that's like 25% off. Because, I mean, obviously it's old stock. So Warlord's like, hey, you know, these are the old ones. Do you got, you know, obviously you're going to want the new ones, but we want to make sure we're, you know, clearing old stock. So how about we do a little sale? Like which is a perfectly normal business practice that most people will have no issues whatsoever. Oh yeah, you sell the old ones for a bit cheaper now. So you can actually get 40 dudes for 30 quid. It's crazy. The winter ones they haven't done. They're on a little bit of a sale, but technically the winter ones are. They haven't updated the winter kit yet. They've only updated the summer kit. I love the Siberian Veteran box because you get 30 infantry, which come with metal upgrade sprues. It's kind of mad. They did like a whole it's the normal plastic infantry, and then there's a whole bunch of like metal optional upgrades for the heads and for the arms, and then you get a unique commissar in the box, a unique platoon commander in the box, and you get a unique machine gun team in the box. Yeah. I'm pretty certain these are all unique models. This one definitely is. I'm not sure about this guy, but these ones definitely are. Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, Siberian Veterans are a bit of a often overlooked kit because people just see, oh, it's the same price, but I get like 6 less models, but you actually get a lot more in there with like the officer and the commissar and the machine gun team. Yeah. You still get the old German kits too. Yeah, 100%. Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's cool. Let's have a look here. For the God Emperor, I've been thinking about starting K47. Is it worth it? And which army should I start? Okay, look, bro. You know I'm massively biased. Let's lay our cards on the table here. Do I think Konflikt 47 is worth it? 100%. I think it is. I think it's I think it's just a really, really good war game. I think it's really good, and I honestly believe that, you know, assuming that Warhammer 40k 11th edition comes out and it's amazing, that won't diminish how good Konflikt 47 is. It's not good because it's a fuck you GW game. It's good because it's a good game. So there's that. Secondly, it's also a game which doesn't have like a shelf life. So if you end up getting into Konflikt for a little bit and then 11th comes around and grabs your attention for like 6 to 12 months, it's all of your models from Konflikt. Sorry, I had a little brain moment then. All of your models from Konflikt will still be valid. So yeah, it's, you know how like in 40k, if you know, every 3 months things get updated, so it can sometimes mean that you're working towards a unit and then the unit gets nerfed and it can be a bit fucky. You've got to like adjust your list again and all this kind of stuff. That doesn't happen in Bolt Action and Konflikt. They do FAQ the game regularly, but it's FAQing things, so it's answering questions, and they very rarely fuck with the points. And if they do, it's very small, very, very small adjustments. So it's one of those things where, like, you know, you can, you know, I have a Japanese army which I bought about 6 years ago. Every single model's still valid, right? Nothing's been sent to Legends or anything like that. So my advice is, if you're thinking about getting to Konflikt 47, it's a really good game. You will enjoy it. It's different to 40k, and that's good. It stands apart. But it's also one of those games where you can buy into it, and even if you don't, you know, buy into it, play it for 6 months, and then for 11th edition grabs your attention, you can come back to it a year later and you'll still know exactly how to play it. Yeah. Now, as for which army to start with, I would recommend either, at this time, I would recommend either the Americans or the Axis. And the reason why I would recommend those is because they have the most models in plastic at the moment. So Konflikt 47, it actually existed. It's actually been around for a little while, but it was basically controlled by a third-party company. And Warlord Games just sort of produced some models and gave a little bit of support to it. But Warlord Games, but the original company wasn't doing anything with it, so Warlord Games have bought the IP. But basically, you'll see a lot of existing models in Konflikt are made out of resin and metal, which obviously a lot of players don't like those materials. They're actually totally fine. Like, no word of a lie, no bullshit. They're actually totally fine. It's just that people just, for one reason or another, whether it's logical or illogical, people just have a hard-on for plastic. That's fine. Okay, we're not even going to argue it. It's fine. There's a lot of reasons why you shouldn't worry about it with Warlord. They're quality control is a lot better on this kind of stuff. But anyway, it's fine. But the Americans and the Axis have got a lot more stuff in plastic because they were basically the flagship factions for when Warlord Games recently re-released the game. They bought the IP, they've remastered it, and this is like, I would say the old Konflikt was basically version 0.95. It's kind of like a beta. This is the first proper go of it, I would say. So yeah, so it's a really good game, and those are the two factions I recommend because they have a lot of stuff in plastic. There you go. Hope that helps, man. Any other questions? Let me know. I want to say a big thank. We got some super chats coming in here. I want to say a big thank you to What Up, my boy. I declare my shame in stream discussion. Let's have a look. Oh, let's have a look. £20. How could I help myself? It's pike and shot. No idea what I'll paint them as yet, but 20 quid. Another of these and a box of cavalry, which includes artillery, and it's a whole army for like £60. Hey! Yeah, man. When you start getting into epic games, bro, epic scale games, it's just mind-boggling. It's just mind-boggling, man. Yeah. All that for 20 quid. Amazing. There's no shame there at all, sir. There's no shame there at all. Yeah, once you go epic, it's just so, it's like it's eye-opening. It's actually like the scales fall from your eyes kind of moment. Yeah, epic is really, really cool. I really, if Konflikt 47 hadn't grabbed my attention the way it has, I would be painting up my epic stuff right now. Yeah. There you are. Raven, my boy, thank you for the super chat, man. Speaking of building your favorite armies, my custom town Discord. I know it's not K47, but I still think you might enjoy it. Dude, I don't mind looking at 40k. Look, just because I wank off Konflikt 47 doesn't mean I don't like 40k. I still love 40k. And I remember seeing some of the... You've sent me some, not of these models, but you've sent me some pictures of your custom tower before, and I really, really like the 3D printed conversion bits, man. They look really cool. Yeah, man. That's so cool. Yeah. Is that meant to be like bullets coming out the side or like steam? Because it feels like the rail cannon... Is the rail cannon firing bullets now? It's actually a Gatling cannon. Yeah. Yeah, I love all like the tactical Tau. I really like that. Yeah. That's cool, man. Yeah, I really like I think taking the existing Tau models and then like adding bits to them really takes them to another level. Really, really takes them to another level. Yeah, no, I like those, man. I do like them. Yeah, I think they're cool. I want to say a big thank you next to Jared Man. Jared Man, thank you so much for Super Chat. I can't wait for you to get to the British Commonwealth reports and review Our King 2. Jared Man. So I'll tell you this, mate. I'll tell you this. Let's have a look. There you go. So I'll just check something. So I am getting to the British ones. I'm literally just I'm just waiting on some of the robots. And then when I get some of the robots, I'm going to be able to what I'm kind of doing is I've sort of done a little bit on, so I've already, to be clear, I've already painted a Hornet, a Merlin, 3 Guardians, and 2 Tesla Cromwells for my Brits. And I've painted 8 Power Armor guys and 5 of the old Tin Men. So I actually technically could run a British Konflikt 47 army right now. But I'm kind of waiting on... I need some Mark IIs. I'm kind of waiting on some Mark IIs. And I want to basically run like 2 squads of Mark 1s and obviously a squad of Mark 2s. And then that feels like I'll be able to show off what the Brits can actually do. Whereas at the moment, I can't really show off what the Brits can do. So I know exactly what my first army is gonna contain. You know, we're gonna have it's gonna have 2 squads of tin men and 2 squads of Mark 1s, 1 squad of Mark 2s, and then I'm gonna have like the Merlin in there, and then we'll see where we go from there. But those units are all appearing in the first battle report because the Merlin's very, very cool. Yeah. The Merlins are very, very cool. So that's the plan. And once I've got, and all I'm waiting on is literally like a couple of squads of timber, like 8 tin men, and then I'm good to go. So yeah. But I'm interested to. I want to do a little bit more of my Japanese, and I want to. My Soviets are. I'm kind of happy with where my Soviets are. I want maybe. I think I just want like. For my Soviets, I kind of want a couple of Molots and some of the new Ursus. And then I'm kind of happy with where my Soviets are as well. Yeah. I'd say my Soviets are my army, which is almost the most complete, because all I need is basically a couple of the walkers, and I think they'll feel like completed. My Axis are pretty complete as well. I'm mostly just adding things and finishing it off now. I just need, for the Axis, it's just a case of I really just want to basically add some more Vogel spinners. Done pretty much all my style trooping. Done. Yeah, like my Axis, I've got a lot in the pile of shame, but there's not actually much that they need. Like they're pretty okay. My American, I've actually kind of settled on my American list, but which is 3 squads of Fireflies, 1 squad of Paragons, Firefly Commander, linebacker Kodiak. I really like that list. Took a little while to get there and took some serious heavy beatings to get there. But that's now, I've kind of settled on that as my, I'm all right with that. But I want to now expand my Americans in another direction. My Japanese actually, in a funny sort of way, need I thought I'd got my Japanese exactly where I wanted them, and I actually want to add quite a bit more to them now. Yeah. So I've kind of like 90%ed 2 of the armies, Soviets and Axis, 95%ed the Americans, and I'd say I'm about 50% on the Japanese, and strangely, I'm like 80% on the British. I'm just waiting on a few bits. But I've just been I haven't 100%ed any army. I've just like, I've done a little bit for everyone. I've done a little bit, and I'm sort of getting to that point where I'm a little worried that, like, yeah, I'm a little worried I've spread myself a little thin, but I need to, but I'm just sort of, just the bug got me, you know. I bought everything. The bug got me, man. Yeah. Yeah, it's crazy. But yeah, so I'm just sort of, the British are coming. The British are coming. And they're coming soon. Yeah. Kian, what should I use as the basis for my Dark Commune cult Demagogue? As like a kit bash? I'd look at some of the Necromunda characters. You can find some really fucked up guys in there. Yeah. You might really, really fucked up, really detailed, really cool models. I'd look at some Necromunda stuff. Yeah, you'll find some shit over there. Yeah. Great stuff for like cult and like weird and wacky and wonderful stuff. Yeah. I want to say who we got next. I want to say a big thank you to Harvin Stream. Harvin, thank you, super chat, man. Death Road to Canada just got a massive update and teased the next. No. Wait. I can't. I'm not recovered. I'm not recovered. Harvin. Fucking hell. I'm not recovered yet. You got to give me a little longer to recover, man. The update is nuts. Bro, the one I just played was nuts. Man. Keep in mind this game's been out for a decade. I can't believe it's been out for so long. It feels like a new game. Yeah. That's crazy. When's the space one coming out? That's got to be coming soon, right? Or they're not really working on it anymore. Yeah. Oh. I'm so tired from that. Game yesterday. Like, it was meant to be a quick 30-minute run. It was literally that definition of in and out, 20-minute adventure. And then, 3 days later, it was like 2 or 3 hours. It went from being a 6-hour stream, like a 9-hour stream. And we just kept going in one go. No, I can't. Cosmic, I did make it. But I felt like I had literally walked the death road to Canada. And I loved it. And I really, really, really enjoyed it. But I have not recovered. I'm in the mood for the Mesopotamian city building game, which I still haven't showed off on stream, but I need to at some point. It's very, very, very chill. It's very, very, very chill. So yeah, I definitely need to show that off. I think that's like a sort of Christmas time stream. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see if we get to the 80,000 subs, boys. That's really the moment that we hit the 80,000 subscribers, we can be like, every night's a gaming night, all that kind of stuff. But I'm not taking my foot off the gas until then. Yeah. But you can't name your city after stream? I don't know if that's true, actually. I might be able to. You name your dudes in Canada? That's true. It's true. Cosmic, I'm not saying I'm not going to play it again. I'm just saying not tonight. All right. Calm yourselves, chat. Calm yourselves. Put the pitchforks away. Calm yourselves. I tell you what I need to be doing right now, chat. I need to be building more Soviet conscripts. I've still got. I've still got 32 conscripts that need building. I've still got 32 conscripts that I need to build. I was going to build some of them with... you 100% can do mass comps at K47. Yeah, you absolutely can do. Very, very easily. Also, it's important to bear in mind that, Konflikt 47 is a little bit of a different beast, and Warlord Games is kind of, they encourage it, so that they obviously respect the fact that people want to play. That there are rules and people want to play within the rules and stuff like that. But Warlord Games themselves have said, like, hey, if you, like, for example, with like the British, they were like, if you want to run a Grizzly mech, you can do. But in Conflict, you basically run your army like platoons, and it's kind of similar to how the old detachment system used to work in like 8th edition and 9th edition, when you used to take like your patrol, your battalion, and your brigade detachments, and those had like different force organization slots and stuff like that. So it's kind of like that, right? And in each what's called assault platoon, basically infantry platoon, you have to take 2 weird and wacky units, but you can also take 2 they don't have to be that weird and wacky, by the way. They can just be like Daughters of the Motherland, for example, or just dudes in like basic power armor or something like that. But the point is that you can also take 2 squads of basic infantry, and each squad of basic infantry can have like 12 blokes in it. So you can get like, considering the average amount of infantry in a Conflict 47 game is between 20 and 30, you could run in like double assault platoon like 48 infantry, and you'd still have, I mean, at 7 points a man, at 5 points a man, if you're willing to risk it, the cheaper you make them, the shitter they are. But at 5 points a man, you're looking at under 250 points, and you would still have 1,250 points left over, and you would heavily outnumber your opponent. You'd probably already 2-to-1 outnumber them. So yeah, it's very, very possible to take mass conscripts and get what you want. Yeah, assault platoon plus engineer platoon is a good option. So let me have a look at the engineer platoon. Let me have a look at this, because I feel like the engineer platoon could work quite well for the conscripts, but I haven't really looked at it that much. Oh wow, yeah, definitely the engineer platoon. Definitely, because you can give your basic infantry squads engineer, can't you? Wow. Oh. Oh man. Yeah. Yeah, okay, no, so you could actually very easily run 6 squads of conscripts if you took advantage of the engineer platoon. And the only thing you'd have to do is spend an extra point per guy. So instead of 5 points, spend 6 points per guy, which, is nothing. It's nothing. Like, to max it out, it'd be an additional 48 points over a 1,500 point game. And engineer does come with benefits. It's actually not a bad rule to pay for. That's inexperienced engineers to flamethrowers and shirkers. Why not? But no, you don't give them the flamethrowers, man, because they're hitting on fucking 4s of flamethrowers. I don't know. Seems a little risky. But you absolutely can run. So that's 12 times 6. No, not even that much. No, right. 1 minute. How many points would this be? So 5 times 12 is 60 times 2. So it'd be 72 points. And so obviously 6 times 12 is 72. Right, so take 4 of them. $72 Soviet conscripts. If you took them in ultimate shitmuncher formation, would be only 408 points. there is a real chance that you would outnumber your opponent 3-1. And you still have 1,100 points left over. Yeah, then you take the hero of the Soviet Union, spread that unit like out. I think you just take a unit of like Mark 1 power armor guys, maybe even Mark 2 power armor guys. Just keep them cheap. Spread them out. And just cover the entire area with Fanatic. Shit, man. There is an app for the God Emperor. If you type in Warlord Games Army Builder app, you'll find it. It's £2 a month, or you can do a free trial for a week. The free trial does not automatically renew. So if you forget about it, you won't end up getting charged. I mean, it's only £2, but still, you won't end up getting charged. So that's nice. And if you decide that you like it, you can pay for it all in one go, and it's only £20, and you get a £10 voucher. So it actually only costs you £10 if you then spend the voucher at Warlord Games, obviously. So yeah, it's basically it's very affordable. But yeah, it's pretty good. It's definitely worth checking out. And it comes with everything. You don't have to buy codex and stuff like that. But if you want to just make before you even do that, mate, like honestly, before you even fuck around with an app, like, and I recommend the app. You can, all of the points and stuff, if you're willing to pen and paper it, you can find all of the army lists there. So army lists are basically codexes. So the Axis, British, Empire, Japan, Soviet Bloc, the United States, all of their army rules and unit rules are free online. The only rules you need to pay for are the core rules. That's it. And even then, I'm sure there's like a PDF floating around at this point. Yeah. So basically, it's like all of the army rules are free. The core rules, you have to buy the book. But if you end up getting into the game, there's ways you can get the book for pretty cheap, to be honest. With they basically sell two versions. They sell like a big hardback version, which I have to say it's £40, but it's very, very, very nice. But they also sell like a little pocket version, which you can get in the starter sets, and it's the full rules. It's the full rules. It's just a smaller pocket version. Yeah. But don't worry about that for now. You can just obviously just play around with the army list first and get an idea of building up for like 1,500 points or something like that. You can start working out how many points you get at each starter army, all that kind of jazz. Yeah. If you just want to play around with it, if you want to poke around with it, I'd recommend just pen and papering or, digital notepadding a few lists using the free army list, using the army rules. Yeah. All right, what have we got here? Cosmic Drew, thank you for super chat. Tank of Terror versus the Grave Tank when BP Blood Pact versus Krieg. I thought you said BP vs Rieg. I was like, what? Tank of Terror versus Grave Tank when Blood Pact versus Krieg. Not that far off, mate. To be honest, Cosmic. I'm thinking about maybe getting a few more Temu tanks in my Blood Pact, and then I can like convert them up, so that my Blood Pact armor is flashed out nicely, and then see, basically that will be all good there, and then we'll see where we end up. Yeah, but that's kind of where I'm looking at. But yeah, so I think it'll be, it'll probably be New Year, right? But I don't think you'll be waiting too long. Yeah. Oh, interesting. I'd love that. 1 minute. Give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. 1 second. Just gotta refill my drink at the same time. 1 minute. I thought it said that my package had been delivered from Temu, but I can't see it. But maybe it got given to a neighbor. I was kind of curious. We'll have a look. Okay. Anyway, we'll see. Anyway, I couldn't see it. I think they have delivered it. I think they delivered it to the wrong place, but I think I know where it is, so I'll be able to find it. Anyway, where were we? So yeah, Cosmic. Tank of Terror. Bloodbath. I think we're looking at rounding out some Bloodpact armor, and then we're good to go. I've been getting the urge to paint some more 40k recently, and I've got a lot of Chaos stuff, Chaos Guard, primed and ready to go. So yeah, I'm looking at that. Very interested. Right, I'm very hungry all of a sudden. It's all that's working out. What happened to my armors? I've still got them. They're all built. I haven't found them yet. But I kind of I wanted to try out the whole triple armor to list, but then they kind of diddled it, so I'm not doing it now. Well, it's not that I'm not doing it. It's on temporary hold. All right, quick snack, and then we got a super chat from Florida Eccentric, and then yeah, we'll see where we are at that point. I kind of want to do how to start. I kind of want to do a how to start collecting Konflikt 47 video, like which boxes I would recommend for beginners to buy, based on the fact that I've done a few games now. I haven't done one. I haven't done it for. I haven't played any games with the British yet, though. So I'm sort of deciding on whether I should do it every faction in one video, or do each faction with its own video. It would probably be better to do it each faction getting its own video, so I could be like how to start collecting the Axis for Konflikt 47. That would probably be better. But yeah. So yeah, I'm kind of. I mean, I think that's a question that a lot of people, especially if you're coming over to a new website and a new ecosystem. I think if you're coming over to a new website and new ecosystem, you'll probably you'd probably find that quite helpful. Just hey, could someone just tell me what to buy so that I know I'm going to have a decent start in this game? Yeah. Valor Gothic, hey Mordian, I hope all's been amazing with you. It's been great, man. I hope you're all right as well. I have a question about Imperial Knights and Guardians. Do they work well with one another, or are you tuned out with allies in general? Just curious and all. So it's funny that you mention it. And we're just talking about it. So there was a time when taking 3 Imperial Guard Vanquishers and 3, having the Lord Solar order them, and then taking like 3 armigers with the melter guns was really, really good. But they've kind of diddled that now with the last. It's still fine. It's still fine, but it's not quite as mentally good as it was before the new Knights Codex. I guess the issue is that you don't get any of your stratagems with your knights when you take them as allies with the guard. And I'm just not sure what a knight brings that you can't get from a Lehman Russ or a Rogel Dawn or something like that. I guess the maneuverability. Knights are very mobile. They can walk over ruins, right? So I think it comes down to, are you taking a super heavy? I guess what the knight brings to the table is 3 things. Syriade said 1, which is melee. You've also got maneuverability, able to go over ruins. And it's also self-contained. Doesn't require orders from someone like a Lord Solar. It just hits on 3s naturally. So there's a lot of reasons to consider taking a knight in your army. There's a lot of reasons. And you don't necessarily need a knight to do all 3. Sometimes it can just do like 2 of those things, like the maneuverability plus the firepower. Would pretty decent. So I think knights absolutely have a place. Do I think there's an Imperial Guard knight meta out there? It's going to sweep all the tournaments? I don't think so. Do I think that Imperial Knights are a very solid unit that you would be able to include in your army list without feeling like you completely like fucking yourself over? 100%. I think Knights are a worthy allied choice that will fit into your list as naturally as putting a tank in. There you go. So yeah, I don't think they're a bad choice at all. Not a meta-defining one, but not a bad one. Florida Eccentric, thank you for super chat, man. K47 update and stream discussion under Old Gamer Vader. Yes, K47, yes. Let's have a look. Germans taking out the infantry of the Americans to secure the objective. Nothing but 2 Firefly officers left. Wow. Holy shit, man. Look at that phalanx. Holy shit. Holy shit. King Tiger. And then a whole goddamn phalanx of Style Trooper. Anti-tank sniper. That's heavy, man. That's a lot of totem core as well. Are the sorry, I did miss you half, and I'll come back to you in a second. Are the linebackers dead? They don't look dead to me. I mean, I see a Firefly down here. I'm loving the terrain though, man. Terrain looks sick, bro. It looks really good. The terrain looks really, really, really good, man. Yeah, yeah, big fan. Dude, it looks great. Yeah. That's a hell of a push right there, though. King Tiger with that many style treatment, that's a hell of a push right there. That's definitely going to cause some American buttholes to pucker. Spicy. Very, very spicy. I love it. I love it, man. Cool as fuck. Cool, 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 cool. Harfin, my boy. Harfin, thank you so much for Super Chat. Check the Death Road to Canada 2 news in the library. You'll love it. In the library? How? What do you mean? I'm not going to the fucking library. Why do you want to go to a library? I don't fucking read. Oh, the stream library. Oh, in Steam library. Oh, that makes more sense. I was like, what? I was like looking in Discord, like, do we have a channel called Library that I'm not aware of? Let's have a look. Is it under news? Okay. Let's have a look. Death Road to Canada, Retina updates. I downloaded loads of content, your locations, perk traits, and more. Investigating some problems with... Okay, no. Space Dingus news. We're getting closer to the Steam playtest. I've been posting monthly developer logs to keep people notified on our progress. You can see recent developer log 2 here. We talk about how the controls and the special weapon slot will work. Only the janitor can use the big mop. That's kind of cool. Pardon me, I've got something stuck in my nose. Preview the stomach update. Our next major update for Data Canada is estimated to launch in 4 months. We're going for even bigger updates, but space them out to give the modding community a little bit of time to breathe. That's cool. Some of Sycamore's plans: moving train location. Seeing the above GIF lets you actually travel to a new location that you access via the new train station location. What? New weapons, including possibly animating more of the old weapons, new gameplay modes, new perks and traits. Full list of changes for the Retina update. Special characters, added Isabel the Paladin, Smite Away, added Time Stop character, the Clock King, added Defective and Eldritch Horror multi-splitting character. Added Mutation mode where zombies get more resistant and more grabby over time. Added Infection mode Extreme. Added bank, marshland, and viaduct locations. So I'm guessing these are like pretty. So these are like randomly generated. Like, oh, drop off here to find something, right? Yeah. Added Gauntlet Siege version of viaduct location. Because I feel like the yesterday, it felt like we did come across some pretty similar locations. Although to be fair, that was probably down to what I was picking. Because I was picking things like, well, I'm going to go to like the department store because I know what that's like. Yeah. So there's definitely I probably missed quite a few of the cool, unique locations because I was sticking to, because I was trying to make it. I was sticking to what I felt I knew I'd be able to handle. But the farm was cool and the beach was cool. 3 new whips, pike, kukri, Barrett 50 cal. That's so cool. There's so much, man. Is that a duck car? Car boat? Yeah. A DD car? Yeah. Car boat with turret added as a reward for the marshland location. Oh my god. And then lots of bug fixes. Fucking hell. That's a big update. Even the bug fixes alone. Would be huge. Do we have a timeline for when Space Dingus is coming out? No, nothing. Not a sausage. That's a shame. Although there is a developer log. Let's have a look. Special system. Tweaks to physics. WASD movement, that's not bad. December 26th. Okay. So maybe not too far away. We'll see. When it comes out, I'll be buying it. So yeah. Because I reckon this will be. Look, don't get me wrong. I like Canada, but I think space will be cooler for me because I like sci-fi. Yeah. It's not that I don't like Canada. It's that I think space will offer a more infinite more infinite opportunities for updates and stuff, where they can really get crazy with it. Yeah. What achievements did I actually get for this game? I only got one achievement. Man, there's 72 achievements and I got one on my first run. That's like, I am terribly vexed. I played 1% of the game? What? But I completed it. I completed it. Right? Oh, man. Syriade, Amber and Glory, I tried to ask the other day, do you think they did, if they did Space Hulk versus Warhammer Quest, it would be a different conversation? 100%. 100%. Like, it's not even a question, man. Like, I don't think Warhammer Quest has the same nostalgia behind it. I think Space Hulk has... Now, look, I think Warhammer Quest has been around... I think it's been around for a little while, right? Just Warhammer Quest. Yeah, so... Warhammer Quest was released by Games Workshop in 1995 as a successor to Hero Quest, Advanced Hero Quest. And yeah, okay, so here's the thing, right? It might sound kind of crazy, but I don't think Warhammer Quest has the same nostalgia as Space Hulk. And the reason for that is Warhammer Quest is... It's just not 40k. And more people play 40k. So there's that element of it. And no, let me try it again. I don't even think it comes down to whether one is better than the other or anything like that. I think it honestly just comes down to if it's 40k adjacent, it's very likely to sell. Yeah. Games Workshop doesn't need to reinvent the wheel. They literally just need to re-release the same Space Hulk game on like a limited FOMO run, and it's fine. Now, I'm not saying that I encourage FOMO or I agree with FOMO, but what I'm saying is if they already have a proven game and it's already very well regarded, and the only thing stopping people from buying it is the fact that it's not available for sale, and the fact that the models can all be used in Warhammer 40k, so it's a very, very low risk game for 40k players to buy into, because they're like, well, even if I don't end up playing Space Hulk, I'm still going to get Terminators and Tyranids oh, look, the 2 fucking launch factions, then yeah. I think it's a very easy buy for a lot of 40k players because they're not spending £165 on a sub game for a game they're not playing. Think about it. 40k players aren't really playing AOS. There's some crossover, of course. There's some crossover, but by and large, the crossover isn't as much as you would probably expect. Like, most people who play 40k don't play AOS. Most people who play 40k play 40k. So you're trying to convince a bunch of Warhammer 40k players to buy a sub game for a big game which they don't already play, where they won't, and it's a high risk investment because they don't know if they're going to like Warhammer Quest anyway, and if they don't like it, they're stuck with a bunch of models they're going to struggle to be able to use in a game that already exists, right? So it's a lot harder to get those sales, and as we've seen, as we've seen with even things like, what have we seen? Like, 40k is just the flagship product by a long way. So but even if it wasn't the flagship product, even if it was even if it wasn't as big a flagship product as it is, that's not even, that's not even a factor. That's a hypothetical. Let's not talk in hypotheticals. Let's talk in actualities. And I think the actual situation is, as I said, Space Hulk is an easy sell. Even at £165, it's an easy sell because it's just, you're buying a bunch of 40k models you're going to use anyway, and the game happened to comes along with it, and you might as well try the game out, and even if you don't like it, you've still got the models. It's just such a low... Space Hulk is such a low-risk investment. And they don't... And, and as people are saying in chat, like Violet Gothic, you don't need to rewrite the game. It's actually better from a Games Workshop perspective. They don't even need to do R&D. Do you know what I mean? They don't even need to do any R&D to make it work. They just need to do the physical manufacturing. And they don't even need to make, like... They could make some special models for it if they wanted to go the extra mile and have the unique Terminator models and stuff like that. But they could, they could release it with the existing unique Terminator models for Space Hulk, which we know there's some really cool ones. They're like the Terminator tearing up the bulkhead and the Gene Stealers like crawling down, all that kind of stuff. They could do that. But some people might be like, well, they're in the wrong scale, and I don't want them to be in the 2 different scales. They could release the same Space Hulk game with the same rule book, the same box art, everything, and just be like, hey, look, here's a box of the new Terminators, and here is a box of the new Gene Stealers included in it. They could just take the sprues they're already making and just put them in the box. So it's really, from like multiple angles, Space Hulk makes so much more sense. From a convincing players to pick it up sense, from a convincing players to pick it up perspective, to it's attached to your flagship product perspective, to Games Workshop's own selfish, like, how can we, make this easy for us to produce? From every angle, it's a superior product. And this kind of links into it kind of links into what I was saying earlier, where like Games Workshop is missing some really obvious W's. Like, I'm not going to retread it. I'm just going to, in detail, I'm just going to mention it in passing. Armageddon was a really big missed opportunity. Like, it was. 500 Worlds is a really big, like, it's not a missed opportunity, but they made Armageddon harder for themselves. They've made 500 Worlds harder for themselves in some ways. Warhammer Quest, they made it harder than it needed to be. Armageddon should have just been Steel Legion and Orcs. Yarrick comes back. And you can have Grey Knights and Demons in there as well. You just combine Armageddon 1 with Armageddon 2 and 3. That's Armageddon 4. Bing bang boom, having a great time. And then 500 worlds. 500 world. Why the fuck are the Necrons involved? Like I know some people will explain to me like, oh well, it means this. 500 worlds should just have been the second Battle of Macragge. It's really obvious. Bring back Tyrannic War Veterans, remastered in Primaris, because we know you love that shit. We know you love that shit. GW. Get the fucking Death Watch going in there as well. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. But instead, it's like fucking Necrons? I'm going to say it. Necrons are a vastly inferior NPC faction to Tyranids. I'm not saying Necrons are a bad faction. I'm not saying you can't like Necrons. I'm not saying that Necrons are shit in any way, shape, or form. I mean, purely from an antagonist point of view, like Tyranids are just such a better option because it's the space bugs. You don't have to put any effort into selling it. It's why Space Marine 2 did so well with the normies. It's just humans versus bugs. Why no matter how much work, no matter what Arrowhead do, why is the most popular front in Helldivers nearly always the bug front? Humans versus bugs. Easy to understand. So it's one of those where, look, it's just... And then, like we said, we get to Warhammer Quest, and it's like... Yeah, I'm not saying it's not got its place or anything like that, but it's just a much harder sell than Space Hulk. Not only is it attached to 40k, it's attached to Space Marines, and it's attached to Tyranids, and you could even have tied Space Hulk into 500 Worlds. So much you could have done with it. Instead, Warhammer Quest, they're just. It feels like in some ways Games Workshop is making life a lot harder for themselves than it needs to be. Like, okay. I reckon I could go through and name a new banging release for every single faction that would be which would be enjoyed and accepted by the majority of each one of those player bases. I'm gonna do that right now. I'm gonna prove it. Some will be easier than others, but let's have a look. Right. Let's have a look. Okay. Yes, but the issue is you can't give the players what they want. Okay, so do I do each individual Space Marine chapter? Do I do each individual Space Marine chapter? Or do I just do Space Marines as a whole? Like, I reckon I could do each one. All right, so Black Templars, Repulsor Crusader. It's like a Land Raider Crusader, but a repulsor. Either that or some kind of paladin squad where they all have a little bit like Sword Brethren, but the lore behind them is each one has got like a special power sword. I'd kind of make them like similar to Victrix Guard, but for Black Templars, and each one of them has a power sword, And the Power Sword is like a mini version of the Emperor's Champion's Black Sword. And the idea is that with the Black Templar Paladins, is each one is kind of like a Emperor's Champion aspirant. So they're wanting to become, they know that the Emperor's Champion is, they're like questing knights. They're looking for Bretonnia. They're looking for the favor of the lady, but each one is looking to become the Emperor's Champion, and so they're not just like veterans of the Black Templars. Like anyone, like they are brothers who have almost given up the hierarchy. They don't want to become a Castellan. They don't want to become a marshal or anything like that. Their goal is to be as pious as possible, to take on the biggest challenges possible, to die gloriously if need be, but each one is doing everything they can to become worthy of becoming an Emperor's Champion. Okay, so either the Repulsor Crusader or Paladin Squad. That one. Blood Angels. So Blood Angels, there's some low-hanging fruit here. I think you bring back Librarian. I think Librarian Redemptor Dreadnought is kind of an obvious one. I mean, yeah, I think just Librarian Redemptor Dreadnought. Simple. Dark Angels. I feel like the Dark Angels need some Ravenwing going on. I'd probably be like Black Knight Outriders. So they take Outriders, give them the wings on the back, and give them like twin Hellblaster plasma gun on the front. Like that, I think that would be kind of cool. Deathwatch, they've just had they've obviously had a new thing. I think I would give Deathwatch maybe like a Venerable Redemptor. Because one of the big things about the Deathwatch is that you did used to get a lot of Venerable Dreadnoughts. There's a lot of stuff I'd do with Deathwatch. But they're in a little bit of a funny place right now. Right? What would I do with Deathwatch? Give them a full, proper release and take them out of purgatory, frankly. Yeah. Grey Knights. So it depends on if you want to make them Primaris or not. Yeah, bring back the Protest Kill Team or Dreadnought HQ. Yeah, exactly. I think a Venerable Dreadnought character would be really cool for the Deathwatch. Grey Knights is kind of interesting. Because they're also one that's in a little bit of limbo right now. Because obviously we know, I mean, a little birdie has told me they will be getting, I think they're going to be getting a lot of new stuff in 11th edition. They've already they've kind of got a lot of what they. I think if Deathwatch can't not Deathwatch, if Grey Knights can't already take, can they take Primaris stuff? No, they can't. I think you just open up Grey Knights to having all the Primaris stuff. I mean, I don't like the Primaris stuff, but I bet a lot of Grey Knight players would be like, it'd be pretty sick to get like a Grey Knight, like Repulsor or something. Maybe they wouldn't want that. Primaris Grey Knights would probably be pretty legit, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I think the simple thing with Grey Knights is just Grey Knights don't really need new units. Maybe some updated sculpts. But I think what Grey Knights really need, and I don't think they need updated sculpts, by the way. I think Grey Knights actually have, they're easier to build than the new Marines. But anyway, what I would probably give Grey Knights is just simply a psychic phase. Yeah. That's probably what I'd do. Imperial Fists, I would let them take the equivalent of breacher wardens from Horus Heresy. That's what I would do. Raven Guard. A special kind of jump pack intercessor where each one gets Raven's talons. Salamanders. I don't know that much about salamanders. But I'd maybe give them something like Forge Guard. A bit like Victrix Guard. But every single one of them gets a Thunder Hammer and gets Artificer Armor. And the idea is that these are like... They're like the master artificers of the salamanders. I think that would be cool. Space Wolves. They do have some... Space Wolves are interesting because they just got a load of new stuff and everyone's kind of happy with the new stuff. And they do get access to all the Primaris stuff. I was going to say like a big Wolfen Dreadnought, like a Redemptor Wolfen Dreadnought, but they already get the Brutalis Dreadnought, so they don't really need that. And GW decided to get rid of all the Frost weapons, which is a bit of a shame. I don't know. Space Wolves may be the only one where I think they're alright where they are. The beast side of the army, and we're happy. Yeah, I think the only thing I'd give Space Wolves is not dogshit Wolfen. Like, I would take these models and I would just give them not dogshit Wolfen. I would give them remastered, like 3rd edition, like Wolfen. Those were way cooler. These ones are just dogshit. Yeah, lean way more into the feral Space Marine vibe rather than whatever the fuck this is. Yeah. This isn't it. I'd basically rip off the Shrek Wolfen from K47, and that'll do. Well, 40 came up a bit. There we are. Armies of the Imperium. So, Adeptus Sororitas. I would give them plastic repressors. I think that would be pretty good. I'd also... I mean, since the battle, I'd kind of just add things back in. Like, I'd bring back the Shooty Celestines. Maybe give them a different name. I'd bring back the plastic repressor. I would add in... But if I had to bring something new... I think it would be Frateris Militia. I think it'd be Frateris Militia. That's what... I think that would be a really, like, give them a proper shit muncher conscript unit. Adeptus Custodes. Well, firstly, I'd treat them equally to everybody else, and I would get rid of all of their Forge World stuff and utterly collapse the faction's viability. But other than that, can't be getting special treatment, Custodes players. Sorry. Yeah, can't be getting special treatment. Got to be treated the same as everybody else. Custodians are pretty they're pretty one-dimensional. Big dudes in golden armor. How many variants of that can you really get? They've got all the dreadnoughts they like. They've got loads of infantry options. Do you know what? It's a bit of a cop-out, but I'd probably bring the Sagittars into plastic. I'd probably bring the Sagittars into plastic. I think that would just that would be enough. As much as I'd want to like flesh out the Sisters of Silence range, the whole point of this exercise was to have things that everyone would like. And I think Sisters of Silence are a bit hit and miss. Some people love them, some people don't. Some people don't care about them. Yeah. That's probably what I would go for. Admech. Ugh. Like, okay, we're just going to let the Admech take all the plastic models from Horus Heresy. Like, that's it. Do you want to know what I'd give the Admech? I would give them, like, all of this Gucci shit, man. Okay, like, the big penis tank. It looks a little bit like the space jockey from Alien. Probably not that bothered about that. But yeah, I'll take some fucking... are these plastic Thalax? I swear these guys are plastic. Yeah, man. Plastic Thalax, Tech Thralls, fucking give them the big Castellax Battle Automa. Yeah, just really simple. Admech, it's just everything that's in plastic for Horus Heresy for Admech just needs to come over to 40k. It's actually kind of crazy. I feel like Admech have more in Heresy. Okay, they're a little bulked out. You know, they're a little bulked out by knights and stuff, but even so, Admech haven't got a lot of options in 40k. See, I just say, look, you can take all the fun stuff. And look, if you're an Admech player and you hear that, I bet you would, like I said, the whole point of this is not to give them something amazing or whatever. Just, can I come up with an obvious release that would make everyone, the vast majority of players within that faction happy? Yeah, I think Plastic Sagittarius would make the majority, and Plastic Sagittarius would make the majority of Custodians players happy. They're like, huh, that's cool. Yeah, like that. It's an obvious low-hanging fruit. I think making all of this shit available to Mechanicus players in 40k would make them happy. Yeah. Then we get to Imperial Guard. Just a tank. Doesn't really matter which one. Plastic Macarius, maybe. Just a big tank. Really, GW, you can't fuck it up too much. Big tank. Easy one would be Plastic Macarius. But, something new. I'd something new. Yeah. Just a big tank. Or a medium tank. Or a little tank. It doesn't really matter. If you want to make all the guard players happy, just release a new tank of some kind. Yeah, maybe the Malcador, let them use that from Heresy. Yeah, just a tank. Yeah, Macarius, Plastic Macarius, where you can build the Vulcan, the Battle Tank, the Vanquisher, or the Omega. Yeah, fine. Yeah, whatever. It's super easy. Imperial Agents, just make them a real faction and not a catalogue. Because right now they're a catalogue. Imperial Agents, just... If you want to give them a fucking... Give them reverse allies. Where there's... Not they can be allied into any Imperial army, but they can, and you can take 2 units, but let them take 2 units from any Imperium army. That's how you do it. And maybe you have a whole thing where, like, if a character leads a squad, they can, if a character leads squads, like that can count as like as one choice. So you can get like four if you want to. So you're going to have like 2 squads led by 2 characters, and that would be your 2 choices. But yeah, just reverse allies. So an Imperial Agents player can be like, oh man, I really need to plug this gap in my list. I'll take like 2 or 3 of this. Maybe 3? I don't know. You can figure it out. But yeah, reverse allies. That's how you make it. And so Imperial Agents can feel like they're requisitioning stuff. That would be cool. Yeah. And give them a proper army rule, for fuck's sake. That shouldn't be the army rule. They should have that and something else. Is there one more for it? Imperial Knights. Now look, if I was going to fix Imperial Knights, I'd give them peasants like in Bretonnia. But the thing is that I don't think that would make Imperial Knight players happy. That would make me happy. I don't think it would make Imperial Knight players happy. So, what would I give Imperial Knights that would make Imperial Knight players happy? A bigger knight. That's what I would give them. I'd give them a bigger knight. Or I'd give them a medium knight that was psychic. Something like that. I'd either give them a bigger knight, because big knights are the best, or I would give them a medium knight that was psychic. Yeah, Psi Knights. I think either would go over a treat. I'd do the same for Chaos Knights as well. Arms of Chaos. Chaos Demons. What do I give Chaos Demons? A Codex. That was easy. Chaos Knights. Already said. Psi Knights. Chaos Space Marines. Ooh. Well, there's so many different things to choose from with Chaos Space Marines because you've got all the different legions, but again, if it was me, I'd say like, okay, maybe not controversial, but maybe slightly cop out. I'd just bring back the old cultists. The new cultists aren't cutting it. I'd just bring back the old cultists. That's it. That's it. And would that make all Chaos players happy? Yep. Yep, it would. That would be welcomed by the majority. Just the old cultists with the old options. That'll do. Nice. Death Guard. A bigger, smellier Terminator. Death Guard players love their Terminators. Like, they love their Death Shroud. Death Shroud have been, like, good for edition after edition after edition. No one complains about that. No one complains about that. So just give them more of the shit they love, and they love their termies, and they love the big smelly termies. I mean, there's other things you could do, probably, but I think that's a pretty obvious one. Just some kind of bigger, smellier Terminator. I would say bring the old, give them their old cultists back as well, but again, I think that's already covered by the Chaos Space Marine, so I had to come up with something new. Or maybe a new Demon Engine. Both would probably be good. Give them the Dark Tide units. Yeah, the thing is that I don't know many Death Guard players that are that bothered about their cultists. Like, the Death Guard cultists went away, and most Death Guard players sort of just shrugged and went, I guess I'll take Poxwalkers then. Do you know what I mean? Whereas if you took the Death Shroud away from them, they'd be really, really upset. Plague Ogrins would be cool. Plague Ogrins could be cool. I could see that. Ah. If you... That's it. Something between... Like, you don't give them another kind of Terminator because they've already got Blight Laws and Death Shroud, and they like those. You don't give them a new kind of cultist. You give them Plague Ogrins. Big, smelly boys. Yeah. That's what you do. So it's like a Terminator for the Poxwalker. What I would do, I don't know if many death... I think that's the minimum I'd do. If I was to be selfish about it, I'd make it so you could run a pure, like, Plague Cult Death Guard army. So you can have Poxwalkers, and then you can have, like, the big, smelly Plague Ogrins. And then I'd have, like, some kind of, like, Plague Cultist leader that's, like, even bigger and smellier. Maybe like a Demon Prince would cover that. A Demon Prince would cover that. So you have like a Demon Prince who's got like all of these like people dancing to his tune. Yeah. I want to check out the Death Guard Demon Prince. Oh, they've got the new one. Do they still have the old one? I don't think they do, unfortunately. That's a shame. Okay, so I'd give them big, smelly Plague Ogrin kind of boys, as like a bigger, smellier Poxwalker, and then I'd give them a remastered version of the old Death Guard Demon Prince back, because he was way cooler than whatever the fuck this guy is. This fucking Age of Sigmar motherfucker. Emperor's Children. So, I think I'd just give Emperor's Children... They've just got too limited a roster right now. They've been limited in strange and confusing ways. So, in addition to bringing back the Diaz Demonettes, I think I'd just let Emperor's Children take more toys. I mean... Even if it's something like, hey, guess what? You can have I'd really lean into the Noise Marine shit, right? Like a Forge Fiend, but it doesn't have plasma cannons. It has Noise Marine cannons. No, a Land Raider with Noise Marine cannons with like Blast Masters or bigger Blast Masters. That's what I'd do. I'd give them some. I'd basically give them like Emperor's Children. They need some tanks. I think they need some fucking tanks. And I think they need some sonic boom tanks. And, you know, it could be as simple. You could give them the Death Guard treatment and give them like their own bespoke shit if you wanted to. Like, you know, like the Mephitic Blight Hauler, it doesn't really have an equivalent. It's its own thing, right? Same with the Plague Burst Crawler, right? It's not a Predator with like gloop guns on it. It's its own thing. Same with like the Bloat Drone. So I'd either just give them like Sonic versions of existing armor, like a Sonic Fiend, a Sonic Predator, a Sonic Land Raider, or I'd give them Emperor's Children equivalent of like this, like of their own demon engines, but Sonic. Yeah. That's the way I would go. I think that's the way that would also be okay with GW, because GW, you know, if I was to give Emperor's Children some stuff, I would go really fucked up. Like I've talked about this, like I'd have dudes who are running around with like fucking needles sticking out of them. They're completely juiced up on combat drugs. Like they've got like all their veins are like fucked up because they've like juiced up every vein up. Like not even the Astartes healing can like heal them. Like not even the veins of the dick are barely working. The veins of the toes are barely working. The veins of the fucking eyeballs are barely working. I'd go full into like that kind of excess, and then have like, you know, another kind of like berserker running around like who's all like cut up because he's like he can't feel anything anymore. Like, so he's like anything. You know, I've talked about my like, take a unit of Space Marines that have 0 armor, a 7+ armor. They're a Space Marine unit, like these Tormentors, but their armor saves 7+, but you give them a 3-up feel no pain. And the idea is that they've gone to the absolute limits of excess. They can barely feel anything anymore, which is why they literally don't feel any pain. But like when they're like they run forward, like they've cut themselves, they've done drugs, they've done everything. Like they've flayed their own skin, just like everything. And the point is that like they're just running forward and they're hoping they get shot. So they're like hopefully they can like actually feel something. Like they get an arm blown off and they feel like a twinge of pain and they're like, yes, more, like that. I'd call them like excessives or something. Like you've got tormentors. Is that it? Just like, is that the only? Yes, you've got like tormentors, right? You've got flawless blades. I'd probably have a unit that's just called like excessives. And the thing is that they have literally gone to the edge of excess. Yeah. Like gladiator style. Yeah, exactly, Cosmic Drew. Like gladiator style. Like I give them like the gladiator style, like helmets and stuff. Yeah. Yeah, that's a really cool idea. Like, yeah, same concept, but make them like gladiatorial. Really, really like that. Yeah, they spend all their days just basically trying to feel like anything. Yeah. Like nets, whips, berserk. Yeah, 100%. So either all the Sonic tanks, if GW, if we're likely to get GW to actually do it, it's not that they're obviously listening to us, but do you know what I mean? If GW was ever to like, GW would never sign off on the excessives because they're too scary and we're corpo. But they'd absolutely be like, yeah, fuck it, we can slap a fucking sonic boom gun on top of a Predator. Bing, bang, boom. Easy peasy. Something like that. So, yeah, either way. Thousand Suns. I just do what I do with Grey Knights, is actually make them magic-y again. They almost got it right. And then they gave them the magic, and the magic was too powerful. They took it away from them again. What does that? They've got special Marines. Maybe more, and I know this is actually kind of controversial because I don't think Thousand Suns players actually like these guys, but I wouldn't be against more of these like robot, like automata style things, but bigger, like dreadnought sized, tank sized. But I don't know if Thousand Suns players really like the robots, so it's a solid maybe. I think, truth be told, just they want more Zangors. I don't think they do. I just give them like a Psychic Dreadnought. Yeah. Scarab Occult Dreadnought. Big Kopesh. If they've got it in Heresy, bring it over. World Eaters. All right. I've got it. Okay. What if we released a Khorne Berserker who could take 2 chain axes? What do we think? I'm pretty certain that would go over well. What if we just gave them either that, the nails are biting, either that, or we give them the equivalent of like a Brutalis Dreadnought for the Space Marines, but it's got 2 chain axes for its, rather than claws, it's got 2 chain axes. So it's a Dreadnought with chain axes, like a big Dreadnought. Like bigger, like somewhere, I mean, maybe that's encroaching on like Mauler Fiend territory. I don't know. But like a big Berserker, I think a big Berserker Dreadnought would go down well. I think if you gave them a big Berserker Dreadnought, most World Eater players would be pretty happy with that. But honestly, I think that might even be overcomplicating it. Just World Eaters that can take double chain axes. Yeah. Xenos armies. Eldar. In the bin. No, okay. We have to... What would we give the Eldar? They're pretty well rounded out. Can they take this? Does the Seer Council still exist? I don't think it takes squads of Warlocks, but I don't know if the Seer Council still... I mean, Eldar are pretty okay at the moment. I mean, Exodite stuff, right? Yeah. Or I was also thinking Shadow Spectres. You don't think Exodites? I don't think you need to get too cray-cray with it. I don't think you need to go Dino Riders. Oh, yeah, Karandras. Yeah, give them the Striking Scorpion guy. Yeah, give him the Missing Phoenix Lord. I think the Missing Phoenix Lord is a less controversial choice and a more obvious one. But if I was getting funky with it, I might say a squad of Eldar Exodites. I'm not sure what they do. Eldar are typically an infantry army, so I think you'd give them some infantry. Maybe they could be like rangers. So they're like an infiltrating scouting unit, but melee. Like they get up close and personal. Yeah. That'd be kind of cool. But honestly, I think just the Missing Phoenix Lord is the obvious one. Striking Scorpion. Do they infiltrate already? Fair. Then just give them the Striking Scorpion Phoenix Lord. Easy peasy. Sometimes you don't have to get too clever with it. Drukhari. It doesn't really matter what you give Drukhari. You just have to give them more than the Leagues of Votann, because right now their pride's kind of hurting. Maybe all the stuff you took away that was in Finecast, GW, actually just bring it back in plastic. I think that's pretty straightforward. Gene Stealer Cult. Non-shit Brood Brother rules would be my preference. It's not really a model release, though. So, I'm a guard player, and if I was to do something with GT Cult, I'd give them like it might sound kind of crazy. I'm not sure if I would do the whole allying Imperial Guard thing anymore. I think I'd just give them Gene Stealer Cult versions of the datasheet. And I'd make them unique to represent that, like, it's not just a Lehman Russ battle tank. It's a Gene Stealer Cult Lehman Russ. You know? And I'd give it a different ability to the Lehman Russ battle tank to make it feel, like, distinctive. Maybe. That's what I would do. Or, like I said, just not shit Genes improve the rules. The other thing, though, is that's what I would do. But Genes Stealer Cult players, they kind of like their funky mutant boys. Like, they love their aberrants. You know, they fucking love their aberrants, right? They do. And GW has a policy of only ever giving Gene Stealer Cult additional characters and never new proper units. So maybe a new aberrant character. Because Gene Stealer Cult is basically an army of characters with some shit munchers following them. You know? No more characters, please. All right, I won't give you any more characters. Oh. I've got it. So you guys like infantry. You guys like mutants. What if we saw Gene Stealer Cult infected? Like non-humanoids. So what does a Gene Stealer Cult infected like dog pack look like? For example. Yeah, like something like that. I know that might sound kind of like crazy, but some sort of like, yeah, use it as an example. Like, you know, Gene Stealers, they can like, it's not just we know it's not just humans they can infect. It's not just humans they can infect other things as well. Like go bestial with it, I would say. Like, we know humans and dogs work closely together, like side by side. So having like GSC dog packs, I think it sounds a little weird, but I think you could get really fucked up with it. And I think it could actually be quite like it's kind of like you'd make them like Gene Stealer light. So aberrants are slow and feisty, and Gene Stealers themselves are fast and fighty. But you want something that's like fast and fighty, but not very durable at all. Yeah. I think GSC dog packs would be really cool. I don't know if would that be something that all the GSC people would like? I don't know. We could probably ask all 12 of them. I think we could get them a job. I think we could get 7 GSC players on board. Leagues of Votan. Big mining tank. Big mining tank. They want a big gas truck that goes boom. I mean, yeah, having GSC, having like Gene Stealer Cult, like unalive bombers running around and like like bomb trucks running around would be cool, but I don't think GW would go for it. Yeah. But yeah, I think something between the Land Fortress and the Sagittar, and it's just like drill tank. Like a bigger, tankier version of the drill truck that the GSC get. They need a dedicated drill tank. Or even if they don't make it with a drill. I mean, I think they should make it with a drill. But if they're not going to make it for drill, just a dedicated tank between the Land Fortress and the Sagittar. That's it. Obvious, easy win. It's amazing they didn't get it in the second round of releases. Necrons. So easy. Even if they already basically have them, doesn't matter. Pariahs. Or another shard of the Catan. But probably pariahs. Orcs. 2 words. Looted. Tank. Easy. Moving on. Tau. Now, if I was being selfish, I would say that the Tau should get new auxiliary races. But this is not about what I want for the Tau. It's about what the Tau players would get excited for as a release. And we all know that what gets a Tau player's peen hard is battlesuits. So it doesn't really matter what it is. Just battlesuits. There you go. It's not about what I think they should have. If it was me, I'd give them loads of auxiliary races, Guvesa, the Torellians, weird like Uglug squid people. Like, that's what I would give them. Let's get the auxiliaries going here. But I think what the Tau players want, I mean, you know what? I'm just going to give it to them. I'm just going to give it to them. I'm just going to make them happy. You can have like a plastic Yavara Riptide. Like, I know you all want it. You love your Riptides. You love your Riptides, all right? Tau players, the addition doesn't start for them until they can run Triptide, all right? The addition doesn't start for them until they can run loads of Riptides, and so just give them some sort of new Riptide. There you go. I think they'd be pretty happy with that. So we're saying like Katana battlesuits. I don't know. Like, maybe. It's a solid maybe. Because Tau players say they want to do melee, but if Tau players wanted to do melee, they'd collect a melee faction. They wouldn't collect Tau. And they'd take rampages and other crew and stuff like that. I think you don't listen to what the Tau players say that they want. Every Tau player says they only collected the faction because they thought the suits were cool, and that's a lie. It's a lie. It's part of like becoming a Tau player. You have to like hide your true feelings and your true intentions, and you can't just own the fact. You can't just own the fact that you just want to fuck people in the ass with battle suits. Okay, like that's okay. Just own it. I respect Tau players who go, yeah, I just fucking love smashing people with battlesuits. I'm like, fuck yeah, man. Let's fucking own it. Like, that's okay. I respect you more. It's when you pretend that that's not why you're here. When you pretend that's not why you're here. When you pretend like, oh, no, poor me. No. You're here for the battlesuits. You want to fuck people up with the battlesuits. Cool. That's fine. I'd give you some sort of big-ass battlesuit. Wouldn't be melee. It'd be shooty. It would be some new super shooty battlesuit. It would make you really, really happy. There you go. I got you, my Tau brothers. I got you. I know what you like. I got you. If I was to be selfish, though, Tau community, if I somehow become the self-appointed creative director of GW, and I get to make all of these things come true, all right, you can have your new big shooty battlesuit, but for one edition, maybe two editions, but for a while, I want to make pulse carbines good. Now I know you've all built them with pulse rifles, but I'm just going to be honest with you. The pulse carbine looks way cooler. It looks way cooler. It's like I like the long rifle. Don't get me wrong, I like it, but the pulse carbine just looks cooler. So if I can give you the big battle suit, I gotta make my pulse carbines on my fire warrior teams with pulse carbines just have to be like legit. All right. What have we got next? Tyranids! Oh, man, I mean, just give them a big bug. It doesn't really... Either bring back something like the... What was the one from... What was the one from Forge World that could, like, eat a guy and get, like, a super big feel no pain? And it had, like, a rib cage that, like, opened up and, like, it fucking ate people that way? The began with, like, a D. Give them that in plastic. It doesn't really matter. Give them some sort of big, but it doesn't have to be like ridiculously big. It doesn't need to be Troop transport bug. Ugh. I do quite like it. I do quite like the idea of the troop transport bug. I don't know if to turn it the Dimacarian, that's it. Thank you, Twitchy. Maybe, I don't know. I would quite like a Tervigon that spawns Hormagaunts. You know, if I was being selfish. So it would be a big bug, but it spawns Hormagaunts. You see, now, if I was to do this, what I would do is I'd have the Tervigon, because the Tervigon doesn't get any range weapons, right? So what I would do is I'd give the Tervigon the ability to take, like, a Venom Cannon, and it spawns Termagants, because the idea is that it's a shooty bug that spawns shooty bugs. And then I'd give the Hormagaun Tervigon, the Hervigon, I'd give the Hervigon the melee weapons, and it spawned melee bugs. But it's a little late for that now. So best I can do is give you a Hervigon that has a shooting weapon, but like, or the option for it. Maybe you give it the option for a shooting weapon. Yeah, I think that's what I would do, because I think that's the nice. I think that would be pretty well accepted. People like Hormagaunts. People like swarms of Nids. Giving them more ways to make Nid swarms viable. Ticks the box for a big bug, and ticks the box for supporting the swarm. Yeah, I think that's what I'd probably go for. I'm trying to see if there's anything else that I'd go for. Make it evolve. A caterpillar, it can evolve mid-battle. That is pretty cool. That is pretty cool. But yeah, it'd probably have to be some sort of big bug. Again, it doesn't really... Twitter players are like guard players. It doesn't really matter what big bug you come up with. Just a big bug. They're like, you know, guard players like big tanks. Twitter players like big bugs. There you are. And that is what I would add to every single Warhammer 40k army as part of a big release cycle for like 11th edition or something like that. That's what I consider to be like all the low-hanging fruit. That's all the low-hanging fruit that GW could pick at their leisure. And every release that they did would be well received and well liked by the majority of every single community in Warhammer 40k. I'm not saying that there aren't other ideas, but they're the obvious easy ones. They're the obvious easy ones so that you make 11th edition a guaranteed success. There you go. What do you think, chat? Do you think that every one of those ideas would be... I'm not saying there weren't other ideas, but do you think every one of those ideas actually had some potential? Would be... People saw a new big Nid, they'd go, yeah. People saw a new Votann, like bubble tank, they'd be like, yeah. I think all of those would go down a treat. Plastic Macarius. We keep wishing it into existence. It'll happen. Better than a character? So, best I can do is give you another Votann character. I don't want any more characters. Best I can do is give you a Votann character. Hear me out. Votann Ancestor Statue Dreadnought. I like it. Yeah. There you go. What about a big, not crappy venom that can make drifting clouds around the field, then scatter dice can return low? Great idea. I like it. Cosmic, no. We just looked at all the GW porn. It's called models. Models walk down catwalks, and I also have models. All right. Got a super chat coming in here from Trooper number 2102. I want to say a big thank you for the support, man. I thank you for your patience. 07, sir. Just finished the max I started yesterday. Picture stream discussion. Let's have a look. Hey, nice. Just completed these. Timmy, put it to a vote. Which should be my next mech to paint? A Marauder or a Warhammer? There's no democracy here. I will pick. I am the vote. A vote of one. So I'm going to see which one I like the look of more. But before we get to there, these look great. Good job. Nice. I like the Raven, man. It looks fucking sick. It looks like a Raven. It looks like its name. Very much fits the bill. Yeah, I like that, man. That's cool. How do I do it on Discord, Twitchy? You just need to become a channel member or a Patreon or something like that. Battle Tech Marauder. Definitely the Warhammer. You've already got a Marauder or two, haven't you? Yeah, definitely the Warhammer, man. Definitely the Warhammer. 100%. It's like, you know, it just is a battle mech. Look at it. It just is it's just a mech. It looks like a mech. It feels like a mech. It is a mech. Warhammer. Yeah. There you go. Twitchy, you do Twitchy, old school player returns to kind of about the loop lol. It's all good, mate. So do you have gifted memberships turned on? If you're not sure what that means, I can show you. Give me a second. Because if you have gifted memberships, you don't have to buy a membership. I mean, you can buy a membership if you want to, of course. But if you want to, if you want to like try before you buy, as it were, then what you can do is just turn gifted memberships on, and as long as you sort of tune into the streams semi-regularly, there's a good chance that when someone buys a membership for the community, YouTube will give it to you. So how it works is kind of like a buffet. YouTube, you do gifted memberships. People can buy like 1, 2, 1, 5, 10, or whatever it might be, and basically they buy them, they go into the chat, and YouTube sort of randomly allocates them. So as long as you join a little bit, as long as you join a little bit, you should be able to get. You've had one. You've had that one. I've had that once. Ah, nice. Okay. So Twitch, if you it looks like some people oh no. So if you've got the gifted memberships turned on, just to check, I'll show you guys. So you go either there's a message under these green boxes that says, do you want to turn your memberships on? And you can. Or you go join, 3 dots up here, gift membership settings, and make sure it's turned on. Either way. Yeah. So that's how you can make sure you've got them turned on. But I say oh no, because the community seems to be wanting to try and get you a gifted membership. These guys can go a little mad sometimes, so we'll see. Let's have a look. Damn Legion, thank you for the gifted membership, baby. Thank you for the support, man. And I want to say a big thank you to Nick the Salamander. Yay! That's amazing, man. Thank you for the 5 gifted membership, baby. Yes. Thank you, the Salamander, for the 5. Absolutely amazing, man. Oh my God. It's beginning. It's beginning. Oh my God. Is it a manhunt? Is it Manhunt Tuesday? Is it happening? It's starting to escalate. It's happening. Oh my God. Oh my God. We've had Damn Legion start things off. Dude, that was your first gift of membership? That's amazing, man. Fantastic. And we've got Nick coming in. And we've had Trooper number 1202. We are going in with the first wave. Means more bugs for us to kill. You smash the entire area. You kill anything more than 2 legs. You get me. We get you, sir. Ugh. We get you, sir. Thank you so much for the 20 gifted memberships. The whole goddamn platoon. The whole goddamn platoon. My God, sir. My fucking God. Trooper, you absolute giga Chad. I raise my glass to you, sir. You're an officer, a gentleman of scholar, a good sir, a kind sir. Very, very kind. Very fucking generous. Absolute fucking hero maneuver. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Let's have a look. We've also got Mango Jablonski jumping on. Mango Jablonski jumping on. 5 gifted memberships. Oh my days. 5 gifted memberships. Holy fuck, man. Thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Thank you for the support. Thank you for the extra fire team, bro. Holy shit. Did someone get him? Oh my God. I don't think anyone's got Twitchy yet. So are we? I mean, if you want, I can declare a manhunt. If you guys want to, I'm not gonna push it. It's up to you guys. You guys know the rules for the manhunt. Whoever gets the target can name any model after in my collection. Anything from a guardsman to a baneblade, whatever it might be. You can pick any model from any of my collections, from any of my game systems, and you can pick the name for it. Name it after yourself. Name it after something else. Whatever you want. I think it's official. I think it's official. I think it's a manhunt, baby. The manhunt becomes official when the first 50 gets dropped. Get on that 50. Get on that 50. Oh my God. Trooper number 1202 coming in with the 50 gifted memberships, baby. Oh my days. It's a manhunt. It is a manhunt. You know what that means? There's only one way to do it. There's only one way to do it. Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, boys. This is Operation Big K. Holy shit. It's happening. Someone. Oh my God. Someone. Anyone got any more missiles? Oh my days. Kid, and we've confirmed his gifted subs are on. I think so. I think Twitchy said he's got his gifted subs on. I think he's had one before. I think it's what he said, but he didn't join the Discord off it. I don't think. I'm gonna check. I'm gonna have a look. I think maybe. We have to, yeah, I'll double check how to again. All right, we'll just double check, but I'm pretty certain he said they were on. Yeah, so click on the join button and the 3 dots, gift settings, and that's how you can double check. Yeah. It's some big algorithm. Trooper number 1202, he already did 20. Now he's coming in with 50 gifted memberships, baby. Oh my God, Trooper. Holy shit, man. Trooper's like, he's not getting away from me. Not this time. Not again. Trooper, thank you so much. Thank you so much for going above and beyond the Call of Duty, for coming in with not 1, not 2, but 50 gifted memberships. Can we all get an 07 down in the chat for Trooper number 22. We've got 100 people in the stream right now. I don't want to see anyone without an 07 down the chat. I don't care if you're a lurker, if you're active, if you're a goddamn degenerate. Everyone, 07 down the chat. Gotta respect the big 50. Gotta fucking respect that. Weapons free, lads. Come on, boys. Here we go. The gifts are definitely on. The gifts are definitely on. Terra, thank you for... Did you become a channel member? Did you get a gifted one, or did you just become one off your own back?
Good for you. Mobile infantry.
I think Terra just signed up. Terra just bought his commission. Oh my god. Terra, thank you for buying your commission, sir. Thank you for your support, man. Incredible. Jumping on the membership hype train, we've got Jimmy Squid. Hey, Jimmy, that's absolutely amazing. Welcome to the membership hype train. Hype train, baby. Yes. There we go. Jimmy coming in with the sniper shot, as it were, just coming in. Didn't quite get the hit though, unfortunately. Trooper's just doing like carpet bombing, just like he's just blowing up entire districts. He's dropping the nukes, and Jimmy Squid's just like little bang. Bang. Amazing. Jimmy Squid, thank you so much. Trooper, Mankiewicz Jablonski, Trooper again, Nick, Damn Legion. My God, sir. My God, boys. Absolutely fantastic. Oh, my days. We've also got... I'm also going to include Poetic Terror in this because he bought his own commission, so it takes him out of being able to like get a gifted one. So he's part of the manhunt. He's part of the manhunt. He's part of the logistics train, the manhunt. Holy shit, man. Jimmy Squid again. Jimmy Squid again. Holy shit, man. Holy shit. Thank you for the 5-month member flex, baby. Yes. Thank you, the 5-month member flex. Thank you for the support. Death strike this chat, guys. Gotta nuke the whole chat from orbit. It's the only way to be sure. Amazing, man. Thank you for the support. Toby joining in the hype train. He's part of the manhunt now. Toby, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. Amazing, man. Absolutely amazing. Holy shit, man. Oh my god. Oh my god. Poetic Terror. Poetic Terror. He's like, someone call for a death strike. Oh! Holy shit, boys. It's bombing up, boys. Yes. Let's go, baby. Poetic Terror coming in with the second death strike of the night. The man is just dropping bombs. Holy shit, man. The man is just dropping bombs. Thank you. Holy shit. 007. Absolute mega bucks. Thank you. Fucking hell. Holy shit, man. So, someone call for an earth shaker. Nobody got Death Strike instead. Sweet, even better. My God, I wonder if I've got any free ones to hand out. If I do and it gets him, I'll give the naming to the person who did the most like gifted memberships or something. Let's have a look. I do. I can send my. I'm gonna send it in. So I've got 10. I'm gonna send 10 in. 2 lots of 5. And if it somehow gets him, then it'll go to the person that's done the most memberships up until that point. Let's have a look. Eagle 1, Fox 2. Should be one more. There we are. Eagle 1 was not effective. Fox Eagle 2 was not effective. I say again, no effect on target. No effect on target. Oh my days. All right. The dude. Holy shit, man. The dude. He's joining in the hype train, baby. Holy shit, man. The dude. Thank you for the 10 gifted memberships. Fucking hell. Oh my days. The dude, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships, baby. 10 more conscripts, 10 more shots. It was a good effort. Good effort. Valiant effort. Valiant effort, sir. But unfortunately, the manhunt continues. The manhunt continues. By the way, Poeta, I don't feel like I made a big enough deal out of that second death strike, by the way, bro. Just want to say huge fucking thank you, man, from the bottom of my heart. Tip of my toes, end of my big rubber nose. You're an absolute fucking giga, Chad. Absolute fucking hero. And seriously, man, thank you. Your support has been truly above and beyond the Call of Duty. So fucking thank you, man. Seriously. Oh my days. Oh my fucking days. Projector, my dumb self can't figure out how to do gifted memberships on a mobile. Lol. I'm not sure. If you're on an iPhone, I'm not sure you can do it. Which is annoying, I know. But I think it can only be done, gifted memberships can only be done via on mobile via Android, I think. I could be wrong though. I could be wrong. Yeah, just worth. Yeah, it's one of those annoying Apple things, I think. Trooper, he's like, I got a little bit more left in the tank. Trooper's like Tom Hanks. Trooper was like Tom Hanks in at the end of Saving Private Ryan. He's just like Trooper, thank you. Trooper, thank you so much. Thank you so much for another 5 memberships, man. Fucking hell, man. Incredible. Holy shit, bro. I'm on my Galaxy phone. Do I need to get on my PC? No, as long as you're in the stream and the memberships are on, you'll be totally fine, Twitchy. It's more about the gifted membership. It's the memberships being gifted, not you as a recipient. So yeah, I'm not sure if Projector said he was on iPhone or not, but yeah. Let's have a look. We do have another missile to send in. Alright, I'm doing my part, boys. I'm trying to help. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. Come on! Eagle 1. Fox 3. Ah. I say again, no effect on target. Those little bastards got shields too. Oh my god. Oh my god. Will is the manhunt still going, boys? I don't know why my name was the dude. I think the dude's a great name, man. Mad because it's because YouTube's been a bit stupid with names at the moment. YouTube's broken the names again. Silly YouTube. There we are. There we are. Is he still going? It's still going. It's still going.
Forward, you dogs, to victory!
It's still going, man. Let's have a look. You can't do it on iPhone, apparently. Cosmic Drew, here's some money, MG. Use it on the manhunt. Okay. Okay, I can do some manhunting. Alright, let's have a look. So Cosmic is going to send me money, and then I need to spend the money. We'll figure it out. Alright, let's have a look here. Cosmic, how many memberships do you normally get for how many memberships do you normally get for a tenner? And I'll do basically a little bit like less than that, just because obviously of like the conversion rate and everything, and YouTube taking its cut and everything. There we go. Holy shit, man. Is this the way it's going now? Like, I'm the middly man? I'm the middly man? Fuck's sake. Alright. Let's have a look. Alright, let's have a look here. Right. I'm showing my support. I'm showing... I'm not really angry, by the way. I'm only teasing. Okay, so let's have a look here. This is probably pretty fair. Not... Don't worry, I'm going to do this more than once. Alright.
Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am.
No. No. Alright, one more.
Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
That comes to about £6, which should translate to about $10. With YouTube obviously taking its cut and everything.
Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
Who's gonna... Come on. Damn. Damn. Alright, let's have a look. Konflikt wants another one. Alright. I'm literally sending one in at a time. It's like literally... Now I'm Tom Hanks. Oh my god.
Infantry, sir. Good for you. Mobile infantry made me the man I am today.
It's not happening. It's not happening. Protector, I'll send us my help this way, sir. Use it on the manhunt. Dude, thank you for the double Beyblade, baby. Oh my god. Right. Oh my god. Okay. Okay. Protector, you absolute mad lad. Let's have a look here. Oh my god. Okay, now I must stop, lol. Alright, let's go for the big 20 there, mate. That should be fair with like Canadian dollars and all that kind of stuff. Let's have a look. Okay, this is on Poetic Terror's behalf. Oh my god. Thank you so much, Poetic Terror, for the double Baneblade. Holy shit, man. Me and Lewis! Lewis, my boy, joining in as well. Oh my god. Someone get him! Somebody, anybody, get him! Come on! How has he not been got? Let's have a look. Did we get him? I think he dodged it somehow. Oh my god. I think he dodged it somehow. He's dodged it. Ah. Oh. He's dug in like a tick, Poetic Terror. He's dug in. Cosmic and Poetic Terror, thank you for all your support, boys. Seriously. Very, very generous. Thank you, guys. Holy shit, man. Oh, my days. I told you, the worst RNG ever. He's dug in like an Alabama tick. Does YouTube not target people in chat first and gifted? No. It's really annoying. Yeah. You'd think they would, but they don't. Oh, man. Yeah, I think Suriade is pretty bad. The Suriade never gets a gifted membership, man. I think I've only ever seen him green once, maybe twice, in 3.5 years. Yeah. Okay, we got another 5 coming in here. Toby coming in here now. 5 gifted memberships on the way. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. No. Why would you die? Why would you die? dodge, duck, dip, dive, and dodge. Jesus Christ. Yeah. Jesus fucking Christ, man. Oh. I know, Toby. I know, man. It's crazy. Toby, by the way, I know you said you were in the Discord. Let me let you in now, mate. Whilst I've got you here. Let's have a look. What's your name on Patreon? No, wait, man. Okay, cool. Yeah, there you go. There you go. I'll send you the welcome text as well. Give me a second. There you go. All right. Yes, it's on. I've checked many times. We trust you, Twitchy. We trust you. We trust you. It may just be one of those times. It may just be one of those times, boys. Maybe we keep the manhunt open. Maybe we keep the manhunt open, and if in the round Twitchy we'll keep the manhunt open. We can keep the manhunt open for the rest of the week. Whoever gets him by Thursday, because I'm not streaming Friday because I'm seeing Sabaton. But whoever gets him by Thursday can win the manhunt. That might be that might be the way we have to do it. That might be the way, whether it's done as part of an ongoing manhunt or just done as part of the in the round of generous gifted memberships that you guys do. Yeah. There you go. There you go. Oh. Sometimes we get the man, sometimes we don't, Poetic Terror. Sometimes we get the man, sometimes we don't. It is what it is. It's only meant to be a bit of fun. But I do want to take a moment to say a huge thank you to all of you guys for the incredible support. The manhunt is not over. Obviously, we're going to keep it open for the rest of the week. And if whoever gets Twitchy89 will be able to immortalize themselves and will win the manhunt. There we are. But let me just say a huge thank you to Lewis, to Cosmic, to Poetic Terror, Cosmic again, to Trooper, to Poetic Terror, to the Dude, to Toby, to Jimmy Squid, again, and to Trooper, and to Mankiewicz Jabronsky, and to Trooper, and to Little Salamander, and to Damned Legion. Thank you to every single one of you crazy, beautiful, amazing bastards. And look, we may not have got him this time, boys, but I don't want any of you feeling disappointed. We may not have got him this time, but he's still out there. He's still out there, and also, it's a bit of fun. It's a bit of fun, and just know that all of your support will definitely go into me buying more Konflikt 47. I gotta be honest about it. Half the people are like, give it back, Mordian. Give it back. No! It's mine. No refunds. Oh my god. But no, seriously. Well, all means aside, thank you so much. And I do really, really appreciate your support. And Yeah, you guys are absolutely, you guys are absolute fucking heroes. Trooper going for one more. He's going for one more, Trooper. I tell you what, Trooper. I tell you what. Give me a second. Give me a second. So, I never like anyone who's been so generous leaving empty-handed. Because Trooper has come in with like 75, 80 gifted memberships there. And, you know, he was also the one that kind of called the manhunt and all that kind of stuff. So, I never like anyone leaving empty-handed who's been so generous. So, Trooper, I have taken this Firefly. You can't really see it very well because I've not got the camera on autofocus at the moment. But I've taken this kneeling down Firefly with a BAR and I've put on the back of his helmet 2102. So this guy's named after you now. And anytime that you see him in every time you see this kneeling Firefly, you will see that guy is yours. There you go, man. There you are. Dude. I hope that's alright, man. And he has a model in Project Paragon as well. Amazing. So Cosmic's got you as well, man. Amazing. Cosmic, thank you for the Giga Chat, mate. I need another octopus emote manhunt money. You've already got an octopus emoji, haven't you? Or is that just the one that you get on? I think you've got one right there. 1 minute. I mean, Cosmic, I think YouTube already has a good octopus emoji. That's a free one. Oh, you want a paid octopus emoji? You want that premium octopusy? All right. Alright. I'll do you. I'll do you. 1 minute. I'm going to turn to nothing drop off now. Alright, 1 minute. Okay. Because like, I don't want a fucking free emoji. I want a paid emoji. I want that premium emoji. And it's like, okay. I can accommodate. Maybe. If there's a free slot. There isn't a free slot. So I'll have to make a free slot. I have to make a slot, that is. Now, Is there an emoji that doesn't get used all that much? Most of the ones that I don't think anyone really uses the Kazakin emoji. Okay, like not many people use the Kazakin emoji. It's a good emoji though, but it doesn't really mean anything. It's just like a Kazakin badge. Yeah, I don't think people use it more than the fact that it's Kazakin. I can always bring it back as well, but. Ugh. 1 minute. I don't think it's done it. Oh no, it's done a shit job. Mm. 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 I had one. Mm. I might have to let you down, Cosmic, but I'm going to try one more time. Fuck it. Will it work? Come on, you salty bastard. Balls. Right, 1 minute. 1 minute. All right. Never, don't ever say, I never give you nothing. Don't ever say, I never give you nothing. There you go. There you are, Cosmic. Should be the first emoji available as well. Literally first one people come across when it updates. You should never give us anything. Just double checking. Yeah, it should be there. It's not updated yet. It's not updated for me. It might have updated for you guys, to be fair. There you are. It's premium, that. Apparently. I don't know if it... that's a squid. Hey, you get what you're given. You get what you're given. Do you want to take it away? That's what came up when I said octopus emoji. No, look what I get. Look what I get. No thank yous. I don't get a thank. Look what I get, chat. I don't get a thank you, do I? Whoops, daisy. Where's that fucking gone? Oh, a minute. There you go. Oh, it's been a bit fucky. There you go. All right. There you are. Well, I'm taking it off you then, Cosmic. No, I don't get. If you did you never get taught? Did you never get taught? You got to be grateful. If you're not grateful, you don't get it. That's it, soz. Just this. You look at a gift squid in a. You are looking a gift squid in the mouth, and that's it. That's it. It's that simple. It's that simple. I've taken it away. And I've punished all of you. I've not even given you the Kazakin one back. I've just taken it away from you. That's it. That's it. I'm a petty and vindictive person. It's gone away. It's mostly because I can't give you the other one back, to be fair. But it'll come back when I can give it back to you. Yeah. There you are. You now have to deal without your premium squid/octopus emoji. You were so close. You were so close to achieving greatness.
You heard me. I said
The Kazakin died for nothing. The Kazakin emoji. Everything in the chat for the Kazakin emoji, boys. It died for nothing. Let's have a look. I'm just busting Cosmic's balls. For the fault is not mine, sir. I played the octopus song. I got you to Canada. I died and got you to Canada. Okay? This is you know what, Cosmic? You know what, Cosmic? It's true. You got to treat them mean to keep them keen. You got to treat them mean to keep them keen. And you know what? I know just how to treat you fucking mean. I know exactly what you fucking deserve. Bang. Someone needs to calm down in the timeout corner. He's gonna be so angry. He's gonna be livid. Knew I should have kept Commander HHL in the party. Now he's going to be pissed. There we are. I only timed him out for a minute. He'll be back in a moment. All right. Let's have a look here. Let's have a look here. Blackstone Chapter Master, thank you for we're doing these last 2 super chats, then we're done. Blackstone Chapter Master, thank you for the 9 months, man. Let's have a look. Meme and stream discussion. Let's go, man. Sorry, I was enjoying my birthday vacation. Do not apologize. Enjoy your birthday vacation. Have a good one. I also may or may not have the itch to make another big kit bash. More information this coming Thursday. In the meantime, have some memes. Let's have a look. Dude, I hope you're having a good birthday, by the way. Happy birthday, man. Game Riot, this is a weird-looking dog. Where did you find this freak? And why does he look like me? Who's this now? Like, I don't even really know who this guy is. Who's this? Why have they all got beards? I'm so confused. The British man that GW fears the most. True. True. Val leak the entire Byzantine range. Are you autistic by any chance? Fuck's sake.
Got your nose. Oh, yeah? Well, I got your face.
Raven Guard. That's actually quite good. There you go. Game Riot bums dogs. Like Karl Slater. That's fair. All right, what have we got? I want to say a big thank you next to Woodim, my boy. Woodim, thank you for the super chat, man. This is going to take a while. Oh, no, Woodim, no. Like, dude. They're going to bury you with them still unpainted. They're going to bury... Dude, you've fucking edged highlighted them, you absolute maniac. Why have you edge highlighted them? Why? Why have you done the buttons? My minis will have non-metallic metal spear tips. No. It has taken you 1 minute. 1 minute. Over 3 hours to paint 10 of them. You just use speed paints. Just fucking use the speed paints, man. Save yourselves. There's 20 in a mini. I'm doing them sub-assembly. I am aware. So you've done 10. There's another 10 to do. And then you'll have 1 base. And then that'll be 1 base. Just a few more to go. Just a few more. Please. I beg of you. End this madness. Embrace the speed paints. At least the musketeers have metal hats, but they've got muskets, man. Look at all the little bandolier bits. It's gonna take you a day to do one strip. Please. My lord. My lord, I want to actually play Martyrdom, and it'll never happen if 3 years later you've done your first regiment of pike and shot. Please, my lord. Oh man. Oh my god. Twitchy, don't give him ideas. Right. Don't give him ideas. Don't make it harder for him to paint the tiny men. It needs to be quicker. On a serious note, Woodham, they do look very, very nice. But you don't want to... They do look really nice. I just don't want you to get burned out on them, man. But, yeah, they do look good. What have we got next? Right, 2 more super chats that I've got to go, boys. It's getting late. I said I wasn't going to do an 8-hour stream. I'm now doing an 8-hour stream. For fuck's sake. Let me sleep. Blackstone chat to Master. Thank you for the super chat, bro. My question is, where is Val's battle report, Woodham? For which... The question is, Blackstone chat to Master, for which game system are we talking about here? Are we talking about 40k, Heresy, Bolt Action, Konflikt? Val plays many games. But what battle report has been promised? That is the question. There you are. I mean, he owes me like 3 at this point. Valorant promised a battle report 3 years ago. I've been editing it for a few months, and suddenly it's my fault. Wait. He promised a battle report 3... Wait. A 40k battle report. And he recorded it... So you have the footage. $30k, technically. Dude, like, what? It's not even in date anymore. There's been a whole new edition. I mean, technically, it might actually be more popular being a 2.0 battle report. Dude, why is it taking... It's a Joy Toy bat rep. The whole thing is a nightmare. Just put the raw clips together and shove it out on the second channel. That's all the effort it fucking deserves. That's all the effort it fucking deserves. Fucking hell. Oh my god. Cosmic Drew, thank you for the super chat, man. How is this squid equals an octopus? You shame us, sir. I flay at thee. I'm just going to ban him again. No, I'm not. Cosmic, look. I was just trying to... Look, I knew it was a squid emoji. Okay? I knew it was. I knew the difference. I just thought that the squid emoji looked cool and interesting. And I thought that you would like the cool emoji. And look at what has happened. Now you have no... What is better? No emoji or a squid emoji? There you go. There you are. I tried, man. Wait, what the fuck? Why does he have so many Joy Toys? Oh my god. So basically, it's just a really big scale battle report. And you guys are like doing like special effects on it. Right. I can understand why this would take a lot of time. I can absolutely understand. And it is a cool idea, to be fair. It is a cool idea. Yeah. So is it like, so it must be like a kill team kind of battle report then, because they're all moving around like individually. It's a cool idea. I didn't even know they made fucking Joy Toys for 30k stuff. Fucking hell. Crazy. Yeah. It's actually pretty cool. Oh, there's another clip here now. 1 minute. So what you're telling me... I think I was going to make some silly, facetious remark, but I think it'll turn out all right, actually. I'm tired, boss. I mean, just billing by the hour. Also, what the fuck is this? What the fuck is this? Martyrdom rumor engine. Yeah. There you go. That's cool. This is the model, by the way. That is the model. What the outline is. Yeah, just work on Martyrdom. Fuck the bat rep. Yeah. Varak has actually scammed Woodimp of his precious finite existence on this earth. He's like it's like the ultimate scam. The scam of life. Oh my god. No, Woodimp, seriously though, I think it will end up looking really good. Like, it's all, I'm just leading into the memes around it, but I think it will end up looking really good, man. Yeah. I think it will do. All right, one last bit of support here. Big shout out to Simple Logic. A Simple Logic. Sorry, I was reading the chat at the same time. Simple Logic, thank you so much for the 5 gifted memberships, baby. Oh, thank you for the 5, mate. Thank you for the support. Thank you for doing your part. Absolute Giga Chad maneuver, man. Fucking love it. Thank you for keeping us fresh stocked with new conscripts. Amazing. Amazing, man. Did he get the manhunt? No. The manhunt still goes on. The manhunt still goes on. There you are. For the God Emperor, thank you for the super chat. How much for 5 more runs of Death Road to Canada? No. No. No, I'm going. I'm going now. I'm going now. I need my sleep. It's I need to go to sleep. The manhunt's still ongoing. Wednesday, Thursday. There you go. There you go. All right. Now, Cosmic, I sent you money as gifted memberships, mate. Don't worry, I got you covered, man. But Cosmic is just, he knows that. He's literally just saying things to vex me now at this point. No, not one more run. It's 4:45 in the morning. I was meant to stop streaming an hour and 45 minutes ago. I am going to bed. I'm going before Cosmic can accuse me of like not doing the memberships anymore, or he can accuse me of like being being Octaist before anyone drops something stupid so that I have to do Death Road to Canada. I'm going to bed. I need sleep. I love you all. All right. Gentlemen, thank you so much for all of you for joining today's stream. Thank you to all of you for your incredible support. Thank you to all of you for the great company, the great memes, the great laughs. Big shout out to Cornet Gaines for the collab earlier. That was amazing. And a big shout out to Trooper for all of the amazing support during the manhunt. And a big shout out to Poetic Terror for the double Death Strike and double Baneblade. Absolute Giga Chad maneuver. Absolute fucking hero. Thank you to everyone who joined, liked, subscribed. Thank you to everyone who went above and beyond the Call of Duty with all the support. You're all absolutely fucking fantastic. All right. I'll see you all tomorrow. Probably hobby stream tomorrow. I have a lot of conscripts that need to be built. I don't have a lot of time to do it. So probably a hobby stream tomorrow. We'll see. But one way or another, we'll see how it goes. All right. Thank you so much, guys. And I hope you enjoyed the stream. And as always, I'll see you guys next time.
On Mordian never fades, and the sun's a ghostly flame. We march to war on full display in the Emperor's holy name. Hey! The drums they pound, the boots they shine, and step through death's domain. For the 50th Rifles hold the line, and never shall we wane. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron God will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3, 4. We march through ash and shattered halls where demons scream and die. Our volleys ring like chapel calls neath Emperor's watching eye. Oh, some will bend and others burn and others fade away. But the 50th Rifles never turn, with iron will we stay. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron God will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3, 4, stand tall, 3, 4. Our boots are bright, our banners high, our buttons catch no grime. We fight as one, we live, we die in perfect holy time. No fear, no drop of cowardice, our thunder breaks the night. Our last guns cut through fog and mist with volleys burning bright. Form ranks, hold the line, stand fast and stake our claim. The Iron God will ever shield the Emperor's holy reign. Form ranks, shoulder arms, no fear, no fault, no pain. For the 50th Rifles never yield, we're Mordian's watchful flame. 1, 2, 3.